Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time 5:57 over on the East Coast and 2:57 on the West Coast. I do want to get you right to this breaking news that we are following out of Memphis, Tennessee right now. You can see the flashing lights over on the left-hand side of your screen. That is at the hospital after we have learned from our Fox 13 Memphis team that 2 police officers have been shot. This happening over in Whitehaven, Tennessee. Now, according to Memphis police, officers did respond to the area of Horn Lake Road and Hewlett Road just before 2 a.m. to officers being shot. We know those officers were transported to a hospital here, but it's not clear what their conditions are. Now, if there is any kind of news conference, anything of that nature, we'll make sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Also, a new report, as you can see in that live image to the top right-hand side of your screen. This is a shot of Gaza there at the Israel border. We have learned that Iran could strike Israel in 24 to 48 hours. That is according to a report by the Wall Street Journal. We're going to have all the details and speak to an expert here in a matter of minutes. But first, I do want to call your attention to the bottom right-hand side of your screen. We do know that today there is going to be a news conference with Donald Trump, former president, and Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, as they speak about election integrity. We do have Chad Pergram with more on that for us.
House Speaker Mike Johnson hoping an appearance with former President Trump casts him a lifeline. Johnson's job could be in jeopardy as he's stymied by his own party on 2 major issues.
Can you think you can help us get something on Ukraine or also on the FISA bill?
We have a lot of things to discuss, talk to him frequently, so looking forward to seeing him in person.
The former president and Johnson will tout a bill focused on preventing illegal immigrants from voting. Mr. Trump just undercut Johnson's FISA reform bill this week, even though he signed a renewal of the controversial program into law in 2018. Democrats believe the former president paralyzes the speaker.
The extreme MAGA Republicans are taking orders from their puppet master down in Mar-a-Lago.
Conservatives blasted Johnson's original FISA reform plan for not going far enough.
Did Johnson step in this by putting this on the floor, trying to go this route?
Yeah, I think he made a big mistake. That creates a lot of bad faith.
Subject to a call.
Johnson planned a Ukraine bill for next week, but nothing's ready.
Speaker Johnson needs to put his foot down.
Could that cost him his job?
If I were in his shoes, I'd be willing to risk my job for the security of our country.
Marjorie Taylor Greene threatened to oust the speaker if he aids Ukraine, but an unlikely ally could salvage Johnson.
That I believe that there are a reasonable number of Democrats who would not want to see the speaker fall as a result of doing the right thing.
The House is hoping to vote on a FISA extension before Johnson sees Mr. Trump on Friday. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
All right, Chad, thank you so much for that report. Now, you are taking a live look right here on your screen. This is over at the Israel-Gaza border. You can see some smoke there rising in the distance as we get to the latest on the breaking developments out of the Middle East. A new report from the Wall Street Journal citing U.S. officials warning that Iran could strike Israel in 24 to 48 hours. All of this, quote unquote, retaliation for an attack earlier this month that killed several Iranian forces. That, of course, in Syria. I want to talk about this and all the latest details out of the Middle East. So let's bring in Professor Jonathan Reinhold, the head of the Department of Political Studies at Bar-Ilan University. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us.
My pleasure, Josh.
All right, so first off, I just want to get your take here on that report from the Wall Street Journal. I mean, at this point, based on U.S. intelligence, it does sound like an attack by Iran on Israel is, quote unquote, imminent.
Certainly, Israel is taking no chances. The expectation here as well is that that is very likely in the next 48 hours. The question is, what form will that take? That is really the issue at hand.
And I guess, what are Iran's possible options for any kind of retaliation here? And would you say that Israel is prepared for any and all of those possible options?
So there are a number of possibilities, and that would greatly affect the reaction of Israel. All of the reactions and the defenses will be as prepared as they can be. So were Iran to attack a major population center in Israel, the likely response of Israel would be to attack Iranian territory directly, and that could very easily escalate to a regional war. At the other end, Iran could use one of its proxies like Hezbollah or the Houthis to attack Israel either outside of Israeli territory or inside of Israeli territory in an area where it's sparsely populated. And in such a circumstance, the less damage done and the less people killed, the greater the likelihood that we will de-escalate this round between Israel and Iran. So a lot depends on that, and that will affect Israel's response. Israel is about as ready as it can be. Having said that, the Iranians, should they choose the option of hitting an Israeli population center, can do huge damage and kill many, many Israeli civilians. But Israel's capabilities, bottom line, are greater than Iran's.
Does it seem that when Israel reportedly struck Damascus that Iran would retaliate? Would that have been taken into consideration in any way? Is that something that we would even know?
So we can't know for certain, but the sense is that Israel assumes that Iran doesn't want to escalate up to a regional confrontation because it knows that in any such confrontation, if the United States got involved, not only would Iran lose, but it's very likely that the regime would fall. So Israel felt it had more room to maneuver. And therefore, it may well have thought that there would not be a massive escalation. And now there is a realization that there may be, even though, as I stated before, given the options available to Iran, there may not be as well. So it is certainly one of the tensest situations in Israel in many years, in a way. Even it's not going to be shocking like October the 7th, but the potential here is for a regional war, the likes of which we haven't seen for 50 years.
And that's what I was going to ask next, because if this does develop into a more regional war, do we know what that will look like? It's obviously going to be a situation that continues to develop here. We don't know that there will be any kind of regional development, but what would that look like?
So there are two versions. One is that it escalates massively and Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, etc., get involved, particularly if they feel that their existence is threatened, they could go all out. The other option is that it will lead to an escalation that's more measured, and there will be more attacks by the Houthis on Iran's Arab enemies, such as the Saudis and the Gulf states, and on the United States. If it escalates in the serious way that I described to begin with, then we would see attacks on Tel Aviv, we would see attacks on Beirut, we might see attacks on Tehran. And to prevent that, I think that the United States is trying as hard as possible to send the message that if you attack Israel in a way that escalates things, the United States will be there and will stand by Israel. And that the goal of that is to prevent these major escalations that I've pictured for you.
What does this situation here actually reveal, if anything, about the U.S. and Israel relationship? We've seen it kind of strained over the past several months here, but what does this reveal about the relationship overall?
Well, I think it reveals that this president and the American armed forces are very committed to Israel's security, even as they are deeply and strongly opposed to Israeli policy towards the Palestinians and have felt, and that Israel's policy on the humanitarian level has done huge damage to Israel's standing around the world and also within the Democratic Party.
I want to talk about a New York Times report here citing U.S. officials and saying that it fears that most of the hostages are already dead. Does that change anything about the war itself? It's something that we've heard a lot over the past several weeks and really months, but this New York Times article kind of confirming that via U.S. officials. So what role does all of that play in the war itself and a possible ceasefire deal?
So I think there's a feeling in Israel that precisely because people are dying, the hostages are dying, this could be the last chance to get any of them out alive. And I think that that has had the effect of softening some of Israel's positions. However, the fact that Israel, in response to the pressure put on it by the international community in the wake of the terrible tragedy involving aid workers in Gaza, has increased humanitarian aid, in a way takes the pressure off Hamas. If they do not feel that an invasion of Rafah is imminent, and they don't because Israel has redeployed most of its troops outside Gaza, then that lessens their willingness to move forward on a hostage deal. And it's possible that Hamas is waiting to see what Iran does before responding in an authoritative way to the proposals which the US has put forward along with other players such as Egypt.
This Rafah offensive, do we know what that is going to look
I'm sorry,
like? We
Josh,
know that
I can't hear you.
We know that some citizens are going to be, can you hear me now?
I can't hear you.
All right, it looks like we have lost the audio connection there. We will try to get that back for you and bring you more on that. But for now, it is 6:09 over on the East Coast and 3:09 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have much more coverage here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to bring you back out to this live image that we do have, actually two separate ones that show a very active scene. Up to the top left-hand side of your screen, the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is the hospital where two police officers have been taken after being shot there over in Memphis. Now, a lot of information still left to figure out here, but we do know from our Fox 13 team in Memphis that two Memphis police officers were shot in the early morning hours today. This is over in Whitehaven. According to Memphis police, officers responded to the area of Horn Lake Road and Hewlett Road. This was just before 2 a.m. local time to officers being shot. Now, we know that those officers were transported to Regional 1 Hospital, as you can see on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. But at this point, there is no word on their current conditions. We know that details are limited, but as our Fox 13 Memphis team is there on the scene, they are working to gather more details. And if there is any kind of news conference, we'll make sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox as it does get underway. Do want to head back out live to this live image showing the Israel-Gaza border, a shot that we have had for quite a while here. As we do get to the latest Israeli government briefing, they did provide an update here, especially as questions loom about when Iran will strike Israel. That Wall Street Journal article that we have been discussing all throughout the morning does say that U.S. officials are warning that it could be 24 to 48 hours before that attack by Iran. Again, this is that briefing with the Israeli government, and I do want to play it for you here, raw and unfiltered.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Mensa, Israeli government spokesman. Today is Thursday, the 11th of April, 2024, day 188 of the October 7th war. 188 days on, our determination to achieve our war aims remains focused to bring home all our 133 hostages. Mothers, fathers, our sons, our daughters, all of them need to be brought home now to destroy Hamas and to ensure that Gaza never becomes a threat to us ever again. I want to update you on a few items. First, an update from COGAT, which coordinates and facilitates humanitarian aid entering Gaza. Look, the facts don't lie. Our work to transfer hundreds of trucks containing food, medical supplies, and humanitarian aid to Gazans is growing and continuing at a pace. In 6 months, we have sent 22,000 trucks, more than 400,000 tons of aid, 3,961 food packages have been airdropped in 64 airdrops through Kerem Shalom and the Nitzana crossings. And now I can share with you that we are constructing a new crossing in northern Gaza to get more aid in where there are challenges in the north. The cabinet has agreed to these measures together with opening up the port of Ashdod to bring in aid. So with the Jordanian crossings, with a capacity of 50 trucks, we are working to bring the number of trucks up from 350 currently to 500 a day. That means more food, more water, and more medical supplies and shelter. Now to the latest figures in the last 24 hours. Just yesterday, Wednesday, 298 humanitarian trucks went in. 353 food packages were airdropped. 28 trucks of humanitarian aid were sent to northern Gaza. So by land, air, and sea, in accordance with international law, aid is getting in. On water, the IDF have repaired the Bani Suhala water line. The line will serve more than 400,000 people. That's 400,000 people in central Gaza, with an additional 42 liters of high quality water every single day. But of course, the UNRWA published figures will say otherwise. So even though over the last 4 days, 1,500 trucks, 1,500 trucks have gone in, the UNRWA dashboard shows a much lower figure. Look, I think the world is slowly waking up to the UN's logistical failures. The latest ruse is that the UN only counts the trucks they pick up. Look, right now, there are 500 trucks worth of aid, 500 trucks worth of aid sitting and waiting on the Gazan side of Kerem Shalom. 500 trucks worth of aid languishing in a parking lot, waiting to be picked up by UN agencies. Look, it's long past time now for the UN to focus its energy on feeding Gazans rather than maligning Israel. I want to make this quite clear. We're saying to the UN, do your job. Focus on distribution and stop blaming Israel for your huge failures. And as usual, the daily 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. IDF humanitarian pause in Rafah will enable movement of humanitarian aid. Now I want to update you on the latest from the IDF's work to uproot Hamas from Gaza. In central Gaza, we began a precise intelligence-based operation to target and eliminate terrorists using aircraft and the Navy. We hit terror infrastructure above and below the ground. An armed terrorist who exited a terror tunnel next to our troops was eliminated, together with launchers. Our Navy has been assisting our ground troops in the area. And lastly, to the north of Israel, our fighter jets are striking military compounds in Aita Ash-Shab, in Khiam, in southern Lebanon, and in Nikura. So that's the end of the briefing today. I will now take your questions, which you should put in the chat with your news outlet.
So you have a question from Jay Rubin. Sorry, you have a question from Hannah Julian. Has Hamas provided Israel or Qatar, Egypt, or the U.S. any evidence as to whether the hostages are still alive?
Thank you very much for that question, Hannah, about the hostages and whether or not they are alive. Look, I think it's very important that we're dealing to remember that we're dealing with a genocidal terrorist organization. Hamas, of course, have many spokespeople. Not all of them are well connected, so we should treat Hamas's comments extremely skeptically. Hostage negotiations are always sensitive and challenging, but we are committed. We know that the results of international pressure on Israel are helping Hamas. It's emboldening them and making them walk away. We want our people back as soon as possible. We know that dozens and dozens of them are alive, and we need them back. We need all of them back, all 133 of them back. So with that, we'll go to the next question, please.
You have a question from Jim Williams of Zanger International News. He asked you, this week, the Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin testified before the U.S. Senate and told them that he saw no evidence that Israel was committing genocide in their war against Hamas. Does the PM think Austin's testimony will help get the truth out on the baseless claims of genocide?
Thank you, Jim, for that question. Look, we've dealt with this question of genocide so many times. Ultimately, we believe that the truth will come out. There is, of course, no such thing happening here. It's in Hamas's interest to play this libel and for it to be picked up. This is one of their key, the key tools in the armory of Hamas to maximize the number of figures. But the figures have been released on the 6th month anniversary of this war, and they are quite clear. We know that 13,000 terrorists have been killed.
Recording in progress.
We know that about the same number have been apprehended, arrested, injured, so taken off the battlefield. That's at least 26,000 people, which we've taken off of Hamas terrorists and Islamic Jihad as well, taken off the battlefield. I think when the dust settles, and I think this has been said again and again, Secretary of State Austin said it, but also General Petraeus, and of course John Spencer at the Urban Warfare Studies head at West Point said the same thing, that we have set the gold standard when it comes to minimizing the effect of our war against Hamas on civilians. Hamas, of course, are trying to maximize the number of civilian casualties, and we know that that's been their tactic, but it's very important for people not to fall for it. When the dust settles, it will be absolutely clear that we have killed the least number of civilians in any urban conflict ever in the history of armed warfare. Of course, every civilian casualty is a tragedy, but of course, none of this would have happened if the October 7th massacre wouldn't have happened. So every civilian casualty, in fact, every casualty in this entire war lands firmly at the feet of Hamas. Any other questions?
There's a question from the Washington Post. They ask, is the new Northern crossing that's opening in place of the Ezra crossing?
So, of course, the crossing at the north was a pedestrian crossing. The Erez crossing at the north of Gaza was a pedestrian crossing, which was attacked and destroyed by Hamas on the 7th of October. So we're talking about a crossing which will allow trucks through. So this is, you'll have to go to Kogat for the precise location of where this crossing will be, but it's an important crossing for us because it will allow more and more aid to get through to northern Gaza to support people there. But of course, if you look at pictures of the markets in northern Gaza and of course southern Gaza as well, you'll see bustling market scenes there. Food is getting through. Before this war, there are about 70 food trucks alone going into Gaza. I told you that there were almost 300 in the last 24 hours. And in the last 4 days, 1,500 humanitarian aid trucks have gone in with food, with medicine, with shelter, with everything that people need. So the supplies are going in. The challenge, of course, is looting and stealing by Hamas. If you see the Reuters live lead, the live feed of trucks going in to Gaza, you'll see armed gunmen on top of those trucks. We know that trucks are being looted. Hamas are taking the food for themselves. Of course, I will never tire of saying that you can be sure that there's no one hungry in Hamas. When we've apprehended them, when we've arrested them, we've seen no signs of hunger whatsoever, which means they take the food to themselves and they deliberately are trying to starve their people because they know that it will cause international pressure upon Israel. But it's not working. It is not working. We're trying to stop the food being looted by Hamas and get the food to as many people as needed. Next question, please.
There's a question from NPR.
Yeah.
According to Israel, there are 40 hostages who are over 50, women and children still alive being held in Gaza.
Thank you very much for that question from NPR. And you're asking me if the women and children are still alive. That's your question. So I've already dealt with this question, and needless to say, all 133 of our hostages need to come home right now. Sadly, some of them are no longer alive and they've been killed by Hamas, but we know that dozens and dozens and dozens of them are still alive. That's our working assessment. For the families, it's an absolutely horrendous experience. 6 months now. 6 months been waiting for their loved ones to come home. You know, we're approaching the Jewish festival of Passover, which celebrates the children of Israel's freedom from slavery in Egypt. And the famous phrase said by Moses was to let my people go. And those words ring strongly in all Israelis' ears right now. We say very clearly, let my people go. This is a crime against humanity. These people need to be brought home right now. If there is any humanity in Hamas, which unfortunately we are long since past appealing to, if there is any humanity, we need to get these people home right now. The US has made clear that there is a very reasonable offer on the table, and it is Hamas which walks away every single time. And we also know, sadly, that it is international pressure on Israel, which emboldens Hamas, and hardens their position. Those people need to be brought home to their families as soon as possible. Next question, please.
Next question is from AFP, and they ask, what news do you have of the U.S. boats on their way to Gaza to build a pier to bring aid to Gaza?
Thank you for that question. On the pier, there are a number of proposals on the table right now. Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari from the IDF talked this morning about a floating pier being built right now. I think if you want more details of that pier, then please refer to Kogat, who will be able to share with you the details of that pier. And in addition, I would point you to his statement, which he made this morning, which was quite comprehensive, giving all the details of the efforts we are making to get aid into the people that need it the most. Next question, please.
We have a second question from Hannah Julian, and she asked, Israel has asked the U.S. to send messages to Iran in an effort to ameliorate its intent to attack Israel, either from its own territory or via proxies. Has there been any response from Iran to these overtures, and if so, can you share what it was?
Thank you for that question, Hannah. The Prime Minister this morning visited the Tel Nof air base, which operates F-15s, and he said, these are his words, and I quote, "We are prepared for all scenarios in all sectors, defensively and offensively." Prime Minister went on to say that these are challenging times we're living in. We're in the midst of a war in Gaza, which is continuing at full force, even as we are continuing our relentless efforts to return our hostages. However, we are prepared for all scenarios involving the challenges in all sectors. We have determined a very simple rule. Again, I'm quoting the Prime Minister here, and the Foreign Minister said the same thing yesterday. Whoever harms us, we will harm them. We are prepared to meet all the security needs of the State of Israel, both defensively and offensively, end quote. I hope that answers your question, Hannah.
And that was the Israeli government briefing there with spokesperson David Mencer, as he did provide the latest details, speaking, of course, right there about that threat from Iran against Israel, but also a lot of other topics, and taking questions there from reporters. Do want to take you back out live to Memphis, Tennessee right now. You can see this is a shot from outside of the hospital, where we know that 2 Memphis officers who were shot were taken here. However, at this point, there's been no update on their condition, and police have not revealed any sort of details about what led up to this shooting. But again, 2 officers shot, their conditions unknown, and we are awaiting some additional information and possibly a news conference as well. We'll bring you all of the updates right here on Live Now from Fox as they do happen. For now, I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break here at 6:31 over on the East Coast and 3:31 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 6:33 over on the East Coast and 3:33 on the West Coast. What you're looking at right now is a post on Twitter or X that is coming in from the Israel war room there, as Israel is preparing for a direct attack from Iran on southern or northern Israel as soon as the next 24 to 48 hours. That is the latest information that has been provided there by the Wall Street Journal, citing sources in that location. We also got this post coming in from Jonathan Schanzer. He is with the Foundation for Defensive Democracies and says that Hamas's, quote, internal security chief has been taken out by the Israel Defense Forces. He was reportedly responsible for hijacking some of the aid that came into Gaza. Now, a short time ago, I would say about 30 minutes ago, we did hear from the United Nations Human Rights Council as they were discussing that aid into Gaza. I do want to play a portion of that for you now, raw and unfiltered.
Because now let's go to our next item on the agenda, which is Gaza. And WHO has brought us two of their colleagues from Gaza. And of course, Richard Peppercorn doesn't need introductions. You all know him as the WHO representative in the occupied Palestinian territory. But we also have with us Tanos Gargavanis, who is the WHO trauma surgeon and emergency officer in Gaza. You are extremely busy, Mr. Gavanis, and we are very happy that you took some time to brief the journalist in Geneva. So, Christian, should I give directly the floor to Richard? I see you nodding. So, Richard, welcome. Thank you very much for being with us today. You have the floor for a brief introduction, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and I hope you can hear me clearly. Greetings from Gaza.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I would like to focus actually on two issues, on a mission of the 10th of April, day before yesterday, from WHO together with OCHA and UNRWA to Khan Yunis. And then my colleague, Dr. Tanos Gargavanis, will maybe focus a little bit on his missions to Shifa, and more specifically, the Shifa hospitals. So on the 10th of April, we visited Khan Yunis. And first of all, I want to stress the destruction in Khan Yunis is beyond belief. I mean, like, we had seen it early February when we entered from the west. Now we entered from the east, and we crisscrossed through all of Khan Yunis. It's disproportionate to anything one can imagine. It's no building or road is actually intact. There's only rubble and dirt. We saw quite a bit of, this was the E-Day, the first E-Day. We saw quite a few people actually moving, sometimes very eerie, moving into Khan Yunis, sometimes in their Eid outfits, looking for their houses, which of course they couldn't find because most of them are damaged or destroyed, trying to see if they could get anything out of their houses. And we saw other people trying to scavenge for wood, etc., and other issues. I want to focus now on health. So on this trip, we visited 4 hospitals in Khan Yunis. And actually, we also passed the WHO warehouse. The WHO had 2 warehouses in Khan Yunis. They are unfortunately both destroyed due to the hostilities in its vicinity. So let me start with the most important hospital in Khan Yunis, and actually the second most important hospital in Gaza, the Nasser Medical Complex. And it serves most of the medical specializations. It was a 350-bed hospital, and you might recall in the early months of this conflict, actually provided service to more than 700 people actually in Nasser Medical Complex. WHO also for years support this complex, including the Limb and Reconstruction Center. So the Nasser Medical Complex, they became non-functional after the last siege in February, and I think we reported extensively on that WHO organized, supported with the Palestinian Red Crescent and OCHA, the medevac of the last number of patients and staff around a couple of days around the 20th of February. So it was then already reported that the warehouse the warehouse of Nasser Medical Complex was severely damaged and partly burned out. We are now witnessed that the hospital warehouse, which used to supply many hospitals in the south, was burning, and actually it's completely destroyed. And an incredibly sad sight to see, because also realizing WHO and partners, we provided substantial amounts of medical supplies, trauma supplies, equipment, essential medicines, which are all gone. Solar panels are missing, the south wall was torn down, etc. We went all through the hospitals, and it's damaged. The hospital is still standing, at least the main buildings, but damage is incredible. It's an incredible mess. Critical assets such as the CT scanner, the ICU equipment, etc. They seem functional, but we have to inspect by a biomedical engineer. X-rays destroyed, mobile X-ray destroyed, extensive destruction of surgical material, anesthesia devices destroyed, large hole dug up in the building, etc. The limb reconstruction center, heavily supported by WHO, unrecognizable maternity ward and equipment destroyed, and so forth. Then Allemaal, PRCS hospital. Immense structural destruction, even more, I would say, than Nasser Medical Complex, and compared to the February 25th when WHO mission was last there. Ambulances cannot enter or exit, a huge hole, damages in the radiology department, third floor totally ruined, mobile X-ray ruined, etc. 3 out of 5 operational theaters are still functional. The other 2 have been destroyed. The main hospital generators completely destroyed, etc. It was actually encouraging and also surprising to meet the director, Dr. Haider, and some of the health workers which were present and still took the initiative to treat some trauma and maternity emergency, and they plan to expand the inpatient capacity and to restart some basic services, hopefully the coming week. And Alger Hospital was the third hospital visit. Was a private NGO hospital linked to Al Sahaba Hospital in the north, focused on maternal and child health, a little bit like Allemaal. Just want to say, supported by other partners, including UNFPA. 5 floors still standing, but everywhere heavily damaged, smashed, etc., non-functional. The Jordanian hospital is actually the only small hospital which is functional. I would call it minimal functional. Now, I want to say something because we get a lot of questions about that, and it's becoming a bit of a topic, and that is good. We get questions about rehabilitation of hospitals and facility. And just to be very clear, WHO and partners, we are ready to support efforts to revive priority functions of key hospitals and pragmatically rehabilitate. And let's not forget that just recently, Al-Shifa, when it was non-functional, after the first siege, it became partially functional again. Thanks, first and foremost, thanks to their health workers. Then with support of WHO and partners, it became again like a functional first referral hospital, the trauma center for the north, etc., some dialysis patients, etc. Unfortunately, now not functional anymore. Panels will refer to that. So we know there's enormous need for hospital capacity. So we plan and we would like to support rehabilitation of these key hospitals like Al-Shifa, like Nasser Medical Complex. Can we assist the Allemaal, the PRCS hospital, Alger, and a number. But for that, first of all, what is needed is a sustained deconfliction to work and to get WHO supported medical, electrical, and water engineers in to do a proper assessment and planning. We need to get, of course, focused on the planning on building material, but also think about heavy generators, solar infrastructure, specific medical images equipment, CTs, MRIs, X-rays, lab equipment, equipment for oxygen plants, and besides what we call the regular stuff, medical supplies, trauma, essential medicines. And it is important to note that before this crisis, it was extremely hard to get any specialized medical equipment into Gaza, X-rays, MRIs, CT scans, or their spare parts. I mean, and I don't even want to discuss large generators. WHO, it took us 2 years to get 3 mobile X-rays into Gaza, mobile X-rays which you have in every referral hospital. So this kind of import restrictions will have to change if you want to focus on any substantial rehabilitation. But more important, we have seen how fragile these gains are and how quickly efforts to restore hospitals, look at Shifa, can be lost due to hostilities and attacks. Look at Nasser Medical Complex. So this is also not sustainable and a huge strain on health partners and of course, our scarce resources. So a lasting ceasefire is, of course, needed to really go forward with meaningful restoration and rehabilitation of the health system. But we, WHO and partners, are very much ready for this. We're planning for that, and we're looking forward to take that road forward. I want to shift now to Thanos, to Dr. Thanos, and maybe some additional comments. He's our trauma lead. He's also the WHO surgeon.
All right, so what you're watching right there is the United Nations agencies, as moments ago they discussed all of this over in Geneva, speaking about the aid flowing into Gaza amid the war between Israel and Hamas. Do want to take you back out live here over to Memphis. That is where we know that 2 officers have been shot. At this point, no other details aside from the fact that they were transported over here to Regional 1. You can see all of the flashing lights in the distance as we wait for word and a possible news conference. If we do get that, we'll make sure to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side of that break, we'll pop the audio right back up right where we left off in Geneva, Switzerland. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to get back over to that briefing that was held by the United Nations over in Geneva moments ago. But I want to take you out to this post from Tom Cotton, senator there, saying Israel is under threat of imminent attack by Iran. President Biden needs to warn the Ayatollahs immediately that the United States will back Israel to the hilt, and the joint American-Israeli retaliation for any attack will be swift and devastating. That is in response to reports here that Iran is expected to attack Israel possibly in 24 to 48 hours. Again, as we get more developments, we'll bring those to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Now, I do want to head back over to Geneva, Switzerland, as this briefing is underway with the United Nations, all related to that aid flowing into Gaza.
So I want to maybe his insights a little bit on our recent visit and specifically on Al-Shifa. Thanos, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Richard. And I give the floor to Thanos. Please remember, we only have 50 minutes. So if you could be brief, please, because I know there are questions and we will not be able to take them if we don't short it up a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. We are here in Gaza, and while my head of office, Dr. Peppercorn, already explained you the situation in Khan Yunis, I would like to focus on Shifa. Shifa Hospital used to be the biggest hospital along the Gaza Strip. It used to be the center of all specialties besides oncology, even though if some level of oncology treatment was taken there. And unfortunately, what we saw when we went last week to Shifa is that the hospital has been turned into dust and rubble. It has been completely destroyed. Valuable assets like the oxygen plant, like the CT scan, like laboratory equipment, and like critical pieces of equipment that are necessary for all operations, like ventilators, like anesthesia devices, like machines that are required for any doctor to provide life-saving interventions, are all destroyed. The maternity ward has some incubators that seem intact, but this is just the only nice part of this assessment. The buildings themselves are burnt down, walls are missing, there are holes of shrapnel and fire all along them, and the specialized surgery building that used to shelter all surgical specialties is now having a huge crater from the basement to the second floor. On the way forward, we are sure that these buildings have to be evaluated by a specialist and by an engineer so that we can know whether their structural integrity is still viable or not. Because to my eyes, as a surgeon and as somebody who does not know of engineering, I do not think that it would be possible that these two buildings will be rehabilitated. Moreover, it was shocking to be realizing that the hospital's open spaces were filled with makeshift graves for people that lost their lives there. Some of them they had some names on, some of them they had not their names on. And it was really shocking as well to be seeing that we had bodies that had been left uncovered or covered with some plastic sheet on the sides of the buildings. WHO, along with other UN agencies, organized a process for the dignified burial of these people. We made sure that each remains were put in separate body bags so that they could properly receive burial rituals, and secondly, be identified using DNA and forensic practices in the future by their families so that their families can find some consolation. We still stress that right now, Gaza Strip's bigger hospital was the only one that could provide with the support of medical oxygen in the north of Wadi Gaza Strip. This means that right now, medical oxygen can be produced only in one small hospital, Kamal Adwan Hospital, which is a pediatric hospital, and obviously the quantities are suboptimal. From a medical perspective, after this destruction, we feel that we are returning 60 years before, when medical imaging was not available, where laboratory tests were not available, and doctors and nurses had to be used only their clinical to treat and make patients better. We want to stress again that hospitals should never be militarized. And I would like to thank you for your time, and I'll stop here.
Thank you very much.
And we are going to get back to that news briefing there. We are going to take a quick break, though, our final one of the hour, as we do want to remind you that is a live look over at the Israel-Gaza border, as we did learn from the Wall Street Journal via U.S. officials that the U.S. has warned Iran could strike Israel within 24 to 48 hours, a very serious situation that we are watching very closely. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the final one of the hour, and we'll get right back into that briefing out of Geneva, Switzerland on the other side. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you back out live to this image we have coming in from our Fox 13 Memphis team. This is out of Memphis, Tennessee, where we know that 2 officers have been shot. At this point, we know that they were transported to a hospital there, but no other details have been released at this point. As we do get more details and a possible news conference here, we'll bring all of that to you on Live Now from Fox, but you can see there in the distance a lot of flashing lights outside of the hospital where those 2 officers were taken after being shot. Again, all of the details, we'll follow them right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head back over to that news briefing out of Geneva, Switzerland. That is where the United Nations met a short time ago here to discuss the aid flowing into Gaza. We're going to pop up the audio here and listen in.
Thank you very much. The line at the end was not perfect, but we understood everything. So I'll open now the floor to question, knowing that, as we said at the beginning, we will also have at 11:30 the briefing by Mr. McGoldrick, very much on the same subject as he was in Gaza very recently. Let me see if there are questions in the room. I'll give the floor to Nina Larsen, who is the correspondent of the AFP, the French news agency.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for taking my question. I was wondering if you had details on how many bodies were buried and found within Shifa, and then also on the issue of wanting to rehabilitate the other hospitals. How much access does WHO have there, and what do you think the possibility of doing so is, especially and in bringing in this advanced equipment that Dr. Pieperkorn was talking about? Thank you.
Thanos? You need to unmute yourself on your side. We unmute you here, but you need to do it on your side. Go ahead.
My apologies. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Thank you for your question. I can talk only of what we saw when we were there. So while our presence in Shifa was only some hours for security reasons, we found 8 remains of 8 bodies there. However, more they're buried in a makeshift cemetery in one of the open spaces, and more were remaining under rubble, and some of them visibly seen under plastic sheets. So unfortunately, I cannot give you precise numbers, but I can surely say that while we were there, we found remains of 8 bodies. Regarding the other question for rehabilitation and access for elaborate equipment and supplies, as Dr. Peppercorn explained before the war, it was extremely difficult to bring inside Gaza these pieces of elaborate equipment. Rick, would you like to give some more information on this, please?
Well, yeah, I can add. So, just as an example, for example, I think I raised this already, that over the last 2 years, I recall that we wanted to assist with, I think it was 10 mobile X-rays for Gaza. And it took us almost 2 years to get 3 in location and in place. And that shows a little bit the paperwork, the red tape, the bureaucracy around all of that to get this kind of specialized equipment in. But I want to be clear on this. I think not that I'm positive at the moment and in a positive mood, but I think we have to. And if you look at, we have to look forward, and then you talk, of course, about pragmatic rehabilitation of hospitals. So first, in this current phase, well, there's still a war going on. So how can they become again partly or minimum functional? And then you look, of course, on how can they become a trauma stabilization point? How can they deliver some outpatient department activities, primary healthcare, etc.? You focus on the basics. Can any of the emergency medical teams assist in this process. So we are also coordinating emergency medical teams, that one or two have reached out to us and said, well, we are willing, if feasible, and of course it all depends on the security, and if feasible, to assist there as well. So we're looking at this kind of combinations. And then, so I was, in that sense, I think it was a little bit of a spirit, a positive spirit, when we were, for example, in Alamal Hospital, the PRCS hospital. So first to meet the director and the staff, and to hear that, okay, they were still trying to treat some trauma patients when they came in, and even some maternity, and they were trying to push to open up some of their work again over the coming week. Well, we of course have to assist them as good as possible. The same applies for Nassau Medical Complex. But if you look at proper rehabilitation, then I think I described that in my introduction. We need much, much more.
Yes, thank you very much. So I'll go to John Zarocostas, The Lancet, and France 24.
Yes, good morning. My question is to Dr. Thanos Gargavanis. Kalimera σας. I was wondering, sir, if you could elaborate on the loss of medical oxygen, what is being done to bring in supplies, since that is critical for many of your interventions. And secondly, the loss of such a big referral hospital, what does it mean now for all the patients? Where are you going to redirect them?
Thank you, John.
Thank you very much, John. Kalimera. First of all, the loss of medical oxygen for northern Wadi Gaza is a really critical issue. Before this war, Shifa was able to use electricity to deliver oxygen to the north. However, after this attack, the needs are escalating. We are working with all parties to make sure that we make available oxygen inside. However, in the recent past, we have been denied multiple times oxygen tanks as possible dual-use items by the Israeli authorities. Eventually, this has been overcome. Right now, we're in a phase where we can import these kind of supplies. However, this shows that the needs are way bigger than what we can actually cover with the existing mechanisms for the import of goods and supplies. We have to scale up. Regarding patients in the north, we would like to stress again that right now, there are very few places all along the Gaza Strip, and mostly in the south, that can provide the full set of surgical operations required. And a structured medical evacuation mechanism has to be established. We are not there yet. Medical evacuations until now are ad hoc, haphazard, and have to do with bilateral agreements between the Palestinian authorities and third countries. When a third country says that we can receive X number of patients, then a medical evacuation is way easier. However, we are still in a phase where there's no mechanism in place. There's no standardized approach. And this puts us all in a really difficult situation. We need to go forward to have a standardized medical evacuation mechanism that will be allowing on a daily basis to evacuate at least 50 patients. Right now, the moment we're talking, we have a list of more than 9,000 patients that require to be moved abroad for the continuation of their treatment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We have the time for a last question. Nick Bruce, the New York Times.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to ask you briefly, what has improved in terms of resupplying medical requirements in the last week or 10 days? And you've talked about the need for a standardized system for medical evacuations. Thanks for that. It was my question. But what's actually holding back you? What's holding you back from getting that standardized system? This is something that's been discussed for a while. What's holding it back? Thanks.
Right now, the current situation is extremely challenging because too many parties are involved. And unfortunately, we don't have a blanket coverage of import of supplies and equipment for WHO. What we are asking for is that medical equipment and supplies and consumables should be not considered as possible dual-use items, because right now the delays are all related to security concerns. Moreover, I would like I would like to add that right now we still have the issue of coordinating with neighboring countries. So until now, again, we have to stress out that medical supplies are not considered as top priority items. And the improvement has to do with bilateral agreements between agencies like WHO and the Israeli and Egyptian authorities to make sure that these items become available on the ground. Rick.
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. First of all, it's Thanos already discussed the mechanism. 9,000 plus patients need to be urgently evacuated. So you need a system of that. So there's a security screening both by the Israeli side, by the Egyptian side. We were asked as WHO already back in November to come up with a proposal, which we did. And we were thinking on batches of 60 to 70 patients per day. And the authorities would like WHO to vet those patients. So it came from the ministry, the hospital directors, etc. Criteria were we added, criteria were we added on age restrictions, etc., which became unworkable. And what we've seen up till now is a dysfunctional medevac system. It's a lack of transparency. There's only 2,500 patients have been coming out of that, while we estimate 6,000 to 6,500 trauma-related patients and 2,000 to 3,000 plus medical cases. Not forgetting that before this crisis, between 50 and 100 patients daily were referred to East Jerusalem and to the West Bank, and 50% of that was oncology, cancer-related. So that's so we are ready, and we understand that from the Egyptian side, the Egyptian government is ready to receive these patients. Some of the countries in the region have reached out and already have accepted patients, Qatar, UAE, etc. More countries have reached out. Some of the European countries have expressed interest to take patients. We hope that the EU will come together and also be clear that are they able to receive a number of thousands of patients and their companions, etc. Also that we get clear ideas about that. And we are ready to facilitate and to support that. So that's on the other thing, I think Thanos made a really good point. What I'm really surprised about, if WHO is coming up with a list of supplies, etc., like everywhere around the world, we get access to those supplies. Here we struggle in some areas. And the last point I want to make, deconfliction mechanism is still not complete, is still not working. Today's WHO mission to Al-Ahli to deliver fuel and transfer 3 patients were denied. And yesterday our mission to Kamal Adwan, where we would both go to transfer 3 critical kids, patients to the south, was also denied. Over to you.
All right, so what you're listening to right there, the United Nations, you have several different agencies that are speaking about that aid flowing into Gaza, and we are going to play a little bit more of that for you, but that was moments ago over in Geneva, Switzerland. Want to take you back out live to this image that we do have outside of Regional 1 Hospital. This is over in Memphis, Tennessee, where we do have limited information from our Fox 13 Memphis team after 2 officers were shot. They have been transported over to the hospital. The shooting happening just a few hours ago. There's been no update on their conditions, but as you can see, flashing lights of dozens of cruisers there outside of the hospital. If there is a news conference or any additional information here, we'll make sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. The time now 7:09 over on the East Coast and 4:09 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more coverage to get to here in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox 711 over on the East Coast and 411 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. Right now, you are taking a live look over beautiful New York City at this hour. Looks a little bit rainy, but our next story does take us there. A historic trial involving former President Trump set to begin Monday, barring any sort of delays. The trial could last for weeks, keeping him off the campaign trail for the most part during that race for the White House. Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team joining us now live with the latest on all of this. Good morning, Robert.
Josh, good morning to you. Former President Donald Trump was unsuccessful in getting this trial delayed any further. Commuters, though, may very well be delayed as they're trying to get around the city starting on Monday. With the first criminal trial of an American president beginning at 100 Center Street Monday in Lower Manhattan, prepare for gridlock there, near Trump Tower, and at points in between. Judge Juan Merchan has said he expects the trial of former President Donald Trump to last about 6 weeks. The only respite from the gridlock may come on Wednesdays when the trial won't be taking place. The former president could use Wednesdays to hit the campaign trail. This week on Truth Social, he called his former fixer Michael Cohen and porn star Stormy Daniels, quote, two sleazebags who have, with their lies and misrepresentations, cost our country dearly. That statement could violate Merchan's gag order barring the former president from issuing public statements about likely trial witnesses. Yesterday, the former president lashed out at the gag order.
It virtually never happens. It only happens to me because I'm able to tell people what's happening, and those people get extremely angry with what's happening.
The former president faces 34 felony counts. Prosecutors say he falsified business records to cover up hush money payments that Cohen made on his behalf to Daniels to keep her quiet about an alleged affair. The former president denies the affair happened. Today at Mar-a-Lago, the former president meets with House Speaker Mike Johnson. The speaker promises a major announcement on election integrity. While the two will present a united front, they have differed on any number of issues, including aid for Ukraine. Johnson favors it, the former president doesn't. And a bill to extend an expiring warrantless surveillance law that Johnson put forth, but that the former president helped to kill.
We have a lot of things to discuss, talk to him frequently, so looking forward to seeing him in person. It's been a few weeks, and should be a good trip.
Jury selection begins on Monday. That is expected to be a hotly contested process. Hundreds of people will be part of that process. Keep in mind that both sides want people to be seated on the jury who will be most favorable to their cause. We're live outside criminal court in Lower Manhattan this morning. Josh, back to you.
It's going to be a historic trial. Robert, thank you so much for being here with us as always. And I do want to take you to another story out of New York that our Fox 5 New York station has been covering very closely. Take a look at this video on your screen where police say they have arrested a suspect in an assault and robbery of a 68-year-old woman in front of a church in Queens. This all happening back on April 7th, and it was caught on camera. Take a look. The suspect, a 16-year-old boy facing charges of robbery, assault, grand larceny, and criminal possession of stolen property. Lizette Nunez with our Fox 5 New York team has that story.
Police arresting a 16-year-old for the vicious attack on a 68-year-old woman. Irene Taliamboris was heading to St. Demetrius Greek Orthodox Church Sunday morning in Briarwood, Queens, when a suspect dressed in black punches her, sending her flying down the stairs. The attack caught on surveillance video. The teen is accused of taking her purse that had $300 in cash, her cell phone, credit cards, and car keys, and then driving off in her car. Father Konstantinos Kalagridis telling this to Fox 5 earlier this week.
To do this horrendous act of, pushing her with force from the church's steps, that's unheard of. Like, to do that in the church.
The suspect is now facing robbery, assault, grand larceny, and criminal possession of stolen property charges. The teen is no stranger to law enforcement. Police say he has multiple felony arrests, including robberies of women. One person who identified himself as a relative of the victim, writing on X, "This lowlife is off our streets for now, and we are hoping the system will actually do its job this time. We're tired of seeing criminals walk free because of our soft on crime laws."
And that was Lizette Nunez there with our Fox 5 New York team. Do want to take you out live to this image we have coming in from Tel Aviv, Israel right now, where protesters have actually gathered outside of the U.S. Embassy there in Tel Aviv. You can see they are holding signs as well as different messages. It does say hostage deal now, stop sacrificing the hostages. And folks there are family members of the hostages and friends, and they are calling for the immediate release of those hostages held by terrorists there in Gaza. They are calling on the government there, including Benjamin Netanyahu, to accept a deal, to get a deal accepted there by Hamas and free the remaining hostages. The time now is 7:17 over on the East Coast and 4:17 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you back out live over to Memphis, Tennessee. This shot coming in from our Fox 13 Memphis team. As you can see, those flashing lights outside of Regional 1 Hospital. That is where 2 police officers have been taken after they were shot earlier on this morning, just hours ago. At this point, no details have been released surrounding the shooting, but we do know that the officers are there at the hospital. Their conditions, though, still unknown. If there is a news conference, anything of that nature, we'll make sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Also want to take you out live here to Tel Aviv, Israel. You can see folks have gathered, dozens upon dozens of people outside of the U.S. Embassy over in Tel Aviv. They are calling for the immediate release of all of those hostages that have been held in Gaza since October 7th. Of course, we know that there are still more than 100 people. However, recent reports indicate that many of the hostages may be dead. That is according to U.S. officials. Either way, these folks here, family members, loved ones, are calling for their immediate release. I want to pop up the audio to see if they are speaking at all in English or if this is all in Hebrew, so let's listen in.
Now, all of them now, all of them now, bring them home now.
right. So again, they are chanting in English, but they're not speaking necessarily. They're just chanting at this point. If there are any sort of speeches or anything of that nature, we'll make sure to bring that to you. But again, this is outside of the U.S. Embassy over in Tel Aviv, and you can see the different signs showing the photos of those hostages and another sign that says, "Stop sacrificing our hostages." These are family members and loved ones of those who have been held captive since October 7th, and they are calling for Netanyahu and others in Israel to force a deal that would release those hostages. All right, so I do want to head actually back out to an event that was held earlier on today over in Geneva, Switzerland. There was UN agencies that did meet to discuss the flow of aid into Gaza as well as other topics. I want to bring you back there now, raw and unfiltered.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thanks to you and Thanos for this very important update. As of course, we have come up to almost 11:30. We'll stay with Gaza with Jamie McGoldrick, who's already online. But I just ask Jens to very, very briefly, you have 1 minute for your announcement, and then we will close the briefing and we'll go to Jamie.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'll be very quick. And I've sent you a media advisory. It's for next Tuesday. We have a high-level pledging event for the humanitarian situation in Ethiopia. It starts at 3 p.m. Here in the Palais des Nations in room 23, and you're welcome to join us there to listen in. It's also a webcast on UN Web TV. It will wrap up at 6 p.m. and we will send you the pledging result at that point. We are working on a media availability at noon with high-level representatives of the three co-hosts, which is the government of Ethiopia, the government of the United Kingdom, and us from OCHA. So that will be noon on Tuesday, and then the event itself at 3 p.m. Thanks.
And I see that Christian has put in the notes that the WHO will also have an Ethiopia statement coming today as well to you. So thank you very much. Human Rights Council asks me to inform you that the Permanent Forum of People of African Descent will hold its third session in Geneva from 16 to 19 April 2024. I don't have time to go into the details, but Pascal will send you the information. So thank you very much. This closes the briefing today, and I would like now to cede my seat to Jens to moderate the press conference with Jamie McGoldrick. Jamie, thank you so much. We know you are in a very tight schedule. It's your last day, and you are coming to us to brief us on these 3 months and what you have seen in your recent mission to Gaza. Thanks for being with us, and the Geneva journalist. Jens, please. Give us 1 minute to change seats. And I'll see you on Tuesday. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you very much, Alessandra, and welcome to this press briefing with Jamie McGoldrick, who's with us online now. From OPT, Jamie wraps up his 3-month mission as humanitarian coordinator, as interim there, and he has also just been to Gaza, I know. So I will give him the floor for his introductory remarks, and then we'll take your questions in the room and online. Martin, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Jens. I hope you can hear me okay. Okay.
We can.
All right, thanks a lot. I mean, I was in Gaza a few days ago, just for my last time, and it was quite a sad thing for me to leave after only being here for a short period of time, and obviously not getting all that I wanted done. But I think that some of the things are still going on. I'd like to mention the fact that what we see in Gaza right now, in Rafah in particular, was two things that I think is predominant. One was the fact that people themselves, the citizens there, the civilians, are very worried about the potential of a Rafah incursion. I think that's the first thing. And because of that, you see some of the previously congested areas of Rafah being, more crowds moving away, going to Al-Mawassa and other places on the coast, fearing the possibility of an incursion. I think the other thing I would note is the fact that, what recently happened in terms of that tragic event where 7 humanitarian workers for World Central Kitchen died, and given the fact that they were quite well placed vis-a-vis the Israeli government and a much more a privileged position than maybe some of the other organisations, I think the humanitarian workers there then fear for their own safety. And as we know, the deconfliction and notification system has got flaws. And I think these flaws appeared quite starkly in that incident regarding the World Central Kitchen, and something we've been constantly trying to remind the Israelis that this is not a one-off incident. We've had many incidents of that kind, and tragically, as you saw yesterday, there was another bullet shot at a UNICEF car. And so clearly the system that we have in terms of how deconfliction works, how we work with interact with the Israeli Defense Force, and the way we notify and communicate is challenged. We don't have communications equipment inside Gaza to operate properly, as you wouldn't have any other situation. And secondly, we don't have a hotline or an emergency number to call in the case of an emergency incident that arrives. And so it's important that we get that addressed. I met a few days ago with the head of Southern Command of IDF and laid out some of the issues that we face regarding our interaction with the IDF and operating generally inside the Gaza context. Maybe just sort of some of the details on the ground. As you know, Israel pulled out of Han Yunis a few days ago, but they've also moved into some of the central area camps around Nuseirat. And an UNRWA school was hit twice, actually, a shelter. We had not missions planned for the north today. They've all been cancelled, including a recce that was actually going to go to Erez as part of this announcement by Israel that we were going to open up more corridors and more possibilities of bringing food in and other goods in from Ashdod through Erez. However, the Jerusalem side, on the Israeli side, there was a mission that went in today to look at the Erez and a place called West Erez, or Zekim, which is on the coastline down south from Ashdod port. There was the interagency mission took place also into Han Yunis recently, following the withdrawal of Israeli troops, and then they examined the status of the infrastructure, health facilities, water points, and storage facilities. WHO reported extensive destruction of the infrastructure, and they actually talked about, some intentional destruction of medical equipment as well. There's a high presence of unexploded ordnance on the route and even inside the area itself. And there was reports of 100 kg bombs being let on the roadside. This is going to be a real challenge for two things. One, for obviously people returning to where these places which people will leave from Rafah desperately to get away from any incursion. And secondly, it will make our challenges of supplying material into those areas difficult because of the threat to that. So we would have to start looking at that in a different way. Anyway, I would also say that the conditions on the ground haven't improved in any meaningful way. I think there's going to be the immediate thing, which is obviously what we face just now, the challenge of water. This is becoming very hot there now. The water supply system, people have got very much less water than they need. And as a result of that, waterborne diseases due to the lack of safe and clean water and the destruction of the sanitation systems, they're all bringing about problems for the population living there. As a result of that, there's been a lot of illnesses that have arisen, which are waterborne disease illnesses. And so we have to find a way in the months ahead of how we can have a better supply of water into the areas where people are currently crowded at the moment. And as we know, the hospital system there, Shifa and Nasser, the two big hospitals, have been badly damaged or in fact destroyed. And what we have now is 3/4 of the hospitals and most of the primary healthcare clinics are shutting down, leaving only 10 of 36 hospitals functioning. We hear of amputations being carried out without anesthesia. Miscarriages have increased by a massive number. And I think all of those systems which are not in place, the soaring rates of infectious diseases, hepatitis A, dehydration, respiratory infections and diarrhea. And obviously, given the fact that our supply chain is so weak, we haven't been able to deliver enough assistance into the north part of Gaza. We've had in the last, since the road opened on the military side, we've had 8 convoys. And that's not every day. The other roads, the Saladin Road in the south, the middle road is not working because it's inoperable, because it's destroyed. And the coast road hasn't been open for almost a month. So we have a very limited supply into the north. I was up there a couple of weeks ago, I went to Kamal Adwan Hospital and saw myself inside the actual hospital, the children's ward. Every single patient there was facing really serious food insecurity issues. dehydration, emaciation. And we heard from Dr. Usman, who was there, that a child had died the day before, one who was in that ward. So a very precarious situation. WHO and UNICEF are trying their best to get more material in there in order to try and satisfy that need. And also the fact that, we have to get nutritional, not just general food, but specialized nutritional products for children. I then visited the neonatal ward, and there's lack of incubators. Children doubled up in the incubators. And then the last child I saw was in an incubator who was two days old, a boy, but who wasn't prematurely born in 9 months, but he was 1.2 kilos. So low weight birth is going to be a real problem, I think, for children of that kind, people who are not getting nutritional. There's going to be long-term consequences which will be felt, and the development possibility of that child, of those children, are going to be quite limited, I would say. We've heard from Israel a lot of announcements of them over the last days of the fact that they want to open up and be much more supportive of that. One of the claims they also say is that they've put in 1,000 trucks over the last few days, entered into Gaza, and only around 800 have been collected by the Palestinian side. There are challenges in that regard because the number scanned by Israel doesn't correlate with the number of trucks being collected and dispatched inside Gaza. There's many reasons for that. We have to load and offload the trucks that come from Israel. Israel believes that their responsibility ends when they deliver trucks from Kerem Shalom into the Palestinian side. And I would say that that's certainly not the case. Their responsibility ends and when aid reaches the civilians in Gaza, and we have to have them supportive of that. And that means allowing more facilitation, allows more routes in, and obviously to provide security for us as we move. At the moment, we don't have security. The blue policemen who were there before are no longer able to do the job of securing convoys, of crowd control, etc. We don't have that anymore. And so what we have instead is the possibilities of getting ransacked and looted, which is a common occurrence in a place where people are very desperate. And it's a common occurrence where places are very congested, the roads are in bad shape, and we use very predictable roads to move goods around. So we face real law and order problems, and there's a security vacuum there that's been filled by various groups. Some of them, we don't know who they are, but they're there because of organising traffic control. You see some guns, AK-47s and pistols around. So there's clearly groups that are there, and there have been incidents recently when we're coming out of the Rafah Blue Gate, when you have smugglers who are there waiting to get the cigarettes that have been brought in from Egypt. There's always a squabbling over who gets them because it's a very high value commodity. And most recently, there was a couple of gunfights outside the gate where we normally go, and a couple of people were shot and killed. And so that's the environment we're working in. And it's very easy for Israel to say, we've sent you 1,000 trucks, so please deliver them inside Gaza. I say it goes on much more than that. Well, for example, we are trying to move goods around and move goods to the north. There's 3 roads there. We mentioned the middle road, which is Saladin Road, the coastal road, which is Al Rashid Road, and then there's a military road on the east side. At no point in time in the last month and more have we had 3 or even 2 of those roads working at the same time simultaneously. And the roads themselves are in very poor condition. And also when we do use the one road, which is the Saladin Road, where UNICEF was shot, what happened there was that we were held, there's a holding area at the checkpoint, and we are held there for hours. And so far this month, we've wasted 60 hours of trucks going up there, downtime, on dead time, on convoys. And this means that those trucks, those people are locked into that place for a long time. And then what happens, sometimes it's too late in the day because we can only travel in daylight hours to go north, and therefore sometimes the mission is cancelled. And then we get blamed by Israel for cancelling the convoy, or cancelling the mission to the north. And we need to get a better understanding from them of what that looks like. I had a meeting this week with Major General Finkelman. He's the head of the Southern Command of the IDF. And we talked very openly about some of the things that are missing. This came as a result of the World Central Kitchen issue and the complaints we made about the deconfliction and notification system being wrong, not being working, not predictable, not protecting humanitarian workers. We talked about the communications challenges. We are working in a very hostile area as humanitarians without the possibility of contacting each other. We don't have radios, we don't have mobile networks that work. And so what we then do is we have to find ways of passing messages back to OCHA and other organizations in Rafah and then relaying it out. And if we have a serious security incident, we don't have a hotline. We don't have any way of communicating the IDF if we're facing problems at a checkpoint or facing problems en route. And I think there's another thing I would say, that there's a real challenge of weapons discipline and a challenge of the behavior of soldiers at checkpoints. And we've tried time and time again to bring to their attention, whereas I think one of the things that we should understand, that the IDF have never worked with humanitarian organizations before in this type of environment. They don't understand how we function. They don't understand our language, what our purpose is, and we don't understand their expectations. And there's a degree of mistrust and misunderstanding that we have to address. And this meeting with Major General Finkelman of the IDF, I think hopefully helps that, because he said, he told us that he sees us as we're not against them. You're working and serving for a good goal, and it's a challenging environment. So, we want to work with them differently. We want to find ways how we can speak to soldiers in a way at the checkpoint that's more respectful and more trustful. And that's something he said he would take forward and help move that. He talked about markings on vehicles that have to be much more clearer in terms of showing the UN or the NGOs working there. And we need to have much more regular engagement with the IDF. Right now, that's the first time I've met them since I've been here. And we have to find ways of having a joint operations cell, which we can then discuss some of these challenges, and then also to have this hotline or this number that we can call in the event of a crisis. But more importantly for ourselves, we need communications equipment. We need to get mobile phones, we get 3G, we have to get VHF repeaters, we have to get sat phones, all of the things we need as we have in any other operation. This is an operation I've never seen the lack of communications equipment in a very hostile environment. And then we've also had discussions this week on the US pier, this new temporary pier, the floating pier that's talked about. We've been discussing about how that's set up, how it looks like, and then ultimately how we would operate or interact with it. There's still work to be done on that in terms of what it is. We'd hoped that the pier would be in the north of Gaza to address the imminent famine challenges in the north. And we would hope that's where we could actually do the work. However, it's been decided that it would come south, and it would be where the IDF have a base or have a compound and have a military road, and that's where that will now be there. We have still some concerns over the perception and the neutrality of the project, and because in many ways the plan or the operation that's been set up actually embeds us in an IDF surrounded perimeter, and I think that's difficult for us. We've had conversations with US CENTCOM, we've had conversations with the US government, and obviously with the Israelis as well, to try and come up with a solution to that. So it remains to something. Martin Griffiths, the ERC, put out a statement yesterday on the neutrality and perception issue. And we're trying to develop a paper which will try to give us operational clarity on how we need to work. We've had a lot of new developments from Israel. They've made a number of announcements in terms of how they wish to open up things differently, different types of commitments. We are, as the UN, committed to using all possible routes to scale up humanitarian assistance throughout Gaza. But right now, we see that there have been a number of commitments made by Israel, a number of concessions, we would say, things that we've been pushing for months to try and get a better way into that. We think it needs to be done in a way so we can get safely and timely assistance into the people that need it. And we've repeated the request for more openings. So what they've said is they're going to give us a coordination cell, which will be established with humanitarians directly, including the IDF Southern Command. And then also the plans to open up Erez, as I mentioned, the assessment today, and have selected materials coming from Ashdod, which would be a simpler delivery from Ashdod directly into north of Gaza. And the idea would be to try and increase the number of trucks coming from Jordan through the Allenby Bridge towards Gaza. And the idea is to try and open up the two areas where the scanning's done, the Kerem Shalom and Nitzana, to have much more operating hours, to have extended operating hours. We don't, at the moment, it's not open on a Saturday. And also the daylight hours are much longer now, so we should try and capitalize on those. And then there's also a commitment to actually approve the Nawal Oz water line into North Gaza to get that restarted again from Israel. So these are the commitments out there, and we are working with the Israelis now to see if we can get that moved on so we can actually have a better performance and a better response to the crisis in Gaza. I'll stop.
All right, so those are UN officials as they are meeting and discussing essentially the situation over in Gaza with aid being deployed into that area. Do want to call your attention to this live image that we do have coming in out of Tel Aviv in Israel right now. You can see protesters have gathered outside the U.S. Embassy in large numbers, and they are calling for Netanyahu and other officials there to come to terms with any kind of ceasefire deal and accept it to bring home the remaining hostages. We know as of right now, there are more than 100 people still held captive in Gaza. Many of them, unfortunately, are no longer alive. That is according to U.S. intelligence officials. But again, you can see all of the folks that have gathered there, one of them waving an American flag outside the embassy and several with signs that say hostage deal now. The time now 7:42 over on the East Coast and 4:42 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more live coverage to get to on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:45 over on the East Coast and 4:45 on the West Coast. I do want to get to the latest after a shooting at an event in Philadelphia marking the end of Ramadan. We have been covering this over the last several days. Dozens of gunshots fired as about 1,000 people attended that celebration. Marcus Espinoza with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team joining us now live with the update. Good morning, Marcus.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, certainly updates over the past 36 hours or so. If we can get to the video right away, there is new security footage that was released that we obtained, and you can see the chaos that ensued after some 30 shots rang out at this peaceful, what was a peaceful event until this happened, a celebration of the end of Ramadan here at a neighborhood in West Philadelphia, and interrupted by gunfire, and you can see folks grabbing babies and running away and taking cover. Development today is that officials identified one of the suspects as 21-year-old Kabir Oglesby Hicks of the King Sessing neighborhood in Philadelphia. Here's the other thing about this. The other 4 that are currently in custody, 5 total, The other 4, all minors. This is the only adult that is a part of this arrested in custody crew, so to speak. And we had some time to go back to that area yesterday, a day after it happened, and talk to the religious leaders there nearby.
The situation that happened, we had to take time to process everything. And we just encourage the community that things are going to be safe. We're going to do whatever's necessary within legal means to make sure that they're still coming out to the masjid and have a safe environment. We've contacted the police, so, they're working with us, the community's working with us. We're just going to keep moving forward.
And here's the thing, I think one of the biggest issues is that a 15-year-old was found holding an assault-type weapon, a rifle of some sort, and a Philadelphia police officer actually had to, according to Philadelphia police, shoot that person because they would not put the gun down. That was just a 15-year-old boy in possession of that gun. So certainly some head-scratching decisions and behavior at this West Philadelphia gathering of more than 1,000 people.
Yeah, those details just keep on coming in. Marcus Espinoza with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
You got it.
And I do want to take you back out live to this image over in Memphis, Tennessee. We have been covering this breaking news out of there after we did learn that 2 officers were shot. Memphis police releasing a few more details a short time ago here. You can still see some of the flashing lights in the distance outside of Regional 1 there. So police do say that at about 2 a.m. local time, officers responded to a suspicious vehicle call at Horn Lake Road and Charter Avenue. Officers did approach the vehicle and officers were then fired upon, they say. Officers returned fire. 2 officers and 2 suspects struck by bullets. The vehicle did flee, we're told, and was located in the 400 block of Hewlett Road, if you are familiar with that location there. 1 suspect taken into custody right away, and we're told that 1 fled the scene and was located pretty close by. The 2 officers transported there to Regional 1. Both suspects taken to Regional 1 as well. This is an ongoing investigation, we're told. The district attorney contacted, and the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is working that investigation. As of now, no details have been released about the condition of those officers at Regional 1. But as we get more details on all of this and the identities of the suspects, we'll bring you all of that right here on Live Now from Fox. Not clear yet if we will see a news conference, but you can also watch that here on Live Now if it does get underway. 7:49 on the East Coast, 4:49 on the West Coast. We're going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are once again taking this live look outside of the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv, that is over in Israel, as we have family members and loved ones of those still held hostage by Hamas and other terror groups there in Gaza. There are still more than 100 people that are held captive since October 7th. What you are looking at right now are those folks who are gathered there with megaphones, American flags. They also have signs that say hostage deal now and photos of those held hostage. They are also there on the ground, laying down in front of the embassy. Let's pop up the audio here to listen in and see what they are saying. All right, so they are chanting right there, as you can see, again, megaphones, drums, and there's also law enforcement there as well. We know at some of the protests that have been held against Netanyahu over the weekend, there's been some clashes between protesters and police. For the most part, things out here right now do remain fairly peaceful. A bit earlier on over in Geneva, and we have been kind of playing this for you all throughout the morning, but there was a lot of discussion about the situation between Israel and Hamas, as well as what is going on in Gaza as aid is flowing into that area. Do want to pop up the audio here and continue where we left off.
Thank you very much, Jamie, for this very comprehensive overview. And just on a question that was raised, Mr. McGoldrick is speaking from Jerusalem. And we are looking at providing you with a transcript when that is available. I want to go to questions now. I want to see if there is in the room, and I have Nina Larsen first from AFP, and then Gabrielle from Reuters, and then I have a few online. So Nina first.
Thank you very much for taking the question and for this briefing. I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about specific commitments you may have received from the Israelis when it comes to resolving the difficulties, the many difficulties that you mentioned around the deconfliction and around getting aid through. And I was wondering, in particular, if, sorry, just a second. Yeah, sorry, that's it. If you could just say a little bit more about that. Thanks.
Sorry, could you say that specific? I didn't hear the specific issue you asked for there. It was to do with the commitments.
Sorry, yeah, it was about actually it was about the communications. I was wondering about the issue you mentioned about communications equipment lacking. Why is that specifically that you don't have that equipment, and what is it you need to get it? Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Shall we take the Reuters one as well first, and then I'll do the two together?
Well, no, thank you. Normally we take them one at a time.
Okay. No problem. Yeah, I mean, we've been asking for a couple of things since day one of the Israelis. One has been the fact that the deconfliction system we have is not directly with the IDF. We go through CLA, which is a coordination liaison administration office, and then we deal with COGAT. We don't deal directly with IDF. We need to be speaking to people who are firing guns, who control weaponry, and we have to build up an understanding from them and ourselves of how we work. The deconfliction system has been consistently inaccurate, and it hasn't worked in our favor, to be honest with you. There have been so many incidents, and we've been saying for a long time to the Israelis, warning them there's likely to be an incident that will come up, which is going to be quite a tragic one. And it happened 2 weeks ago with the World Central Kitchens. We've said to them that the deconfliction system and the notification system are not fit for purpose. We have to find a way of revising those. And that's one thing. And then as part of that, in order for us to interface with military when it's an emergency is underway, we have to have a hotline and the ability to speak to them. And in the case of any incidents we cannot, if you're sitting in a car and you've been caught up in a firefight or there's bullets or something happening there, you have to relay that message back through the office and then to CLA and then to IDF. And this is a long way round. In the middle of a very, very hot emergency, that's the last thing you need is delays. And that communication problem was highlighted in the readout from the World Central Kitchens issue. So we've asked for communications equipment from the very beginning. We've given pages and pages to COGAT on the specifications, on the needs we have in terms of we need to have mobile networks, so with 3G, we have to have we have to have VGAN SAT systems, we have to have handheld radios, VHF radios, all the things you'd have in any normal normal crisis. We don't have them. The reason why Israel give us is the fact that they say to us that those communications equipment might fall into the hands of Hamas. And as far as I'm concerned, we have the ability to switch those off at a central source. So that's not an excuse for me.
Thank you very much. Gabriel Rojas.
Thank you very much for the briefing. Just a quick question regarding COGAT figures about the number of trucks. I know there has been some disagreement in terms of how to count what aid is actually going through the crossings. And COGAT is called the UN has counted as flawed. What is your view on how the supplies are counted? Because according to what COGAT says, it's almost pre-war levels, which is not in fact the case. Thank you.
Well, maybe just to say that pre-war levels were 500, 600 a day that were processed but not scanned. They're now being scanned. It's a much slower process. I would say we used to get like 600 trucks in a day, but you should also remember in those days, probably about 1/3 of those trucks, even less, were humanitarian. The rest were private sector. And so when they say there's more trucks now of humanitarian than before October the 7th, that's true. But we were not the bulk of the food and the bulk of the supplies that were coming in. So that side of their argument is questionable. The second thing I would say is that the numbers, I mean, they're using, for example, smaller trucks than we do. And then we bring the trucks into our side and we load them onto bigger trucks, trailer trucks and stuff like that. So we have less numbers of trucks going out. We also get trucks at the wrong time of the day for us to be able to offload, put on warehouses, reload and get out to Rafah because of the security and the timelines. And also I would flag to you that all the trucks that come in and they mention the numbers, that all also includes large numbers of private sector. These are not all humanitarian, but we are responsible in their eyes for taking the humanitarian, taking the private sector commercial trucks and cargo into Gaza. So I would say that there's obviously, we have problems in terms of our ability to move stuff through quickly and offload and reload again. It's a hostile environment. And as I said earlier, I don't think that Israel can say that they give large numbers of trucks from Kerem Shalom on the Israel side into Gaza when it actually goes into the holding area where we have to process them, reload them and offload them and back again. And so I think that their responsibility, Israel, ends once it reaches the civilians of Gaza. So we should count the number of trucks we get to the north, the number of trucks we get out. And the reason why we don't get them out is because of the insecurity. The reason why we don't get them out to the north is because they don't approve the convoys that go north. There were, again, 2 convoys set for this morning that were cancelled. There was another mission set for this morning as well and cancelled. So while the trucks come out in big numbers from Kerem Shalom and Israel's praising itself for that, you also have to remember there are complications for us to logistically deal with it, but then more importantly, to actually secure our way out. And then lastly, to get permission to go out with those trucks to the north.
Thank you, Jamie. We have one question from Japanese press, and then we will go to Isabel Saku from FA Online.
Yes, thank you very much for doing it. I have a question about the coordination unit. When actually will the coordination unit as a direct contact with the Southern Commander will be established, if IDF indicated the timing of it? And then also you succeeded Miss Lynn Hastings, who was denied renewal of her visa in Israel. And I'm wondering, and now you are completing your 3-month mission. And I was wondering if this 3-month period is already agreed beforehand, or this is sort of 3-month period is unexpectedly complete, and then who will be the successor of your post? Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I'll take the last question first. I mean, I was only ever meant to be here for a bridging period, and that was to be around 3 months. It's almost 4 months since I've been here. In that time, the UN system has been recruiting a replacement, the permanent replacement. That's done as far as I know, and I hear that the Secretary General will make an announcement shortly. I don't know when that would be, but I know it's imminent. In terms of your question on when this IDF sort of this coordination cell will be established, we have a cell already right now, which includes CLA, COGA, and ourselves, the humanitarians. The missing part of it, as I mentioned, is the IDF. We were told that by the general, the Major General during the week, he will put one of his IDF members in there. I think that helps with the operational level of things, but I think we also have to have a higher level discussion on a regular basis with Major General Finkelman and my successor, to make sure that some of the operational issues that are being addressed in the cell will also carry out and come to fruition. So I think what we're looking for is a 2-level of that, and that's not something that we've worked out yet. But we've seen and heard the commitment from the Major General, and we're going to keep him to that commitment and make sure we get that set up and running as soon as possible. And with that, to complement the use of a hotline and also to have better communications equipment inside Gaza.
Thank you, Jamie. Now, Isabel from Spanish EFE, and after that, Nick Cummings from New York Times. Over to you, Isabel.
Yeah. Yes, hello, good morning. Thank you very much. Isabel Saco for the Spanish News Agency. My question is on, I have the impression from what you have said during your remarks that the situation for the humanitarians have not improved in any terms after the incident with the humanitarians of the World Central Kitchen. So could you confirm this, even if you have had this meeting with this general, that the situation remains the same? You mentioned a bullet into a car of UNICEF yesterday. Could you give some details? And if the situation doesn't really improve for the humanitarian aid coming into Gaza and being distributed to the civilians, what do you foresee will be the situation in the next weeks inside the territory? Thank you.
Thanks. I don't think there's been any notable improvement in terms of our ability to move around. Certainly not our approval to get convoys going to the north. They've been blocked again today, as I said. The incident you mentioned, UNICEF, what happened was the mission had gone and was held at the checkpoint. At the checkpoint in Saladin Road, there's a holding area where the trucks and cars wait until they're given the green light to cross over. And in that time, I heard there was a shooting incident that took place. And as a result of that, there's a bit of a firefight between the Israeli forces and another I don't know who the other person was. But as a result of that, 3 bullets hit the UNICEF car, and luckily no one was hit. Earlier in the week, there was also an incident with a WFP car as well, a vehicle which was caught up in a firefight as well. So while the World Central Kitchen issue has happened, and it's a tragic incident, and there's been a lot of reports back from the Israelis about miscalculations, about mistakes, about these things, I think it just brings into stark focus how unpredictable the system that we use for our own protection and safety is not working. And I think it's something we have to continue to ask for improvements. And that meeting this week with the Major General Finkelman at the IDF Southern Command was exactly for that purpose. And along with ICRC and the US humanitarian envoy, we pressed the point that we have to have a system that allows us to be safe and to be protected. And that's the responsibility of Israel as we operate in the territory that they occupy.
Thank you. Over to Nick, New York Times.
Very good. Thank you, actually. Isabel pretty much asked the question I was going to ask, but I mean, it seems to me that in the last 2 weeks, net, nothing has significantly changed. There may be a little bit more supplies coming in, but the system is still the same, and none of the concessions that seem to have been mooted after the World Central Kitchen crisis seem to have been operationalized. Do you have any timeline for getting supplies in from Ashdod Port and opening the areas crossing? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, no, to be honest with you, we see the big numbers that Israel announced are coming out of Kerem Shalom, but that doesn't mean they then get delivered inside, as I mentioned earlier, some of the complications that we have to face and the fact that we don't get convoys to the north on a regular enough basis. Those are the working environment that we're in. The concessions we made were very welcome. I think there's something we've been asking for a long time from the Israelis, and they, after the tragic incident of War Central Kitchens, have taken it upon themselves to make the announcements. All we can do is keep pressing them for that. I mean, we were supposed to do a recce this morning to the Erez crossing and to the Ashdod and the Zakim crossing, but that mission was cancelled because of insecurity. So we will continue to remind the Israelis of what we want from them, what we need from them, in order for us to make the humanitarian situation better. And that means complicity with them. It means working with them to open up the Ashdod, to open up the Erez or whatever crossing in the north, to hopefully get Carney back on as well. And at the same time, have the 3 routes which are in the south to the north are opened up and functioning. And it's not the case at the moment. So all we can do is keep reminding them and using the pressure from key member states to remind Israel of the commitments they've made and the commitments that we've been asking for such a long time. It's not something that's come as a surprise to us. It's something we've been pushing for from day one, and they've now seen it's necessary to start considering those. I would also caution the fact that when they talk about Ashdod to Erez, they've also used the word temporarily. And there's a worry is that it's only for a short period of time and then they'll close it down again. That would be an essential lifeline into the north, because that's where the population, according to the IPC, the recent famine committee report, that is where the bulk of people who are at the most danger of slipping into famine. And that's why we wanted the Ashdod port opened up into Gaza directly. And that's why we were hoping for the floating pier that would have been more northerly based in order to address the issues in Gaza City in the north part where the bulk of the population are.
All right, so what you're listening to right there was early this morning over in Geneva, Switzerland, as they were discussing the United Nations, the different ways that aid is being brought there into Gaza, going up over some of the figures and, of course, answering questions from members of the media. What you are looking at right now there on your screen, that is a live look over in Tel Aviv, where we've seen protesters, and quite a few of them, gather outside the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv, and they are protesting, urging Netanyahu and other Israeli officials there to make a deal happen, a ceasefire deal that would release the remaining hostages that have been held in Gaza since October 7th. Again, no deal has been reached here. There's been kind of a back and forth between Israel and Hamas, but no deal accepted, and these folks have gathered there. They are loved ones, family members of those who are being held captive by terror groups there in Gaza. The time now 8:09 over on the East Coast and 5:09 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We're going to head to a quick break here, and we'll be right back in 2 short minutes with a look at your headlines and live events that are starting to pop up. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox 811 over on the East Coast and 511 on the West Coast. Today, House Speaker Mike Johnson and former President Trump are going to meet over at Mar-a-Lago, and they will hold a news conference, a joint news conference today where they do discuss election integrity. We'll make sure to bring all of that to you right here on Live Now from Fox, but Doug Luzader does have more on that meeting.
The Speaker of the House has a number of things piling up here on Capitol Hill, and his job could be on the line today as he seeks some backing from the former president.
We have a lot of things to discuss, talk to him frequently, so looking forward to seeing him in person. It's been a few weeks, and should be a good trip.
House Speaker Mike Johnson, a man on the move today. He'll be departing in overcast Washington for sunny Mar-a-Lago in Florida this afternoon, hoping images like this will help him keep his job and move forward with a cohesive agenda. His efforts to move ahead with aid to Ukraine and the renewal of controversial surveillance authority for the FBI known as FISA have created deep divisions within his party.
Right now, he does not have my support, and I'm watching what happens with FISA and Ukraine.
Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene has repeatedly threatened to try to remove Johnson as Speaker, but she is also loyal to Trump, and that's where Johnson's pilgrimage to Florida comes in.
The extreme MAGA Republicans are taking orders from their puppet master down in Mar-a-Lago.
Democrats may be heckling Johnson, but there is also the possibility of common cause. If the Speaker puts his job on the line, for instance, to secure Ukraine funding, Democrats may back him in the face of GOP critics.
There are a reasonable number of Democrats who would not want to see the Speaker fall as a result of doing the right thing.
And put that in the category of politics making strange bedfellows here on Capitol Hill. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much for that report there. Well, President Biden taking aim at gun sales. He's expanding background checks and closing a loophole that defines who can sell firearms. Some gun advocates not so happy about it, and they promise to fight back. Kelly Cowan with our Fox 13 Tampa team live with all of the details. Good morning, Kelly. Thanks so much for being here.
Good morning to you, and thanks for having me on. So what this rule change is going to do is essentially require that the same rules that already apply to brick and mortar store gun sellers, that'll apply to all private sellers, specifically those who are online and selling from, say, their home or at gun shows. Yes, that's where that term comes from, the gun show loophole. These unlicensed private sellers often are doing big business, and according to the ATF, they are the largest source of illegally trafficked guns in the U.S. So we're not talking about sellers who are maybe selling one or two personal guns. We're talking about really big business here. According to the ATF, guns sold through unlicensed dealers were used in nearly 370 shootings between 2017 and 2021. That includes the 2019 shooting in Midland and Odessa, Texas, where a gunman killed 7 and wounded dozens of others. He'd actually been stopped from buying a gun from a sporting goods store after he failed a background check, but then he later went online and bought an AR-15 from an unlicensed seller who was not required to follow the same gun safety laws as that brick and mortar shop.
It will thwart criminals and domestic abusers from avoiding background checks and ultimately will save lives.
Now, although the new law could take effect as soon as next month, there are already efforts underway to stop it. North Carolina Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who helped pass the bipartisan gun law in 2022 that actually paved the way for federal background checks, is now leading the charge to kill the new rule. Invalidating the federal regulation would require both the U.S. House and Senate to pass the resolution. And given the current makeup of Congress, it's unlikely that's going to happen, Josh.
All right, Kelly Cowan there with our Fox 13 Tampa team. As always, thank you so much for joining us with the latest details. We appreciate it.
Of course.
All right, everybody, and I do want to take you out live right now as we do have Secretary of State Antony Blinken as well as Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin there. He is meeting with the Philippine Foreign Secretary as part of the U.S.-Philippines 3+3. Do want to listen in to their conversation right now.
President Marcos, Prime Minister Kishida, and President Biden.
And I think today's meeting, an unprecedented 3+3, reflects the growing and deepening cooperation between our countries on a broad array of issues. And of course, our shared commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific, including in the South China Seas. We very much welcome this opportunity to pursue that cooperation, collaboration, and of course we stand with the Philippines in our ironclad defense commitments, including the Mutual Defense Treaty. Ricky, with that, let me welcome you and give you the microphone.
Thank you very much, Tony. Good morning, Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. Great pleasure to be here with my colleagues. As you mentioned, in a way, today's meeting of the 3+3 is also a historic meeting, as it follows on the heels of the even more historic trilateral summit yesterday. I just wanted to mention that we attach a lot of importance to this meeting, especially in the light of recent developments in the South China Sea, especially China's escalation of its harassment, resulting most recently in the injury of 4 Filipino seamen. But more importantly is we are determined to assert our sovereign rights, especially within our exclusive economic zone, and in accordance with the UNCLOS and the arbitral ruling. I think our meeting today will enable us to hopefully be in a better position to coordinate our responses, both diplomatic and on the defense and security fronts in relation to any actions the South China Sea, whether they're positive or negative, including in the Yunnan Shoal. So we also hope that this 3+3 meeting will be a regular event and also reinforce our regular bilateral strategic dialogue, as well as our ongoing maritime dialogue. And finally, we do underscore the need to continue further clarificatory discussions on the MDT, as we think this would also help in deterring further escalation by China. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Good morning, and it's great to be here with everyone. This is a historic meeting. It's the first time that all 6 of us have gathered to discuss the diplomatic and defense priorities at the heart of our alliance. Under the leadership of President Biden and President Marcos, our alliance is stronger than ever. And today we'll discuss a whole-of-government vision for this alliance. We all know that our shared security relies on strong military bonds, shared economic opportunities, and robust people-to-people ties. And at the Department of Defense, we're working in lockstep with our colleagues at the Department of National Defense to strengthen interoperability between our forces, to expand our operational coordination, and to stand up to coercion in the South China Sea. And our commitment, as the Secretary of State said just a couple of seconds ago, our commitment to our Mutual Defense Treaty with the Philippines remains ironclad. And later today, I'll be hosting President Marcos at the Pentagon, and I'll share with you what I'm going to tell him. And that is that the United States and the Philippines are more than allies, we're family. And thanks again, and I look forward to a great discussion.
Thank you very much. Secretary. Thank you, Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin, our honorable counterparts and colleagues. Following up from what Secretary Austin had already said, it's indeed an honor to represent the Department of National Defense of the Philippines in this historic meeting today. And it will be an opportunity to have a fresh, open, and candid discussion of our department's objectives in line of the broader strategy of a free and open Indo-Pacific, because this is the area where our interests converge. And in doing so, we hope that the family becomes a stronger family with bonds of a shared vision, not only for today, but for the future generations. Thank you very much.
Well, I want to thank my Philippines counterparts for being here. I want to say I'm honored to be at this unprecedented 3+3 meeting, and our presidents, each of our presidents tasked us to work across our governments and then to work across this alliance to make sure that we not only reaffirm the alliance between the U.S. and the Philippines, but we put the alliance commitments at the heart of it into practice, that we operationalize it, that we execute it, and that we do so entirely in lockstep. So I look forward to the discussion today.
Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, NSA Sullivan. First, allow me to thank the United States government for hosting the historic inaugural Trilateral Leaders Summit yesterday. I'm honored for the opportunity to be part of the whole process that began during the inaugural Trilateral National Security Advisors meeting in Tokyo last June. Seizing this momentum, we are now here for another milestone, the first bilateral 3+3 ministers meeting. So thank you also for hosting this occasion, and I look forward to our insightful and fruitful discussions. This will further concretize our deepening security partnership and enduring alliance grounded on shared democratic values and aspirations of our peoples, with activities carefully curated to achieve our collective goals. Thank you and magandang umaga.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, it does look like that feed is cutting out. The reporters have been escorted out of the room, reporters and photographers, as that 3+3 meeting does get underway. The time now 8:23 over on the East Coast and 5:23 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. Let's head to a quick 2-minute break, but a lot more news to get to on this Friday, April 12th. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:25 on the East Coast and 5:25 on the West Coast. Jury selection slated to begin Monday in the first of 4 criminal cases against former President Trump, expected to go to trial. This one right here is what's become known as the hush money case involving an adult film star. Trump is accused of falsifying his company's records to hide the nature of payments to his former lawyer and fixer, Michael Cohen. That includes paying Stormy Daniels $130,000 to suppress her claims of a sexual encounter with the former president. Earlier this week, a New York appeals court refused to postpone the start of that trial after multiple attempts by Trump's lawyers. Anna Kaminsky is a professor of law at New York Law School, joining us this morning to discuss more about all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I want to break down the argument by Trump. What exactly is he arguing as far as why the case and the trial should be postponed? And is it, in your experience, a valid argument?
Well, so Josh, he, and when I say he, I mean his team, right? His lawyers have made a variety of arguments. So first of all, they've argued that the gag order is unconstitutional. They have also argued that there should be a change of venue. They've made an argument about whether or not the trial should be delayed, waiting another court's decision about potential presidential immunity. He's also made a motion to have the judge recused or removed from the case. So there are all sorts of arguments that his attorneys have made, and they've done that in a variety of ways. So the first way was going to the judge at the trial court level and asking that judge to make the decision. And that judge has denied those requests. Then his lawyers took sort of an unusual route, which was to go to the appeals court and to ask the appeals court in the middle of the trial court case to make a decision about these rulings, basically saying we disagree with what the trial court has done and we'd like you to make a ruling now. And what's the reason that I say that this is unusual is because typically in a criminal case, you'll have decisions by the trial court judge. And of course, one side isn't going to be happy with the decision. And it's not until the final judgment that you would then see an appeal where all of the issues could then be brought to an appellate court. And the defendant in this case could ask for the court to make a ruling on that. But Trump's team is trying to have that done now, of course, as we know, to get a delay.
And we know it is now Friday, and jury selection is slated to begin on Monday. We're just days away here. Is there anything that could delay the start of the trial at this point?
Well, listen, there's always a possibility that there can be a delay. Everything about this case has been unique, and so it would not surprise me if his attorneys tried to have some other kind of appeal, brought some new issue to the court's attention, which caused some sort of a delay before jury selection started. That being said, it's very clear to me that the judge and the prosecutor are prepared for this case to go forward on Monday, and defense should be prepared for that to happen as well.
What do we know about the trial itself as far as how long it's expected to go, the number of jurors, how long that jury selection could take? A lot of questions, I know. What answers do we have so far?
Sure. So as far as how long as far as how long the trial is supposed to take, there have been estimates of several weeks to 6 weeks. Part of that is really going to depend on how long jury selection takes. And I would expect jury selection to take at least a week, if not several weeks, because you're really talking about having to weed out people who have been too influenced by things that they've read or who are too polarized on one side or the other and just cannot be fair and impartial in this case. Our understanding is that there is going to be a really large group of jurors that will be summoned to the courthouse on Monday, many more than would normally be summoned because of that expectation that there are just going to be so many jurors that won't be able to be fair and impartial in this case. How many jurors will actually be seated? That will be 12 jurors, and then however many alternates that the judge decides will be available in the case as well.
What is, and this could be a difficult question to answer, but what is at stake right now for former President Trump during this trial?
Well, it's interesting. If we were talking about anyone else, I would say to you, there's a lot at stake, right? This is a criminal case. It's a felony case. There's potential prison time at the end of this if he's convicted and sentenced. However, we've seen that these kind of things so far don't seem to have negatively affected Trump. So it's yet to be seen, what will actually happen to him if he was convicted and sentenced, if this would really negatively affect him, because so far it seems like a lot of his supporters still support him. So from a political standpoint, it doesn't seem to be slowing him down. Obviously, the biggest downside for him would be if convicted and sentenced, if there was a sentence of imprisonment imposed.
Do we expect that Trump and even Stormy Daniels would actually testify during this trial?
So let's start with Stormy Daniels. Stormy Daniels would be a prosecution witness, and the prosecutor has the burden of proof. I think it's probably likely that she will testify because she's going to have to testify to that payment being made and what her understanding of what that payment was for. So I think it's quite likely that we will hear from her. As far as whether Trump is going to testify, that would be on the defense case, and that's a decision most likely that his attorneys have not made yet. You really want to see, as a defense attorney, what the prosecutor does, what they don't do, and then decide what case you may want to put on or not. And that includes, of course, advising your client whether to testify or not.
When you talk about the so-called order of importance, let's say, of the different criminal cases against the former president here, where does this rank overall?
Well, so there's been a lot of talk about, that this isn't as important as a case as some of the other ones, or it isn't as strong a case as some of the other ones. And what I would say right now is this is the most important case because from what we know, 9:30 Monday morning, this case will start and this case will proceed. So this is the most important case right now.
All right. Anna Kaminsky, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help break down all of this here as the trial is set to begin on Monday. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
I think it's just really going to be a historic moment for our country and really important for all of us to pay attention to how this case unfolds. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. We appreciate it. And I do want to take you back out live right now to this breaking news that we have been covering out of Tel Aviv. That is where you can see a protest has broken out here outside of the U.S. Embassy. You can see folks that are waving American flags, and they're also holding signs, pictures of those who have been held hostage in Gaza since October 7th, more than 6 months ago when Hamas did attack Israel. You can see they are holding photos of the hostages. Many of these are family and their loved ones who are calling on Netanyahu and other high-ranking Israeli officials to make some kind of deal happen that would lead to the freedom of those hostages. Again, this is outside the U.S. Embassy. There are U.S. flags that are waving as well as Israeli flags as well. And folks do have signs. There's also some chanting that we've heard in the background. No speakers so far, but if that changes and we hear from some of the family members, we'll make sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we're going to head to the House floor as it looks like there is some discussion that is getting underway. We'll be right back in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look once again over in Memphis, Tennessee, as we continue to cover this breaking news right here. We did learn from Memphis police that 2 officers and 2 suspects were shot this morning. All of it unfolding around 2 a.m. local time. It almost looks like the back of that vehicle may have been shot out there. But again, a lot of questions about what played out here. The 2 officers were taken to a hospital, but at this point, no conditions have been released. And really the details are kind of up in the air. But again, police saying that 2 officers and 2 suspects have been shot there in Memphis, Tennessee. As we get any more details on that, we'll make sure to bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, I do want to take you live out over to Washington, D.C. Take a look as the House is considering legislation right now to extend the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, Section 702 authority past that April 19th deadline. We know that a previous effort to begin work on that bill failed earlier this week, so now there's discussion and debate. This is all happening live on the floor, so let's pop up the audio.
Reserve. Reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. Again, I appreciate the passion of the speakers on the other side of the aisle, including the gentlewoman from Wyoming, but facts matter, Mr. Speaker, and this body must dispense with the notion that any of this, the ills that they've spent all this time describing, are attributable to the Biden administration. I will read you a quote. This is from January of 2018, Mr. Speaker, quote, "I would have preferred a permanent reauthorization," just repeat that, permanent reauthorization of Title VII to protect the safety and security of the nation. By signing this act today, however, I am ensuring that this lawful and essential intelligence program will continue to protect Americans for at least the next 6 years. We cannot let our guard down in the face of foreign threats to our safety, our freedom, and our way of life. President Donald J. Trump. So spare us lectures about the need for, I understand we're going to have robust debates about the mechanics and the nuances with respect to this particular bill, but spare us lectures about the need for a shorter runway and a shorter reauthorization when the former president, whom apparently the House Republican caucus continues to take orders from, made clear and abundant his desire for a permanent reauthorization of this program, with none of these reforms, by the way, none of them. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Georgia, Ms. Green.
Gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question today is, do you trust the government? We often hear the claim that it's for your safety. And anytime the government tells us it's for your safety, the American people really question what that means. The same intelligence community that spied on President Trump's campaign has been deeply invested in reauthorizing FISA. And the same intelligence community that wrote the letter lying, saying that the Hunter Biden's laptop is not real, deeply wants FISA reauthorized. These are also the same people in the intelligence community that abused FISA and spied on hundreds of thousands of Americans. And I would argue they will continue to do it. These are also the same people who oppose the FBI having to get a warrant before they can search Americans' data. Yet we have a clause in this bill today that protects members of Congress and requires Congress to be notified before they can search members of Congress data. It's always the rules for thee, but not for me. The problem is that this process to reauthorize FISA has received more effort than Congress has actually given securing the border. And if the government really cared about protecting Americans, then they would shut the border down and mass deport terrorists out of our country and criminal illegal aliens. But they're not doing that. No, they're telling us we've got to reauthorize FISA so the government can continue to spy on Americans. There's been a lot of games played here in the swamp this past week when it comes to authorizing this bill. We were even told on Wednesday that FISA was completely stopped. Yet here we are voting on virtually the same rule and virtually the same text. The only change has been from a 5-year sunset to a 2-year sunset.
I yield additional 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Georgia.
Gentlelady is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. I would argue that changing that time frame does nothing. If Congress wants to change FISA to protect Americans or get rid of it altogether, we can do that. We make the laws. So the question today is, do you trust the Department of Justice to hold the FBI accountable? Because I don't. And the warrants aren't added to the bill text unless we pass the amendment after this vote and change the bill text. But a vote to change the bill text and add warrants will not get me to pass the final bill to pass FISA. Because I don't trust the government, and neither should you.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to read from an article from a few days ago. This is from Fox 5 in Atlanta. The headline, Marjorie Taylor Greene standing by eclipse, any earthquake comments. Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is standing by comments she made about last week's earthquake in the Northeast and Monday's eclipse. Yes, sir.
Remarks. Did the gentleman address his remarks to somebody on this side of the aisle?
No, I'm addressing the Speaker, Mr. Speaker. I'm reading an article, a newspaper article. Does that become objectionable now in this body? I thank the Speaker. I'll dispense with it quickly, but would just simply say, again, this is quoting from the article here, that the Republican representative then posted on Twitter, the social media site formerly known as X, formerly known as Twitter, that, quote, God is sending America strong signs to tell us to repent. Greene also pointed to Monday's eclipse, saying there are, quote, many more things to come, end quote. So to the extent that my friend from Kentucky was looking for me to make a connection here to the debate that we're having, I suspect it's self-evident, but I'm not so sure that the American people should necessarily be taking much stock into the arguments that are being made by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, including the Speaker that we just heard from. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to my friend from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
3,394,053. That is the estimated number of U.S. person queries conducted under the FBI during my first year here in Congress. And the number of improper searches by the FBI is in the hundreds of thousands, according to a DOJ audit. We may be voting to reauthorize the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, but the people of Alabama clearly see it as being used to spy on Americans like themselves and President Trump. That is why I voted in judiciary markup and will continue to support the Biggs Amendment that requires a warrant or a court order before the query of a U.S. person under Section 702. We as members of Congress owe it to our constituents to protect their civil liberties. We cannot allow the intelligence community, who recently spent its resources weaponizing against pro-life grandmothers, concerned parents at school boards, Catholics, and Biden's political opponents to freely spy on American citizens. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to adopt the rule, and I urge the adoption of the Warren Amendment. And with that, I'll yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I now recognize my friend and colleague, Mr. Davidson from Ohio, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, freedom surrendered is rarely reclaimed. Today, we have an opportunity to make progress. After 9/11, the Patriot Act passed. 1 senator voted no. 63 members of the House of Representatives voted no. Both parties failed. with that vote. FISA has been reauthorized, and it never gets a full, clean vote. It's little tranches. In 2020, we ended the business records surveillance program, Section 215. The government didn't stop collecting business records. They just stopped doing it in conformance with Section 215 of FISA. Section 702 is an important program. The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act is supposed to stop foreign threats to our country. But there's a reason there's not a Domestic Surveillance Act. It's because there's a Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. And that amendment does not say that if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. It says, as an American citizen, you have a right to privacy, that your records cannot be searched without probable cause and a warrant or a subpoena, due process. That should not be infringed. The Fourth Amendment is probably the most disregarded protection given us by the Bill of Rights. Our right to privacy is supposed to be defended, and we have this chance today, but not a complete chance. We have a bill that people will claim has 56 reforms, and it does. Of those, 45 are from the Intelligence Committee. Now, some of these were comparable to the Judiciary Bill, but they're weaker and watered down the Judiciary bills. 3 of them actually protect members of Congress. So only 2 are clean from the Judiciary Committee's bill. And one of the amendments we can't cover today, one of the reasons that the rule failed, was to say that even if the warrant passes, the government can't buy your data to circumvent the need to get a warrant in the first place. And that's what they're doing. They're buying data, they're structuring markets to collect the data, and they're circumventing the Fourth Amendment. We need to turn that off. There's a lot of ground to make up on the right to privacy, but I hope we take this chance today. I remind my colleagues that we don't work at a think tank, we work in a legislature. And the opportunity before us today is to make progress on reclaiming this freedom that we've surrendered. I will support this bill in the final passage if we have a warrant requirement and if the intel threats to the Fourth Amendment fail. But if those expansions of warrantless spying pass, even if the warrant's there, I will vote no on final passage. I encourage all my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Yields back. Reserved. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm just going to go through this list of bills that they have noticed for Monday. The Liberty for Laundry Act, the Clothes Dryer Reliability Act, and the Refrigerator Freedom Act. So I can assure the gentleman from Ohio, I don't think any of the American people believe that he works in a think tank, given these bills that they have apparently noticed for this House to consider next week. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I'd like to recognize for 2 minutes, yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Spartz.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess under the current version of the bill, Americans should feel better that Congress will be authorizing to spy on them only for 2 years, not for 5. But I really want to bring up some other issues that really at the essence of this bill, that the bill is not addressing. So we've been talking about warrant, which is extremely important. This is a search, so government is able to search without warrant. That is violation of First Amendment. It's unconstitutional. But on top of it, when we're talking about lawfully collected information, in reality, it could be very unlawful information there. We do not know. It's never addressed. And we know for a fact that government unlawfully collected information in 2016. We know the government acknowledged that they have a lot of data there. They don't know how much. It could be, they call it all incidental, but nothing in this bill addressing actually if this is for lawfully collected information. There is no auditing, no checking. And they want us to trust. So if we pass with a warrant, at least we will have a warrant to potentially, search unlawfully collected information. But if this bill passes as it is, Congress will be authorizing for 2 years for government to have unconstitutional searches of unlawfully collected information. It almost sounds ironical for us, an institution that should be protecting the constitutional rights of Americans. So I hope my colleagues are paying attention what we'll be voting for on both sides of the aisle, and I hope Congress will wake up to start protecting the American people, not playing circuses here. Thank you. I yield back.
Yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Is the gentleman prepared to close?
Are.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. I recognize the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you.
To close.
Mr. Speaker, today's rule, put simply, is a testament to the Republican playbook since assuming the majority 15 months ago. Chaos, gridlock, and infighting. Over the past year, honestly, it has been difficult to understand what my colleagues across the aisle truly want. At the beginning of this Congress, the other side of the aisle voted for a House rules package that they promised would entail an open rules process for amendments. Yet this Congress is on pace to have more closed rules than any Congress in the last 100 years, over a century. A minority of House Republicans now dictate what proposals will even have a chance to be considered in this chamber, to stand in the marketplace of ideas that our colleagues claim to love so dearly. Our colleagues across the other side of the aisle reject compromises at every turn, Mr. Speaker. My Republican colleagues rejected a bipartisan immigration deal that came out of the Senate before even reading the bill text. The bill passed with 70 votes, Mr. Speaker, 70 votes in the United States Senate. Our allies around the world have literally been left stranded. And House Republicans won't even bring the bill up for an up or down vote. Instead, their top priority, the Refrigerator Freedom Act. Refrigerator Freedom Act, Mr. Speaker. The American people deserve better. They expect better. Enough of the political stunts, enough of the infighting. Let's get back to work, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question and the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back.
All right, so you are listening in on the House floor there in D.C., live, raw, and unfiltered, as the House is considering legislation to extend the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, known as FISA. Section 702 authority passed the April 19th deadline. A previous effort to begin work on that bill did fail earlier this week. Do want to call your attention to some of the other live images there on your screen. The bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is a live look at the Israel-Gaza border, as the U.S., according to the Wall Street Journal, is reporting that Iran is likely to attack Israel in 24 to 48 hours. And over live in Memphis, Tennessee, 2 officers and 2 others shot. We're waiting on more details, including conditions of the officers and the 2 others who were hit by gunfire. Let's head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, right back into these live events that are getting underway. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox, 8:57 on the East Coast and 5:57 on the West Coast. Do want to head back out live to the House floor as the House is talking about this legislation to extend the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
For the final bill, if the protections of the warrant amendment are not there. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
It's nays.
Yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote.
All right, well, there you have it. They are doing a 15-minute vote on whether they're going to hear more about this, so we'll keep an eye on that situation and bring you the latest. I do want to get into some of the other headlines we are following, and later on today, we're going to hear a joint news conference from House Speaker Mike Johnson and former President Donald Trump as they come together at Mar-a-Lago and talk about election integrity. We are going to hear that news conference in a matter of hours, but Chad Pergram has more on what to expect.
House Speaker Mike Johnson hoping an appearance with former President Trump casts him a lifeline. Johnson's job could be in jeopardy as he's stymied by his own party on two major issues.
Can you think you can help us get something on Ukraine or also on the FISA bill?
We have a lot of things to discuss, talk to him frequently, so looking forward to seeing him in person.
The former president and Johnson will tout a bill focused on preventing illegal immigrants from voting. Mr. Trump just undercut Johnson's FISA reform bill this week, even though he signed a renewal of the controversial program into law in 2018. Democrats believe the former president paralyzes the speaker.
The extreme MAGA Republicans are taking orders from their puppet master down in Mar-a-Lago.
Conservatives blasted Johnson's original FISA reform plan for not going far enough.
Did Johnson step in this by putting this on the floor, trying to go this route?
Yeah, I think he made a big mistake. That creates a lot of bad faith.
Subject to a call.
Johnson planned a Ukraine bill for next week, but nothing's ready.
Speaker Johnson needs to put his foot down.
Could that cost him his job?
If I were in his shoes, I'd be willing to risk my job for the security of our country.
Marjorie Taylor Greene threatened to oust the speaker if he aids Ukraine, but an unlikely ally could salvage Johnson.
That I believe that there are a reasonable number of Democrats who would not want to see the speaker fall as a result of doing the right thing.
The House is hoping to vote on a FISA extension before Johnson sees Mr. Trump on Friday. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
And the vote right now underway to decide whether to discuss FISA a little bit more here. So we are going to keep an eye on the votes. Again, this is a 15-minute vote, and it looks like if I move that banner out of the way, there's about 12 and a half minutes left. All right, I do want to head out to another big story that we are tracking because we are just days away from jury selection slated to begin Monday in the first of 4 criminal cases against former President Trump expected to go to trial. This one right here is the one known as the hush money case and does involve an adult film star. Trump is accused of falsifying his company's records to hide the nature of payments to his former lawyer and fixer, Michael Cohen. That includes paying Stormy Daniels $130,000 to suppress her claims of a sexual encounter with the former president. Earlier this week, a New York appeals court refused to postpone the start of that trial after several attempts by Trump's lawyers. Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team following all the details.
With the first criminal trial of an American president beginning at 100 Center Street Monday in Lower Manhattan, prepare for gridlock there, near Trump Tower, and at points in between. Judge Juan Merchan has said he expects the trial of former President Donald Trump to last about 6 weeks. The only respite from the gridlock may come on Wednesdays when the trial won't be taking place. The former president could use Wednesdays to hit the campaign trail. This week on Truth Social, he called his former fixer Michael Cohen and porn star Stormy Daniels, quote, two sleazebags who have, with their lies and misrepresentations, cost our country dearly. That statement could violate Merchan's gag order, barring the former president from issuing public statements about likely trial witnesses. Yesterday, the former president lashed out at the gag order.
It virtually never happens. It only happens to me because I'm able to tell people what's happening, and those people get extremely angry with what's happening.
The former president faces 34 felony counts. Prosecutors say he falsified business records to cover up hush money payments that Cohen made on his behalf to Daniels to keep her quiet about an alleged affair. The former president denies the affair happened. Today at Mar-a-Lago, the former president meets with House Speaker Mike Johnson. The speaker promises a major announcement on election integrity. While the two will present a united front, they have differed on any number of issues, including aid for Ukraine. Johnson favors it, the former president doesn't. And a bill to extend an expiring warrantless surveillance law that Johnson put forth, but that the former president helped to kill.
We have a lot of things to discuss, talk to him frequently, so looking forward to seeing him in person. It's been a few weeks, and should be a good trip.
And again, that trial expected to begin on Monday, and we are going to see that meeting between Johnson and Trump happening later on today. We'll bring you all of the details right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get to some breaking news that we have been following throughout the morning right here. Take a live look over at the Israel-Gaza border as a new report from the Wall Street Journal citing U.S. officials warning that Iran is expected to strike Israel in 24 to 48 hours. Iran calling it retaliation for a strike in Syria that killed several Iranian forces. Enya Kravin is the senior director of the Israel program at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, joining us now live to talk more about all of this. Good morning, and thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Hi, Josh. Always a pleasure.
All right, so you and I have discussed, of course, the Iranian attack that is essentially, according to the U.S., imminent here. Just kind of break down for me your thoughts as you hear the Wall Street Journal now reporting that it could be 24 to 48 hours until that attack does happen.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, we've been hearing this. I'm over in Israel for these months, just reporting on the war, and we've been hearing this for about a week, ever since Israel reportedly attacked an embassy annex in Syria and took out a senior IRGC leader there. We've been hearing that an attack is imminent, and we've been hearing language like imminent, in the coming days, in the short term, and now this article with 24 to 48 hours. In Israel, the mood is on heightened alert, but life is going on. And today, the schools in Israel broke up for a 2-week break for the Jewish holiday of Passover. And the kids were instructed to bring all their materials home in the case of remote learning, which would what would be happening if there was a war. There are other contingencies, messages going out to communities about what the protocols would be under certain scenarios. So there is a heightened feeling. But again, we've been hearing these alerts for a week. Nothing has happened yet, and we're all just waiting to see how this unfolds.
What are, and I know you've looked into this, what are the possibilities here for retaliation by Iran against Israel?
So I would point to 3. One is that Iran could go after Israeli embassies or Jewish targets abroad. That's one. The other one is that Iran could respond through its network of proxies that it has surrounding Israel. Iran has an expeditionary force. It invests heavily in these operatives that function outside of Iranian territory. They are in Iraq, they are in Syria, they are in Lebanon. Iran also funds the Houthis in Yemen. And of course, they have Palestinian subsidiaries in the West Bank and Gaza. So Iran could go after an embassy abroad. It could attack from one of its proxies or subsidiaries in the region. And the third option is it could attack from Iranian soil. And that, I would believe, is the least likely option. However, Israel's prepared for all of these contingencies. I'll tell you, in my long years studying the region, it's never what you expect. Israel is anticipating that an attack now. It's looking to imagining what it could be like. It feels it's on heightened awareness, and I doubt there's going to be any major surprises. But Iran has many different ways it could respond, and we will. We're all. Your guess is as good as mine right now.
When Israel did attack, of course, over in Syria, and we had this situation kind of start to develop and go a little bit further here, do you think they thought of Iran retaliating as a possibility? Would that have been considered at that point before the attack was launched, so to speak?
Absolutely. Iran has, as I said, 19 proxies on Israel's border that it can choose to retaliate through any one of those. But it's very rare, and Israel responds in kind. I mean, this attack on the IRGC general in Syria was in response to a drone that hit a military base in Eilat. So this tit for tat between Iranian proxies and Israel has been going on for 6 months, and actually it's been going on for years. But it's heightening now. The attacks are becoming more real. They're hitting military targets, and we're reaching a kind of crescendo. So, how Iran responds, is going to be the decision of the regime. But in the past, when Israel or the U.S. indeed have struck Iranian targets and high up command in the IRGC, Qasem Soleimani is an example that comes to mind, Iran is generally very careful and very thoughtful in its response. So yes, taking out a senior IRGC leader was definitely a decisive and bold move by Israel. And now we'll see whether it has a deterrence effect on Iran or whether it takes the region into a broader war.
And that leads to my next question, because you have Iran attack Israel, Israel responds and attacks Iran. Does that lead to a wider range of conflict there in that region?
Well, that's the question that remains to be seen. Israel has faced attacks from 7 fronts since October 7. And while they all have different proxies and they all have different addresses, all of those attacks have Iranian fingerprints on them. These terror organizations are trained and funded by the Islamic regime in Iran. So while this proxy war has been going on for months and years, the strategy does not seem to be working. Israel has been on its back foot consistently in this tit-for-tat response, and it's decided to make a decisive move and target the IRGC. If past is as precedent, then we can probably guess that that we're going to see a very careful Iran being very thoughtful about how it responds to this. And I think that we will not see a dramatic escalation, because I don't think Iran wants it. Iran's plans are working swimmingly. It's death by 1,000 cuts for Israel. It's attacking from multiple proxies. There's very little pushback from the United States or European allies. And it seems to be a winning strategy. So why they would want to take this into a sharp escalation now, I doubt it.
What is all of this revealing about the U.S. and Israel relationship? We know it's been slightly fractured over the past several months. We've heard a lot of kind of back and forth between Biden and Netanyahu. Now that there is this threat, it seems that the U.S. is kind of taking a large stance to say, look, we will support Israel against Iran. What does this all reveal about the relationship between Israel and the U.S.?
So I think it's been very interesting. There's definitely been tensions between the Biden administration and Jerusalem over what's happening in Gaza. And I've been writing extensively on this. There's been this flashpoint of whether or not the U.S. will allow Israel to finish the job there. However, from day one of this war, Biden's message has been, don't let this turn into a regional escalation. And he said it to Israel's adversaries, and he's also said it essentially to Israel. No wider escalation. This is his #1 priority for containing this conflict. So his response didn't surprise me. It's always comforting. I think Israel feels very heartened by Biden's strong and moral position, saying that he would stand by Israel, but it also achieves his goals of not allowing this to turn into a wider escalation. So I think he did the right thing. I think it was the moral thing. I think it's right to stand behind your allies. But it also has been his position since day one.
I want to talk a little bit more about the New York Times report citing U.S. officials and saying that it fears that most of the hostages are already dead. Does that change anything about the war?
So I don't think the New York Times has revealed anything that, whether it's true or not, I don't think the New York Times is going to reveal anything that Israeli intelligence doesn't know. Israelis have been hearing since for the past couple of months, since about January or February, that a large number of the hostages are dead. And in recent negotiations, Hamas just turned down its 5th round of talks to try and achieve a ceasefire in this war and a hostage for prisoner exchange. Hamas continues to turn it down, and in the most recent collapse of these talks, it said that it doesn't even know if it has enough people to swap. Israel was asking for 40 of the hostages who fit into the humanitarian category, and Hamas's response is, we don't know if we have that many people. Now, that was something that came from a Hamas official that was also leaked to a major news outlet. But there's an aspect in these negotiations of political theater on the part of Hamas, and there's also an aspect of psychological warfare. So while Israelis have been hearing for months that many hostages, they know for a fact, according to IDF intel, at least 30 families have been alerted that their loved ones are dead, but they know that many more could be. And so taking these assessments with a pinch of salt because of the aspect of psychological warfare, but also having to be very realistic in that these people have been gone for over 180 days, and there's been no proof of life. There's been no access to the International Red Cross. And Israelis, I think, are all expecting the worst and hoping for the best.
My last question here for you. I want to talk a little bit about the Rafah offensive. It's something that has been discussed a lot over the past several months. Do you feel that it is, quote unquote, still imminent? And do we know what it's going to look like?
So I would like to think it's imminent. I am of the belief that Israel can't finish the job in Gaza until it goes in and takes Rafah, takes the last 4 battalions of Hamas that are in Rafah, until it finds the leadership of Hamas that are responsible for the atrocities of October 7th, who are likely hiding in Rafah. There's a lot of good reasons for Israel to go in, but it's complicated by the fact that there's over 1 million and as many as 1.4 million refugees, or not refugees because they're in their country where they belong, of their origins, but they're internally displaced people that are taking shelter in Rafah that are going to need to be moved in order for the IDF to go in to minimize civilian casualties. I mean, this is a very logical thing. You want to get civilians out of harm's way. So the big question right now that Israel is grappling with, and that indeed some very tense conversations have happened between Jerusalem and Washington, D.C., is how to get over 1 million plus people out of Rafah, so that the IDF can go in and finish the job. I think it's inevitable. I don't know if it's, I've heard estimates that it can take at least 4 weeks to get 1.5 million people out of Rafah. I hope it can be done. I hope that the people can come out of Rafah and receive as much medical and humanitarian aid as necessary. I hope they can put them up in accommodation, or they can return to their towns and cities of origin in central and northern Gaza. But I'm of the opinion that the IDF will eventually have to finish the job in Rafah so that the Hamas cannot reconstitute itself after this war, because that would be a victory for Hamas.
All right. Anya Kraveen, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and break down some of the latest developments there out of the Middle East. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
No, I think we pretty much covered it. Thank you so much for your great questions, Josh. It's always a pleasure.
All right. Thank you again for being here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, I do want to remind you that vote looks like it has hit 0 minutes remaining right now after that 15-minute vote. All of this related to whether to further discuss legislation to extend the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act that is known as FISA. There's been a lot of discussion about that recently and whether to expand it past that April 19th deadline. As of right now, it does look like they are still getting those last-minute votes in. You can see Speaker Johnson there on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. He's going to be meeting with former President Trump later tonight over in Mar-a-Lago, and they will hold a news conference on election integrity. We're going to make sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox and also let you know what happens as that vote does continue here. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour right now at 9:17 on the East Coast and 6:17 on the West Coast. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you back to this breaking story that we have been covering all throughout the morning, as we have now learned, unfortunately, that a Memphis police officer has died after gunfire erupted in Memphis, Tennessee, the White Haven neighborhood earlier on this morning. We're also told by police that a teenage suspect was killed as well. Memphis Police Interim C.J. Davis identified the officer killed as Joseph McKinney, who was assigned to Rains Station, if you are familiar with the area. She said a second officer was in non-critical condition at Regional 1, and a third officer was grazed by a bullet during the shooting and treated at the scene. The suspects identified as an 18-year-old and 17-year-old. One of them died after that shooting. Police also said the 18-year-old was arrested back in March with a Glock switch, charged with stealing 2 cars before being released without bond. Police making a fairly brief statement. It cuts out toward the end, only about 3 minutes in length, but I do want to play it for you as they announce the death of their officer.
And once again, senseless deaths in our community by gun violence. Today we are here not just to talk about what happened last night, but to make an appeal to our community that gun violence has to stop. At approximately 2 a.m., officers responded to a suspicious vehicle call at Horn Lake Road in Charter Avenue. When officers approached the vehicle, They were fired upon by the occupants inside. Officers then returned fire. At that time, the suspect took off, and MPD officers pursued the vehicle for a short distance, where the vehicle stopped in the area of the 400 block of Hewlett Road. The two suspects were apprehended at that time. One suspect was taken into custody immediately. One fled the scene and was located nearby. A total of 3 officers were struck by gunfire. Tragically, one of our officers lost his life. That officer is Joseph McKinney. He was assigned to the range station, Alpha Shift. The second officer was brought here to Regional 1, but thankfully, he has been upgraded to non-critical condition, and he's doing well. The third officer was treated on the scene and is in stable condition. One suspect was 18 years old, and the other suspect is 17 years old. Both suspects were transported to Regional 1 in critical condition. Both of them sustained gunfire as well. One suspect has been pronounced deceased. The 18-year-old suspect was arrested in March 2024 by MPD in a stolen vehicle with an illegal modified semi-automatic weapon with a Glock switch attached. The Glock switch converted the weapon to a fully automatic machine gun. He was also charged at that time for 2 stolen vehicles and having a programming device commonly used to steal cars. The suspect was released at that time without bond. We have notified the district attorney's office to assist in this investigation, and we have also
And that is where the feed cut out. Again, that coming in from our Fox 13 Memphis team right there. And this is just some of the video that shows the aftermath, as there were a lot of flashing lights and a lot of investigators trying to piece all of this together. Also, dozens upon dozens of cruisers showing up there at the hospital, as we have now learned that one of the officers shot has died, identified there as Joseph McKinney. So one Memphis police officer killed, as well as a teenage suspect. Another officer is in non-critical condition, and a third officer that was grazed by a bullet in the shoulder was treated at the scene there. 9:25 on the East Coast and 6:25 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll get right back into your headlines and top stories here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you to a story that we've been following very closely. It's been a story that got nationwide attention, essentially known as the Slender Man case. A Waukesha County judge denying Morgan Geyser's petition for conditional release. Judge Michael Boren saying that public safety does remain at risk. The ruling follows 2 days of testimony concerning her mental health. Now, she was committed to 40 years in a state mental health facility, and she's been there for roughly a decade at this point. Her defense attorney, Anthony Cotton, saying that Geyser will try again in 6 months. Geyser is one of the women responsible for the 2014 Slender Man stabbing over in Waukesha. Geyser pleaded guilty to an attempted homicide charge and was sentenced to 40 years confinement in a state mental health facility and will remain there after the judge's ruling. Our Fox Milwaukee team with the latest here.
For 2 days.
My opinion is that this is an appropriate time for her to be conditionally released.
Morgan Geyser listened to experts talk about her mental health.
I think she's continuing to wrestle with some of these complicated issues.
The 21-year-old petitioned the court in January for conditional release. 3 doctors evaluated Geyser and filed reports. 2 of them said she's not ready.
Her reliability of her self-reporting is hard to know. That makes her a significant risk.
Geyser's attorneys want her moved to a group home. The director of the facility Geyser is in now agrees.
And I do think at this point it is critical for her to make the transition to the community to help with her ongoing development.
But there was also testimony about Geyser telling doctors she faked her mental illness. Geyser says she was sexually abused as a child. Doctors testified Geyser hasn't been violent toward anyone else since the stabbing. She's also been off her antipsychotic medication since December of 2022. Doctors say she's had no issues.
Morgan has improved quite dramatically.
Experts diagnosed Geyser with schizophrenia and post-traumatic stress disorder.
The victim's family is vehemently opposed to the release of Morgan Geyser.
Ultimately, Judge Michael Boren agreed, saying Geyser's credibility is an issue. He believes the public would be in danger if Geyser left the 24/7 care she's currently receiving.
Under these circumstances, this court's satisfied that the scales tip in favor of the public, and it tips that way by clear and convincing evidence.
Again, a story receiving national attention right there, and that was our Fox Milwaukee team with the latest. Now, we also heard from her defense attorney, only a quick 2-minute statement, but I do want to play that for you here on Live Now from Fox.
To pursue again in 6 months.
Yeah, I think we'll pursue it in 6 months. I think she's making progress, and the doctors hinted at that, so I would expect so.
They've all been talking about she's faking it, this kind of back and forth. It's kind of confusing because this was a couple of years ago that the faking it was brought up. So what's your feeling on the judge saying faking it was a big factor?
Yeah, I mean, that's what he said. I don't think she's faking anything. I think that it's a process of coming to realization of what the symptoms were and what the condition is. And that's why the doctors are unanimous with their conclusion today that she doesn't have schizophrenia.
You feel like the clock is ticking on the ability for her to get better because of the developmental stage she's at?
Yeah, I mean, I think the clock is definitely ticking. Dr. Pope said that, Dr. Robbins said that. I think everybody recognizes the clock is ticking, and that's part of the reason why we want to transition her to a lesser level of care, not something drastically lower, but something outside of the facility where she's maximized her ability to participate in treatment.
So since she has maximized, according to the experts that we heard, what happens to her now? What happens to her care in the treatment facility she's in right now?
Right, she just continues doing what she's doing. She'll continue participating in therapy and counseling, and we know this is a process. Sometimes you don't win these things the first time around. So, I mean, Morgan has a good long-term prognosis and picture of what she wants to do here, and I think she'll continue to make great progress.
Was there a reason that you went to a hearing this time? Did anybody change? Did Dr. Robbins change from the first time?
I think Dr. Robbins would have supported it last time. We asked the judge to call the hearing off because we didn't think she was ready at that moment. She's continued to make progress, and I don't think she's going to get worse. I think, as you saw, Dr. Collins is pretty close to recommending release, so I think next time around we'll be in even better shape.
Morgan was going to say something, then she didn't. What was she going to say?
She wanted to apologize to the victim and explain how horrible she feels about what she did. She wanted to express her sympathy and empathy.
How come she didn't talk today?
Because I didn't think it would move the needle in one way or the other in furtherance of release.
All right, so again, her attorney saying that he will try to get her released in 6 months, but the judge saying as of right now, she does have to stay at that psych hospital. 9:32 on the East Coast and 6:32 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more to get to here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get back into the headlines at this hour. Japan's prime minister spending much of this week in the U.S., and after addressing Congress Thursday, today Fumio Kishida continues his trip to the States with a visit to North Carolina. Jonathan Berkshire Miller is a senior fellow at the Japan Institute of International Affairs and the Asian Forum Japan, joining us now to talk more about all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thanks so much, Josh. It's a real pleasure to be back on.
Of course. Well, first off, I just want to discuss the relationship currently between the U.S. and Japan. Where does it stand now, and how has it changed over the past, I would say, few years and decades?
Well, I think the United States will often refer to Japan as an ironclad ally and a cornerstone of its commitments in the Indo-Pacific. But the interesting thing, Josh, is you're seeing that alliance elevating even to greater levels. And I think this summit is an example of this, where there's been a longstanding mutual defense pact and longstanding trade and investment ties. But I think what's changed is some of the challenges globally, in particular, of course, Russia's reinvasion of Ukraine, but also closer to Japan is the strategic rise of China and all of the challenges in Japan's backyard. So all of this has really sort of sped up in many ways a retrofit of the alliance, and it's become much more connected, much less sort of the United States providing security for Japan and much more Japan actually playing an active role in that.
What does this trip show about that relationship with the U.S.?
Well, I think it shows a number of things. I think it shows not only is the United States-Japan relationship bilaterally moving, but one of the key things on the sidelines of this, for example, was having the Filipino leader have a trilateral summit with the Japanese Prime Minister Kishida, showing that the U.S.-Japan relationship can sort of be a network for all of the other partnerships and security relationships in the region, I think is a really important sign. It's not just the Philippines. Australia has been engaging a lot closely with the United States-Japan relationship. So really seeing this as the sort of the hinge point or cornerstone to providing security in the region.
And Japan's prime minister did address Congress on Thursday. What stood out to you about his comments overall?
I think a couple things did. I mean, number one, the gravity of the situation and how Japan sees it. I think this is the same prime minister, Josh, who shortly after Russia reinvaded Ukraine mentioned that the Ukraine of today could be the East Asia of tomorrow. And of course, he's thinking about the vulnerability of Taiwan and other security challenges. So I think, number one, it's the gravity that he showed of the security situation, how Japan's seeing that. And the second part of it is that I think if we're talking in poker terms, the Japanese are all in on the U.S. alliance. I think that he reiterated that the joint command structure now of the alliance with U.S. forces in Japan and Japanese forces. I think those are the two things. Number one, the world has changed, East Asia has changed, and the United States alliance is the best way for Japan to address some of these challenges.
Today, we do know that Japan's prime minister is going to travel over to North Carolina. What is the reasoning behind going to North Carolina?
I think that's a really great story. So, and one that's often not known. I mean, a lot of when people think of the Japan-U.S. relationship, they think of some of the defense and security. They do think of some of the trade and investment on cars, but in particular states. So Japan actually is the largest foreign investor in North Carolina. Japanese companies provide over 30,000 jobs through their companies. So I think there's a lot of this is to highlight some of the foreign investment that Japan already has, but some of the new investments that it's thinking about making too. Toyota's thinking about a hybrid battery EV sort of plant. And there's all sorts of other, things in the works. So I think that's the main goal, is to show that, yes, Japan can come to Washington and have the formal meetings, but actually Japanese companies are investing in Main Street as well.
My last question for you, what do you see as the future of the relationship between the U.S. and Japan when you talk about years from now, even decades from now?
Well, I think that they're starting to put the building blocks on looking at that future. I mean, I think Japan is going to be demographically challenged and obviously has some economic challenges and headwinds going forward. But I think what you're seeing is that the way Japan views its future is absolutely intertwined with the United States and with other allies in the region. If it was a simple choice of, do we want to be acquiesce to Chinese regional hegemony or a world where we have like-minded democracies that we can work with, of course, principled by the United States, that's the future that Japan wants to choose.
All right, Jonathan Berkshire Miller, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and help break all this down. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, I do want to take you out live right now. Take a look at this post coming in on X or Twitter, coming in from Fox's Chad Pergram. He says the House is now taking a test vote on that new FISA bill. We've been covering this all throughout the morning here. This is what blew up Wednesday, preventing the House from debating the actual bill. It looks like they just picked back up here, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
888, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to reform the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act of 1978.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence or their respective designees. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner, and the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow, each will control 15 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Recognized.
This bill is about the extension of Section 702 of the Foreign Surveillance Act. That is the act under which we're able to spy on our adversaries, those individuals who intend to do our nation harm. It's been great debate and great discussion among the members in this body. Everyone is in agreement that there have been unbelievable abuses by the FBI of access to foreign intelligence. The underlying bill, of which there's broad support, punishes the FBI. It criminalizes the FBI's abuses. It limits and restricts the FBI's access to foreign intelligence, and it further puts guardrails to punish the FBI. What's also in agreement here on this House floor is the protection of American civil liberties. You have to have a warrant, and there is absolute constitutional protection of Americans' data. No one in this statute, there's no place in this statute where Americans' data becomes at risk. The debate today, though, is not about FISA. It's not about spying on our adversaries. The debate today is about a warrant requirement in an amendment that has been offered by Andy Biggs and Jayapal. This amendment, largely drafted by Senator Wyden and co-sponsored by Elizabeth Warren, would, for the first time in history, provide constitutional rights to our adversaries. It would provide constitutional rights to our enemies. No court, no law has ever come out of this body that would provide constitutional rights to our adversaries. We spy on Hezbollah. We spy on Hamas. We spy on the Ayatollah. We spy on the Communist Party of China. This bill provides them constitutional protections to communicate with people in the United States, to recruit them for the purposes of being terrorists, for being spies, and for doing espionage. The 9/11 perpetrators were in the United States, and they were communicating with al-Qaeda. At that time, we made a grave mistake in that we were not spying on al-Qaeda, and we didn't see who they were communicating with in the United States. We changed that, and we began to spy on al-Qaeda, and we got to see the extent to which they were recruiting people in the United States to do us harm. If this amendment passes, al-Qaeda will have full constitutional protections to recruit in the United States. The Communist Party will have full constitutional protection to recruit in the United States. And there will be no increased protection of constitutional protections for Americans and their data. The only data that would become protected is data that's located in al-Qaeda's inbox and the Communist Chinese inbox. Now, how is that they become protected? This amendment would require that you have to have a warrant to look into Communist Chinese Party data for the recruitment efforts that they are doing within the United States. You would have to have evidence of a crime that is occurring in order to be able to get that warrant, which means we'll be blind. The moment that if this becomes law, we will be blind and will be unable to look at what Hezbollah is doing in the United States, what Hamas is doing in the United States, what the Communist Party is doing in the United States. There's no additional protections in this amendment for Americans. Americans still have full constitutional protection of their own data. Now, let me give you an example of how this works under their amendment. We're spying on Hamas. Two people in the United States send emails to Hamas. One says, "Happy birthday," and one says, "Thank you for the bomb-making classes." Now, when those two emails go to Hamas, right now we see them. If you send a happy birthday to Hamas and we see it, that doesn't matter. That's not a threat to the United States. You send an email that says, "Thank you for the bomb-making classes," we intercept that email. We read it, we find out who it is, and then when we come here to go find that person, to arrest them, to make certain that they don't harm Americans, we have to go to court and get a warrant. There already is a warrant requirement for the protection of Americans and people who are here in the United States. If you have to have a warrant to look at the two emails that are sent to Hamas, "Happy birthday," and "Thank you for the bomb-making classes," you have no evidence of a crime. You have no ability to read these two emails. We will go dark. We will go blind. Now, the FBI abuses have been extraordinary in their searching of foreign data. We need to punish them. This underlying bill punishes the FBI. We should not punish Americans. We should not make our nation less safe by giving constitutional protections to Hamas, giving constitutional protections to the Communist Chinese Party. Now, I've been talking to members on the floor, and they say, "Hey, this amendment is about protecting Americans' data in the United States." It's not. Americans' data in the United States is already protected by the Constitution. There's nobody on this House floor who would argue that you don't need a warrant to look at Americans' data in the United States. This amendment, and I encourage everyone to pick it up and read it, applies to the data that we collect in spying on Hamas, Hezbollah, the Communist Chinese Party. To give them a warrant, to give them constitutional protections, means that they're open for business. The day after this passes and we go blind, the Communist Chinese Party has a complete pass to recruit in the United States students to spy on our industry and then our universities. Hamas and Hezbollah have a complete pass. We will be blind as they try to recruit people for terrorist attacks within the United States. Currently, we keep America safe by spying on our adversaries. Do not give our adversaries constitutional protection. With that, I reserve.
All right, so you're listening to what will be about an hour of debate there. Chad Pergram with Fox News reporting that the House did cross that procedural hurdle on the FISA bill. The vote was 213 to 208, and the House is now debating a 2-year FISA extension. We are going to step into our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Then we'll get right back into all of that debate here as, again, this is expected to go on for about an hour. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at this post here from Chad Pergram with Fox News saying that the House has crossed this procedural hurdle on the FISA bill. The vote was 213 to 208. So the House is now debating a 2-year FISA extension. This has been going on throughout the morning, but they did a test vote. And because of those votes, they are now fully debating this and will vote on that 2-year FISA extension. This is going to go on for about an hour or so. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Issues with U.S. person queries. The President's Civil Liberties Oversight Board, the PCLOB, proposed a warrant that is much less extreme than the one in the Biggs Amendment. The PCLOB, the President's Civil Liberties Oversight Board, and by the way, this proposal was split on the PCLOB, proposed that only in the event that a U.S. person query produces information, only in that event, which is about 2% of all queries, would a warrant be required. The Biggs Amendment would require a warrant for every single U.S. person query that the government makes inside information that it already has. The narrow exceptions including in this amendment will also not work. You don't need to take that from me. Talk to anybody in the government who uses this program. We don't know if a query is about something that is an exigency until we know what is in the information that query would turn up. Enacting this amendment would make us far less safe. We'll lose the ability to disrupt terrorist plots, identify spies, interdict fentanyl, and much more. Not because it was constitutionally required, but because we simply chose not to look. As Jake Sullivan said this week, quote, "The extensive harm of this proposal simply cannot be mitigated." I would point my colleagues, particularly on my side of the aisle, to the President's extraordinarily strong statement of administrative policy in which he reiterates the damage that will be done by this amendment should it pass. And my friends, a lot of what we do here, the consequences don't appear immediately. If we turn off the ability of the government to query U.S. person data, the consequences will be known soon. And we will audit why what happened, and the consequences will be known soon, and accountability will be visited. Once again, I urge members to vote for the underlying bill and to oppose the Biggs Amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm in support of this bill, this underlying bill. Certainly. This is a bipartisan product that came out of the Intelligence Committee. And it came out of the Intelligence Committee when we realized a few years ago all the abuses that were taking place within our intelligence system. And we knew we had to act, and there had to be reforms. And there had to be criminal liability when people in our agencies are doing the wrong things. That wasn't in place. And for the last 2.5 years, we've worked on this, and we worked on it in a bipartisan way, not just with the Intelligence Committee, but with the whole body. We opened this up to the entire body, Republican, Democrat, regardless of what committee you're on. And we worked together to craft a very good bill. This isn't just an Intelligence Committee bill. This is a House of Representatives bill. And that's what we've come forward. This bill ensures American civil liberties are secure and that we have intelligence collection tools that we need to safeguard our country from foreign threats. The Constitution asks us to provide for our defense. That is what we are trying to do. And to work against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That is what we are trying to do. So I want to set the record straight. It's already in statute that a warrant is required every single time the United States government wants to investigate a U.S. person under FISA, under Section 702. But a warrant is not required to do a query, to find out what you might need for probable cause to get a warrant. Now, this amendment wants to put a warrant on getting a query when time is of the essence. Mr. Speaker, if Ayatollah Khomeini is talking about you and we pick up that, I want to know why he's talking about you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to do a query into the information we already have to see if anyone else is talking about you. And I want to find out if they're planning to assassinate you, Mr. Speaker. I shouldn't need a warrant to try and find out if a foreign actor is trying to assassinate a U.S. citizen. I shouldn't need a warrant to find out if a foreign actor or terrorist is working with someone in the United States to harm other Americans. But if we want to investigate that person, yes, we do. So there's a lot of misinformation out there. American civil liberties are not being harmed. So I'll give you a hypothetical example too. American citizen Bob Smith pops up in a FISA database. Some are saying that government can obtain or search Bob emails, texts, and phone calls. That is not true. That is not true. But you can do a query to see if anyone else is talking about this person, and not just anyone else anywhere, but a foreign actor or a foreign terrorist whose information you already have. Can you imagine if you're looking for...
Chair, how much time is remaining on Dr. Winstrup's 3 minutes?
Gentleman has 20 seconds remaining.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to just say what's true and what's not true. A query does not investigate a U.S. citizen. In many cases, it's acting on behalf of a U.S. citizen to keep them safe, and I yield back.
Gentleman, Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, it is my privilege to yield 2 minutes to the single longest serving member of the House Intelligence Committee ever, a member who, as my Republican colleagues regularly remind me, whose progressive bona fides are unchallengeable, and who came to this institution to fight for civil liberties. I yield 2 minutes to Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi.
I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I thank him for his great leadership of the Intelligence Committee, and I thank our members of the Intelligence Committee for their important work to protect our national security on both sides of the aisle. Having served there, I know it's a place where we strive for bipartisanship. Mr. Speaker, as the gentleman indicated, I came to this committee in the early 90s, and my purpose was to protect the civil liberties as we protected the national security of our country. I had two purposes. One, to stop the proliferation of weapons, nuclear weapons, and secondly was, on a par with that, to make sure that we protect the civil liberties. In the course of that time, I have voted for legislation that is less than what I would have liked, but advanced the cause. The gentleman, both the chair and the ranking member, have put forth a very clear idea about why 702 is important, and I associate myself with their remarks. But I just want to say this. I went in the early 90s. I became the ranking member, the top Democrat on the committee, and for 20 years I was gang of 4, gang of 8, in terms of receiving intelligence up until last year when I stopped being Speaker of the House. And for that whole time, it's been about what does this mean to the civil liberties of the American people. I had a bill that we brought to former President Bush was president that addressed some of our FISA concerns, didn't go all the way. This bill does. And in this legislation, there are scores of provisions that strengthen our case for civil liberties. Some of them improvements on existing law, some of them new provisions in the law to protect the civil liberties of the American people. So this Biggs Amendment seriously undermines our ability to protect the national security, and I urge our colleagues to vote against it. I don't have the time right now, but if members want to know, I'll tell you how we could have been saved from 9/11 if we didn't have to have the additional warrants. With that, I again urge a no vote on Biggs, a yes on the bill, and yield back the balance of my time.
And the lady reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute. Gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my folks at home, are you concerned about counterterrorism threats? I am too. FISA Section 702 informed the planning for the February 2022 U.S. military operation that resulted in the death in Syria of Haji Abdullah, the leader of ISIS. That's one example. Are you concerned about fentanyl? I am too. We were able to leverage FISA Section 702 intelligence to identify a foreign actor overseas who was supplying pill press machinery and other equipment to drug cartels in Mexico to help thwart that fentanyl threat. Are you concerned about cyber threats? I am too. FISA Section 702 played an important role in the U.S. government's response to the cyber attack on Colonial Pipeline back in 2021 and other cyber threats that have taken place since then. Are you concerned about threats to our troops? I am too. FISA Section 702 has identified threats to U.S. troops and disrupt planned terrorist attacks on those troops overseas in places like the Middle East, a U.S. facility specifically in the Middle East. And 702 is used to monitor communications as those terrorists traveled to go and execute those plans. We can't overstate the importance of 702. And I know you're concerned about the rights of the American people. I am too. I'm an American just like you are. That's why there already is a warrant requirement in place. We are protecting U.S. persons. We can't allow 702 to expire and expect that we're going to have good results at the end of the day. I support Section 702, and I urge a yes vote. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Hank Johnson.
I thank the ranking member, and I rise in support of reauthorization of Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which was first passed by Congress in 2008, which also codified what had been a secret and legally unauthorized practice of warrantless collection of phone, email, and other communications of non-U.S. persons located outside of the United States in response to the deadly 9/11 attack that killed thousands of Americans. As they planned that deadly attack, al-Qaeda plotters used U.S. communications facilities, and American foreign intelligence picked up the chatter. But the stovepipe that kept this intel from domestic law enforcement created the situation where domestic law enforcement could not protect us from the threat because they did not know of the plot before it happened. If Section 702 had been in place prior to 9/11, the FBI could have been able to prevent the attack, and allowing Section 702 to expire would expose Americans to grave danger, like the horrific massacre of Israeli Jews on October 7th, the military-style assaults like what happened in Russia recently, and other mass casualty events, the limits of which are only limited by the depravity of those who would plan them. And that's why I rise in support of this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
How much time we have remaining?
Gentleman from Ohio has 5 minutes remaining.
I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Turner, for yielding, and I want to thank you for your leadership on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7888, the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act. Over the past year, I've led the Intelligence Committee Task Force on FISA reauthorization, working with my colleagues to find common sense reforms to the processes under Section 702 to create a balance between protecting national security and preserving constitutional liberties afforded to all U.S. persons. It's important to state at the outset that Section 702 is used only to target bad actors overseas and our adversaries who are not protected under the Fourth Amendment. It is not used to surveil or target Americans. Throughout our process, we regularly engage with national security leaders, former Trump administration officials, and our colleagues, both on the Judiciary Committee and throughout the conference. This bill before us makes targeted, meaningful changes to FISA and Section 702 without upending the statute in a way that will lead to unintended consequences, resulting in the United States being less safe. Prior to coming to Congress, I served as an assistant U.S. attorney and chief terrorism prosecutor. I witnessed firsthand the valuable use of FISA. Section 702 is a critical tool that helps the IC defend the United States against the malign actors we worry about daily. And the value of what 702 has done for our country over the last 15-plus years is immense. I would mention 4 existential things that have happened in the last 9 years. The taking out of bin Laden, the assassination of Soleimani, the Iranian leader, by President Trump, the taking out of al-Baghdadi, the leader of ISIS, and last year, the taking out of al-Zawahiri. The use of 702 in all of those was definitive in the taking out of those terrorists. I would say I would also say with this bill, it institutes the largest reform of the FBI in a generation, makes the necessary changes to prevent potential bad actors from improperly utilizing FISA from anything other than its intended use, protecting Americans from foreign threats. Particularly this day and age with China, what's going on in the Middle East, and the unenforcement at our southern border, it's now more important than ever that we have a vibrant, robust 702 in place. Lastly, I would just submit for the record a letter from Mike Pompeo, John Radcliffe, Devin Nunes, William Barr, and Robert O'Brien, former Trump administration officials that worked in national security, where they specifically support our bill and express grave concern about the Warren Amendment that will be brought up today. And I urge a no vote on the Warren Amendment and a yes vote on our underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, it's my privilege to yield 90 seconds to a gentleman who, prior to coming here, defended this nation's security at risk to his own life in the uniform of the 75th Ranger Regiment, the gentleman from Colorado, Jason Crow.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act to reauthorize Section 702 of FISA. As one of the nation's most essential intelligence gathering tools, the importance of reauthorizing FISA cannot be overstated. Every day, our nation's diplomats, intelligence professionals, and defense officials, and soldiers, and Marines, and airmen rely on intelligence derived from Section 702 to advance their missions and to protect our country. It provides vital insights into the kinds of threats that we need to be able to protect Americans from, including threats against our critical infrastructure, our computer networks, our financial system, and our citizens. This bill before you is the product of careful bipartisan negotiations. These negotiations have ensured that this bill will not only maintain the effectiveness of FISA, but it also enhances protections for America's civil liberties. It makes targeted reforms to address compliance issues and to prevent abuses. The amendment proposed by my colleagues to require a warrant before accessing this information that has already been lawfully collected and reviewed by courts and is in the possession of the U.S. government would serve as a de facto ban on ever accessing it. It creates an unacceptable level of risk with consequences that would be felt almost immediately for Americans and our national security. So I urge my colleagues to reject the Biggs Amendment and to support the underlying bill. And I yield back.
So we are continuing to listen as House members are debating reauthorizing the Foreign Intelligence Security Act, otherwise known as FISA. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back with more debate on the House floor. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol. As happening right now, House members are debating reauthorizing the Foreign Intelligence Security Act 2 days after a first attempt to vote on the act failed in the chamber. If you're not familiar with the FISA Act, this act would permit the U.S. government to collect without a warrant the communications of non-Americans located outside the country to gather foreign intelligence. Now, the reauthorization is currently tied to a series of reforms aimed at satisfying critics who complained of civil liberty violations against Americans. And we do want to head back to the floor and listen in as House lawmakers continue their debate.
This morning. However, not all of the amendments today would strengthen this bill. In fact, I am strongly opposed to the amendment offered by Mr. Briggs, and I am obligated to point out the dangers of passing this extreme amendment. Intelligence professionals who rely on this tool, 702, keep us safe and have been crystal clear. This amendment would make it nearly impossible to access information essential to protect our homeland security. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I urge a yes vote on the overall bill, FISA, and a no vote on the Biggs amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida who opposes giving constitutional rights to our foreign adversaries, Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you, gentleman from Ohio. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of this bill and equally strong opposition to the amendment. Simply put, this amendment ties the hands of our intelligence community, making all of us less safe. This amendment requires the IC to get a probable cause warrant to search a set of data that has legally been collected. ICs, our intelligence community, must have access to legally collected pertinent information, and we should not be adding roadblocks. As a former law enforcement officer, I strongly believe in the civil liberties of all Americans and spend my life protecting them. But this amendment does not provide any more protection to Americans. All this amendment does is gut 702, giving to terrorists, adversaries, and bad actors a major win. Restricting access to already legally collected data makes us all less safe. 702 is a vital piece of our security, must be preserved. I urge a no vote on the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from New York, Dan Goldman.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of this bill that includes an absolutely essential national security program. But I will support this bill only if the amendment that would impose a warrant requirement on queries regarding American citizens fails. First, a warrant is simply not needed because the query in question is not a new search. It simply identifies any contacts or communications with Americans from within the universe of information that was already lawfully obtained from the original search. And that original search can only be of foreign nationals on foreign soil. I spent 10 years as a federal prosecutor and obtained hundreds of search warrants. And based on that experience, I can say with confidence that requiring a warrant would render this program unusable and entirely worthless. Based on the information available to law enforcement, it would be impossible to get probable cause to obtain a search warrant from a judge in a timely manner. And even if it were possible, the time required to obtain a search warrant from a judge would frequently fail to meet the urgency of a terrorist or other national security threat. A warrant requirement is unnecessary and unworkable, and I therefore urge my colleagues to oppose the Biggs Amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Ohio's time has expired.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank the gentleman from Ohio for his terrific work in the face of very real challenges and his commitment to bipartisanship. This is a critical and bipartisan effort, and it's one that he and I and many others have spent thousands of hours on. And as we close out debate, two things are very, very clear. Number one, this authority must be reauthorized. I've heard too many members saying that I'll vote to reauthorize it so long as I get this amendment passed. If you are serious about keeping the American people safe, if you're serious about what you said, which is that this must be reauthorized, vote for final passage. This is our single most important tool to keep Americans safe. Secondly, the Biggs Amendment is an extreme amendment, and I understand the instinct. As I mentioned before, the PCLOB, the President's Civil Liberties Oversight Board, proposed something that would require, in very limited circumstances, a judicial amendment. This amendment is far more extreme than that one, and it is not driven by constitutional concerns. Not a single federal court, after years and years of scrutiny, has identified a Fourth Amendment issue. So this is a policy choice.
And I would say to those friends of mine on my side of the aisle, maybe you've spent more time on this collection authority than I have. I've probably spent 2,000 or 3,000 hours. So maybe you've spent more. I'm willing to concede that. Maybe you know better than I do. But I would ask you to listen to the people who use this every single day at the Department of Justice, at our intelligence community. I would ask you to read the last paragraph of the administration's Statement of Administration Policy, which concludes with the line, "Our intelligence, defense, and public safety communities are united. The extensive harms of this proposal simply cannot be mitigated." We're Article 1. You've probably done a lot of work. Maybe you know better on the Biggs Amendment. We'll find out. Pass the Biggs Amendment. Do what the SAP says would badly damage our safety. We'll find out. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
All right, so we are in between speakers as the House continues to debate on the FISA Act, all of this pertaining to government surveillance in order to gather foreign intelligence. We are going to step away for another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, but we continue to follow this live debate from Washington, D.C. in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a look at Representative Jordan as he is speaking about the FISA Act. We are going to pot up the sound and listen in.
They can do the search. If it's emergency situation, they can do it. We've put exceptions in there. Here's the fundamental question. I raised this the other day. Here's the fundamental question. Of that over 3 million searches in a 2-year time span, how many of those aren't covered by the exceptions we have in our warrant amendment? What's the number? And guess what? We can't get an answer. They won't tell us, which should be concern in and of itself. But if it's a big number, we should be particularly frightened. If they don't follow in the exceptions and they're searching Americans, searching your name, your phone number, your email address in this giant database, that should scare us. And if it's a small number, then what's the big deal? You don't need thousands if it's a small number. But we can't get an answer to that question. So the underlying bill has got some changes and reforms that are positive, that are good. But short of having this warrant amendment added to the legislation, we shouldn't pass it. This amendment is critical. particularly when you think about the 278,000 times they abused the system, didn't follow their own rules, and now we say, oh, we got some new rules, I'll follow them now. No, no, no. The real check we have in our system is a separate and equal branch of government signing off on it. That's how we do things in America. And never forget, this is the FBI who's had some other abuses in different areas. This is why we think this warrant requirement is so darn important. And with that, I reserve the balance of our time. Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of meaningful reform to FISA Section 702 and in strong opposition to a mere fig leaf, or even worse, an expansion of 702. Unfortunately, we will not know which of these paths we are taking until the conclusion of this debate. What I know at this moment is that the base text before us right now is completely inadequate. Although it has some perfectly fine provisions, it does not represent real reform. Some of the proposed amendments that will be coming up today would take us in the wrong direction. And changing the sunset from 5 years to 2 years does absolutely nothing to improve the bill. Ultimately, this legislation should only move forward if it contains an amendment to mandate that the intelligence community obtain a probable cause warrant before they search the 702 database for Americans' private communications. Some of my colleagues appear confused about how 702 collection works and what we mean when supporters of a warrant requirement refer to backdoor searches for U.S. personal information. So let's be clear about what we're talking about. FISA Section 702 permits the intelligence community to sweep up the communication of foreign targets located overseas. When these communications are obtained, they go into what is known as the 702 database, where all the 702 data is housed. If the U.S. government wants to target a U.S. person for foreign surveillance, U.S. person meaning an American or a legal permanent resident, they already can. They do this by getting a warrant under Title I of FISA, a separate and distinct part of FISA from Section 702. The government cannot target Americans under 702 because 702 does not protect the constitutional rights of the targets of the surveillance. Foreigners not located on U.S. soil do not have constitutional rights, so this is not a problem. What is a problem, however, is that massive amounts of Americans' communications are still swept up in 702 searches. If a U.S. person communicates with a foreign target, that American's communications with the target end up in the 702 database, too. While we do not know precise numbers, we know that a vast amount of Americans' communications is swept up every year. The intelligence community is not supposed to search the 702 database for U.S. person identifiers like our names, phone numbers, and addresses without cause. Searching for Americans' private communications in the 702 database, communications the government otherwise would not have access to without a warrant, is the constitutional equivalent of conducting a warrantless search. But we know that the government breaks this law all the time. 278,000 times, in fact, at last count in 2021 alone. Officials are supposed to find it reasonably likely that a query will turn up evidence of a crime or foreign intelligence information. But that did not stop them from searching for protesters, politicians, and political donors, to name a few, without proper predicate. Because of these repeated violations, Chairman Jordan and I agree that the only way to preserve Americans' privacy and constitutional rights is to require the intelligence community to obtain a probable cause warrant when they want to search the communications of Americans housed in the 702 database. This is a basic tenet of the Fourth Amendment. Now, Chairman Turner stated incorrectly that the proposed warrant requirement gives constitutional rights to suspected terrorists abroad. Nonsense. The warrant requirement does not change any aspect of surveillance of valid targets under Section 702, nor should it. The problem is that when we surveil the Internet, we sweep up massive amounts of U.S. person information. And the warrant requirement we propose would apply the Fourth Amendment to that information, nothing more, and our Constitution demands nothing less. We have repeatedly heard some of our colleagues tell us that the sky is falling, that a probable cause requirement would end U.S. person searches of the 702 database. But there are no facts to back up these claims. We will be considering an amendment today to add a warrant requirement for U.S. person searches of the 702 database. This essential amendment makes exceptions for victim consent, cybersecurity cases, and exigency, that is, emergencies. Thus, the vast majority of these searches can continue without a warrant. But for the small percentage of searches of American communications that would be affected, the government should have probable cause to search their communications. It is simply unfair to ask the intelligence community to both zealously protect our security while also protecting the constitutional rights of those surveilled. American system of checks and balances exists precisely for cases such as this, where two considerations must coexist at odds with one another. For too long, FISA Section 702 has enabled the surveillance of Americans without adequate safeguards to protect our civil liberties. Americans need Congress to enact these guardrails. And with Section 702 expiring soon, we have a rare opportunity to protect Americans' privacy while giving enforcement the tools they need to keep us safe. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this legislation unless a probable cause warrant is adopted. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my friend and a member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't discount the mounting dangers we face from enemies abroad. But we also cannot discount the dangers we face at home from the very powers that this bill would continue. As has been pointed out, the FBI abused these powers 278,000 times in a single year and turned them against American citizens, fishing for January 6th and Black Lives Matter rioters, probing political donors, and even piercing congressional offices. John Adams believed that the indiscriminate searches by British officials became the first spark of the American Revolution. Having lived under such a tyranny, the founders protected us with the Fourth Amendment. Before authorities can search through our records, they have to get a warrant from an independent judge by showing probable cause to suspect that we've committed a crime. Now, there are many excellent reforms in this bill, and I applaud them. But they largely depend on these agencies policing themselves, and experience warns us that's just not enough. Without a warrant requirement, I fear these powers will once again be turned against our fundamental liberties, and these days, that scares me as much as a terrorist attack. Just imagine how much safer we'd all be if we stationed a soldier in every house. But we have a Third Amendment to protect us against that tyranny, just as we have a Fourth Amendment to protect us against the tyranny of indiscriminate searches. Benjamin Franklin's warning echoes through his age to ours today. Those who can give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Let that not be history's judgment of us. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a critical opportunity today to stand up for the civil liberties that are enshrined in our Constitution while also safeguarding our national security. Every single day, the FBI conducts an average of 500 warrantless searches of Americans' private communications, resulting in over 278,000 searches in 1 year alone. The FBI has invaded the privacy of members of Congress, a state court judge who reported civil rights violations by a local police chief, Black Lives Matter protesters, and more. We cannot pass this bill without additional protections like my amendment with Representative Biggs and Nadler and Jordan and Lofgren and Davidson to close the backdoor search loophole. And unfortunately, there are some members of the intelligence community, some members of this body that are circulating information that simply isn't correct. And I need to correct the record right here. Some members have implied that the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board does not support the amendment. To counter that, let me share some quotes from Sharon Bradford Franklin in her personal capacity as chair of the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, the independent government agency tasked with ensuring the executive branch conducts national security work in a way that protects our civil liberties and our privacy. Here are her quotes. It is critical that in reauthorizing Section 702, Congress include a warrant requirement for U.S. person queries. Another quote, requiring a warrant for U.S. person queries would neither end U.S. person queries nor undermine the overall value of Section 702. Another quote, outside of the category of, quote, victim queries, the FBI has not been able to identify any cases in which a Section 702 U.S. person query provided unique value in advancing a criminal investigation. In addition, the government has been unable to identify a single criminal prosecution that relied on evidence identified through a U.S. person query. Another quote, the warrant requirement contained in the warrant amendment includes important exceptions that would address the government's concerns about slowing down the process for U.S. person queries. Exceptions are provided for exigent circumstances, consent, cybersecurity, and metadata-only queries. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear that the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, in its oversight capacity, has the same access to all the classified intelligence that the agencies cite when they try to scare us into reauthorizing FISA with minimal changes. We have a bipartisan amendment that would fix this problem. We have a responsibility to stand up for civil liberties of our constituents. We cannot pass this bill without requiring intelligence agencies to ensure that Americans' privacy rights are upheld at every turn. I yield back.
So we continue to listen in as House lawmakers debate on whether to reauthorize the Foreign Intelligence Security Act. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, but we continue to follow these live events out of Washington, D.C. in 2 minutes. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue. Time right now is 10:35 Eastern, 7:35 Pacific, and we continue to follow debate out of Washington, D.C. This is a live look at the U.S. Capitol right here as House lawmakers are debating whether to reauthorize the Foreign Intelligence Security Act. This comes 2 days after the House shot down the bill in a test vote, preventing any debate on the bill itself. Now, if you're not familiar with the FISA Act, this act allows the U.S. government to collect, without a warrant, the communications of non-Americans located outside the country to gather foreign intelligence. The surveillance program only targets non-Americans in other countries, but it does also collect communications of Americans when they are in contact with those targeted foreigners. Now, what is part of this debate right now is an amendment proposed by Representative Biggs that would prohibit warrantless surveillance of American citizens and holds accountable any federal official who violates the law. And we do have that debate continuing right now on the House floor, so we're going to once again pot up the sound and listen in.
One of the most revered civil rights leaders, Dr. Martin Luther King. Yes, we need legislation that would, in fact, protect someone who simply wanted to provide justice to this nation. And he was the subject of COINTELPRO, a horridly distorted investigation of his family, of his belongings, of his extended family members, of his wife, who I think at the time was expecting. This legislation is important to save lives. It is important legislation to ensure that our intelligence community, our law enforcement community can do their job. But it is not legislation that should be utilized to abuse the American people. So I rise today to speak of the concerns on H.R. 7888. It is a bipartisan bill to reauthorize an essential intelligence authority, Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, and other FISA provisions before they would expire on April 19th. But in doing so, we find ourselves being subject to the eye of the knife, if you will, in penetrating the personal matters of individuals that have no desire to do harm to this country. As we know all too well, expiration of 702 authorities would deprive our federal government of the necessary insight into precisely the threats Americans expect their government to identify and counter. We understand that. As highlighted and emphasized through federal administration, if we lost 702, we lose vital protections to the United States and its allies from hostile foreign adversaries, including terrorists, proliferators, and spies, and to inform cybersecurity efforts. But we're also acutely aware that 702 is an extremely controversial, warrantless surveillance authority that must not be reauthorized without substantial reform to rein in warrantless surveillance of Americans. We simply cannot do that. Indeed, warrantless surveillance intended for non-American targets located abroad inevitably has resulted in the collection and capture of Americans' communications. And yes, the results of capturing information that safeguards the American people and provides us with a safety net that we can fight for justice, fight for civil rights, and yet be protected. It is no secret that intelligence agencies have turned Section 702 into a domestic spying tool used to perform hundreds of thousands of warrantless backdoor searches for Americans' private phone calls, emails, and text messages. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, we have got, Mr. Chair, we've got a whole new world of technology where you can probe every aspect of our life. Yes, these searches have included shocking abuses, including against civil rights leaders, protesters, members of Congress, 19,000 donors to congressional campaigns, political parties. To protect the American people, we need to maintain the vital collection authority as intended to protect our nation and national security. We must do that while at the same time strengthening its protective guardrails with the most robust set, if you will, of protection that we possibly can. That's why I've joined with several members, including Mr. Klein, to offer the Abouts Amendment, and we will offer that as one of the Judiciary 3. This amendment does something Congress should have done 7 years ago, prohibit the government from resuming Abouts collection, a form of Section 702 that poses unique risks to Americans. Abouts collection is a collection of communications that are neither to nor from an approved target of surveillance. Can you imagine? Under Section 702 of the FISA, but merely contain information related to the target. It is unbelievable that we would go after innocent Americans, members of Congress, in the random searching, phishing. I thank the gentleman. the random search and phishing of information that may not be relevant. In the past, About's collection focused on collecting communications that include a target's email address or phone address or Twitter handle or something like that. But in theory, About's collection could be used to collect emails that merely mention a person who is a target of Section 702 surveillance. I rise today to indicate that we cannot pass this legislation without these vital amendments, and we cannot pass this legislation without the American people believing that when they pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, that they are pledging allegiance to civil liberties, freedom, justice, and equality for all. I rise to support these amendments and, as well, a free nation with democracy and liberty for all. With that, I thank the gentleman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from the great state of Texas, Mr. Self.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It appears that the House of Representatives is experiencing a constitutional crisis of conscience. We are actually debating if a warrant should be required for government intelligence agencies to spy on Americans. Frankly, I'm stunned this is even called into question, especially amongst my Republican colleagues. The Constitution is absolutely clear. We as Americans have the right under the Fourth Amendment against unreasonable search and seizures, a right that the FBI has violated in over 278,000 improper searches of Americans and 3.4 million warrantless queries of Americans' private communications. These facts are not up for debate. We know this. They've been caught. And if we do not pass this warrant requirement, especially in light of these facts, the continued victimization of Americans by the FBI through FISA Section 702 will be legitimized. As an Army officer, as a county judge, now as a member of Congress for 40 years, I have been under oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies. I will do so today. On behalf of over 800,000 of my constituents in Texas District 3, get a warrant. I yield back.
Yields. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to Judiciary Committee member and friend from the great state of Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The debate today is really focused on whether or not the FBI should be required to obtain a warrant to access U.S. person data. As the quote we're all familiar with, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I want to remind my colleagues of the debate on the previous FISA reauthorization bill in the 115th Congress. Many of my current and former colleagues stood behind this very podium and swore up and down that the FISA Amendments Act of 2017 would provide necessary protections for U.S. person information while keeping our country safe. Yet since the bill became law, there were nearly 3 million U.S. person queries just in 2021. In hundreds of incomplete FISA applications and the use of Section 702 to query data on members of Congress, protesters, and even FBI janitors. It appears to me that the factor that continues to fall by the wayside in all of the debates that are happening is that human nature plays a part. Mr. Speaker, that's the dilemma that we find ourselves in. We didn't pick this. This is where we ended up. Do we allow human nature to take its course and permit the FBI to continue to abuse U.S. person data, which the Department of Justice, IG, Special Counsel Durham, the FISA Court, and numerous independent review bodies have found to be negligent, inappropriate, and a threat to American privacy? Or do we rein in the FBI and fight for our Fourth Amendment rights? I choose to side with the latter and support the amendments that limit rather than expand the FBI's ability to query U.S. person data. Thank you, and I yield back.
So we continue to listen into very heated and passionate debate as House lawmakers are speaking about whether or not to reauthorize the Foreign Intelligence Security Act, or FISA Act, that would allow the U.S. government to collect communications of non-Americans located outside the country to gather foreign intelligence, all without a warrant. We are going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. We will be right back, continuing to follow this debate from Washington, D.C. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we do want to take you straight out to the U.S. Capitol as House lawmakers are continuing to debate whether to reauthorize the FISA Act, all of this having to do with gathering intelligence and surveillance on non-Americans. But the major concern is that this surveillance program also collects communications of Americans who are in contact with those targeted foreigners. Right now on debate is the act itself, and also a proposed amendment that would prohibit warrantless surveillance of American citizens, and it would hold accountable any federal official who violates the law. Let's once again listen in.
They created separate and equal branches of government. The checks and balances in our system are good. They protect our rights, our liberties, key principles, and we should adhere to that. As I said earlier, it served us well. This amendment follows that fundamental principle, so I hope we adopt it, and then if we adopt it, I hope we adopt the legislation. With that, I yield back our time.
The gentleman from Ohio yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, an amendment in the nature of substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-27 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended is in order except those printed in House Report 118-46. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in House Report 118-456. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1137, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To hear the administration tell it, having to get a warrant is the end of the world. Well, guess what? In literally any other context in which law enforcement or intelligence agencies want to read an American's communications, they have to get a warrant. That's been the rule for over 200 years, and for 46 years, the government has had to get a FISA Title I order to read Americans' communications in a foreign intelligence investigation. These are investigations in which Americans are suspected of terrorism, espionage, cybercrimes, you name it. Somehow, a warrant or Title I requirement is completely consistent with national security in those high-stake cases, yet the administration and those who oppose to this amendment allege that it will plunge us into a dystopian nightmare if we apply this same basic long-standing protection to Section 702 queries, where the American often isn't even suspected of any wrongdoing at the time of the query. I don't buy it, and neither should you. Over a decade ago, as my friend Mr. Nadler said just a moment ago, a group of intelligence experts unanimously recommended requiring a warrant for U.S. person queries of Section 702 data. That group included Michael Morrell, former acting director of the CIA, and Richard A. Clarke, former chief counterterrorism advisor to President George W. Bush. Bipartisan, recommended the same thing that we have in our warrant today. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment by Mr. Biggs. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Biggs. He participated in the working group that we had that was both the joint between the Intelligence Committee and the Judiciary Committee that drafted and put together this underlying bill, including working directly with the Speaker's office, and the second working group that drafted the specific bill that's underlying bill. We disagree about his amendment, though, which is why we're here on the debate. This amendment is not about Americans' inboxes and outboxes. This is not about Americans' data. This amendment is about Hezbollah's data, Hamas's data, and the Communist Chinese Party data. You don't have to take my word for it. Just pick up this amendment. Read the front of the amendment. This amendment says that you need to get a warrant to go into data collected by 702. 702 data, which we all agree, everybody on this floor agrees, 702 data is the collection of foreigners abroad. That's Hamas, Hezbollah, Communist Chinese Party, Al-Qaeda. What they want is a warrant to search the inbox and outbox of Hezbollah, Al-Qaeda, and the Communist Chinese Party when they are communicating with people in the United States. This is dangerous. It will make us go blind, and it will absolutely increase their recruitment of people inside the United States, not even American citizens, to do terrorist attacks, recruit for espionage, and to harm Americans. I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Co-sponsor of this amendment, Mr. Nadler. 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Support of this absolutely essential amendment. In 2021, the intelligence community conducted over 278,000 inappropriate searches for Americans' private communications. It broke the law more than 278,000 times. Mr. Biggs and I do not agree on much, but we agree that the status quo is unacceptable. Without a probable cause warrant requirement, it is clear that the intelligence community will go on breaking the law and violating Americans' rights in the process. As I have said again and again, if the government wants to peruse the private communications of Americans, they can go to Title I of FISA. Section 702 has fewer privacy protections because it is meant for foreigners located overseas, people who do not have constitutional rights. Any Americans' data we collect under 702 is collected at a standard far below the Fourth Amendment, and that should not be. I strongly support this amendment. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
And yields back. Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes. The gentleman from Connecticut, ranking member of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Humps.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the chair and I thank both the Judiciary Committees and the Intelligence Committee for this important debate. I sat here and listened to the Judiciary Committee's support for the Warren Amendment.
And the entire argument is constructed on the foundation of the notion that U.S. person queries violate the Constitution, the Fourth Amendment. That's the argument. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm tempted to defer to my good friends on the Judiciary Committee, but I'm likely to defer more immediately to the people who are charged to defend our constitutional rights in the federal courts. And I'm going to quote from the PCLOB report here, a statement made by the FISC Court in April of 2022. Quote, all three United States Circuit Courts of Appeals to consider the issue, that's the 2nd, the 9th, and the 10th Circuits, have held that the incidental collection of a U.S. person's communications under Section 702 does not require a warrant and is reasonable under the Fourth Amendment. I'm not a lawyer, but I am inclined to defer to 3 separate circuits. So my friends on Judiciary point to the PCLOB. The gentlelady from Washington quoted the chair of the PCLOB. She did it right. She was quoting the chair of the PCLOB on her personal capacity. The PCLOB had profound misgivings with their own warrant requirement, which was far narrower than the Biggs Amendment warrant requirement. The 2 Republican members of the PCLOB wrote a rebuttal of the PCLOB's proposal. And I'll just quote this. The Republican members, I would suggest that I'm always amazed by the chairman of Judiciary's alignment with his party. The Republicans said FISC pre-approval would most negatively impact the most important and urgent queries, the ones that show a connection between foreign targets and U.S. persons, the ones that the FBI must review as quickly as possible. Please vote against the Biggs Amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. So let's just consider that the Second Circuit has said that a Fourth Amendment warrant is appropriate. And they haven't finished concluding it, so I don't know where Mr. Himes is going to just keep riding off on that. But the Second Circuit is still considering that. But let's take a look at something else. The U.S. person query is designed to search for communications between Americans and foreigners who happen to be U.S. persons' targets. That's what we're hearing. So Mr. Turner says the law already requires a warrant to surveil an American. When he says surveil, what he's talking about is collecting all of an American's communications. And in that case, under Title I, a warrant is required. But a U.S. person query is an attempt to access some of an American's communications, namely those that are incidentally collected under Section 02, and to do so without a warrant. They can do it right now without a warrant. That's the distinction that we're getting at, and that with that, I'm going to reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
What Mr. Biggs just said is a great description. If this amendment passes, Communist China, the Communist Party in China, Hezbollah, and Hamas get to fully recruit in the United States free, because we would have to get a warrant to monitor them, not to monitor Americans. Already the Constitution requires that you have to have a warrant, and you have to go to court for a warrant, because their constitutional rights are protected since the birth of this nation. Americans' inboxes and outboxes are protected by a constitutional right for a warrant. The inbox and outbox of Hezbollah, Hamas, the Communist Chinese Party are not. If they are recruiting into the United States and people are communicating back with them, that is not protected speech. If you send a thanks for the bomb-making classes email to the head of Hamas, that shouldn't take a warrant for us to see, because we need to protect Americans. Now, inside the United States, everybody's communications are protected. The Constitution is sound, and since the birth of this nation, we have fought to ensure that. But I'll tell you what, it's the definition of the swamp when you stand on this floor and say you're going to give the American people something they already have. They have protections of their communications. They don't have the protection to be able to talk to Hamas and Hezbollah and Communist Chinese Party and say that they're going to be recruited to be a terrorist, to do espionage, or to be a spy. That's what we're talking about. There should not be a warrant for those types of communications. We wouldn't be able to see them. We would go blind. Our nation would be unsafe. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
How much time do I have left?
The gentleman has a minute and a half remaining.
I yield a minute to the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentleman. I'm just going to point out my good friend from Ohio. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to point out my good friend from Ohio says that we're searching foreigners in this database. Well, if you're just searching foreigners, why do we have this distinction called U.S. person queries? If you're just searching the bad guys, that's one thing, but you're not. Or you wouldn't have violated U.S. person queries 278,000 times. So that's the fundamental distinction. You can search all the bad guys you want. That's what we want. Do surveillance on them. They're in the database. You want to search more about them in the database, go do it. But you want to search an American. Their name, their phone number, their email address, you got to get a warrant. That's all this does. We shouldn't make it too complicated. That's all this does. It's Mr. Hines just used the term U.S. person queries. That's not a foreigner. That's someone here in the United States who's a person, and they're being searched. And all we're saying is, and you're going to do that, go get a warrant from a separate and equal branch of government. Thank the gentleman for yielding.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 30 seconds.
And I want to just dovetail on that because my friend from the Intelligence Committee keeps talking about we aren't going to be able to look at Hamas or any of these nefarious actors. That's simply inaccurate. The administration cites multiple examples where using Section 702 to monitor foreign targets has provided critical intelligence. But when it comes to warrantless searches for Americans, they can't provide any examples of where they've provided any useful information. And yet they want to continue to look at U.S. persons' information without a warrant. I urge support of my amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio?
He's too late.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report 118-456. For what purposes, the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 118-456, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1137, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you. The amendment that I've put forward here requires the FBI to report to Congress on a quarterly basis rather than an annual basis the number of U.S. person queries conducted. We simply want to have more information. We simply want to have the ability to look at this and understand whether the FBI is actually conducting these the proper way. We think quarterly is more efficient, more effective. And by the way, we extended it, doesn't kick in for a year. The FBI was complaining it was too burdensome. The FBI couldn't get this done. They've got a $200 million new headquarters, but they couldn't figure out how to get this done. So we gave them a year. Great. So you got a year, quarterly reporting. But it also grants the chairs and ranking members of the committees on Judiciary and Intel in the House and the Senate the ability to go to the FISC. Now, the problem is the chairman's going to say they oppose this. I know this because they put out their propaganda last night saying that, quote, this amendment will result in an unprecedented expansion of access to details on the most sensitive and highly classified current intelligence operations being undertaken by the government to numerous congressional staff, which raises significant counterintelligence concerns. We can't have congressional staff in the FISC. No, 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 that would be terrible. We don't want to have Article 1 be able to go over and get in front of the FISC and be able to see what's happening to protect the American citizens. We would rather the intel community, in all of its infinite wisdom, be able to make all of the determinations about the security and safety of the American people. And by the way, we have all the provisions in the language to say that it's up to the intel world and the FBI and all the security people to set the circumstances and all of the requirements under what the congressional staff would have to have in terms of clearances. But to say that we can't have congressional staff be able to observe the FISC, to be able to understand what is happening there and be able to come back here so Congress can know what is happening to protect the American people is facially absurd. I reserve.
Reserves.
So we continue to listen as House lawmakers debate the Foreign Intelligence Security Act, and happening right now, this was by voice, but there was a vote that happened just a few moments ago regarding an amendment that Representative Biggs had proposed. This amendment would prohibit warrantless surveillance of American citizens and hold accountable any federal official who violates the law. By vote of voice, the resolution has passed. And again, lawmakers are now debating a number of other amendments. We also want to bring your attention to the upper right-hand side of your screen. That is a live look at the Israel-Gaza border, as the U.S. has now warned of an imminent attack by Iran in Israel in the next 24 to 48 hours. We are keeping a very close eye on that news from the Middle East. And on the lower right-hand side of your screen, that is a live look from the White House, as President Biden has now canceled a little over $7 billion in student loans. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break. We have a number of other live events that we also want to share with you around the world and here at home. All of that in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look as House lawmakers continue to debate the Foreign Intelligence Security Act. Just moments ago, we brought you live here that lawmakers, by a vote of voice, passed a resolution brought before by Representative Biggs that would prohibit warrantless surveillance of American citizens and hold accountable any federal officials who violates the law. House lawmakers now are debating on a number of other resolutions. To share more about all of this, we do want to bring in Ken Gray, who is a professor with the University of New Haven and also a retired special FBI agent, to really share more about all of this. And thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us, Ken.
Yes, of course, Stephanie. Glad to be with you.
Absolutely. So we do want to speak more about exactly what is going on right now on the House floor. For those who are not familiar with the FISA Act, can you share more about what that is?
Sure. The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or better known as FISA, is a section that allows the National Security Agency to collect up intelligence that is electronic, that is long-distance phone calls and internet communications and radio traffic communications against foreign entities, to include foreign intelligence and also terrorist groups. There's a lot of different ways that communications pass around the world, some of them through the United States, through their networks. And so this act compels communications companies to cooperate with the NSA to allow them to collect up this information. And again, it's used to try to collect up information about intelligence activities and also to collect up actions by the foreign terrorist groups. It's not meant to be collected up against U.S. persons. The problem is that in some cases, people outside the country are in contact with people inside the country or in contact with U.S. persons overseas. And so 702, which is meant to only collect up against non-U.S. persons, sometimes collects up information that is against U.S. persons. That is the part that is a sticking point right now.
It's very interesting. And right now, what happened was that there was one resolution that has just passed in regards to prohibiting warrantless surveillance of American citizens. We were talking during the break about this, and you had mentioned that there are a number of other resolutions that lawmakers are now debating. How many resolutions are set forth for debate today, and what are the major points that those have?
So the sticking point here is about what information is being made available to federal law enforcement, to include the FBI. And so the Biggs Amendment, which just passed, prohibited the warrantless search of communications of U.S. persons identified in the 72 process. And it had an exception for imminent threats. That is, if there was information that the FBI needed that it was about an immediate threat, an imminent threat of some terrorist group, that they could obtain that information without a warrant through the 702 process. Otherwise, the Biggs Amendment requires to go and query this database. So I didn't explain very well that the NSA collects up all this information. They put the information into a database that has email addresses, telephone numbers, and individuals that they've intercepted in their communications surveillance. The FBI can contact the NSA and query whether or not one of their subjects appears in that database. What the Biggs Amendment requires is for them to make that query, they need to have probable cause that that person is engaged in criminal activity and that there is likely to be information in that database. Before the Biggs Amendment there, they could query that without that probable cause. The level of information could be lower. And so they could suspect that the person might be engaged in activity with a foreign intelligence group or with a foreign terrorist group and query the database without reaching that level of probable cause. Now they have to actually achieve probable cause. So it's going to cause the FBI significant damage as far as being able to identify terrorists that are engaged in threats against the country. If they don't achieve that level of assuredness that this person actually is the one that is engaged in criminal activity of planning to do an act against the United States. Let me give you a specific example from the past. A guy named Najibullah Zazi, back in 2006, he was an Afghan. He was a U.S. person because he had moved here when he was 14. He was living in Aurora, Colorado, and he had traveled to Pakistan to receive training by Al-Qaeda in making bombs. He traveled back to the United States, and was planning to conduct a bombing against the subway system in New York City. NSA picked up that the communications that he was traveling back and forth from Pakistan and that he was in contact with Al-Qaeda. The FBI got that information from the NSA, started doing physical surveillance on him, saw him collecting up components of a bomb, followed him towards New York City, and he stopped short of New York City because he was contacted by an imam in New York City that the FBI had contacted about him, who alerted him that the FBI was interested in him. So that act of terrorism was stopped. He was arrested, and he ended up giving up information about this plot. But it was through the 702 order that he was originally identified. Under the Biggs Amendment here, the FBI would not be able to go get that initial information because they don't have probable cause to request that information. So it really hinders the FBI from identifying potential terrorists of information that is already collected up by the NSA through vacuuming up all this communications and that putting it in a database. It's hand tying the FBI's hands behind their back because they're not able to achieve the information that they had been able to get without a warrant before. Nonetheless, the call here is requiring a warrant, just like you would for receiving any type of information against U.S. persons here in the United States. This renders the intelligence process very difficult to achieve that information. The other amendments here, the one that is being debated at the moment, is the Roy Amendment, Amendment number 2 to this, and that will require the FBI to report on a quarterly basis how many U.S. persons they've been queried against this database. Right now, they have to report that information on an annual basis. I'm not aware of the details of the other 4 amendments that are currently being debated today. All that will be addressed before the big question about the continuation of 702. 702 is under a sunset clause where if it's not renewed, it will end, allowing the NSA to collect up this information and maintain it in a database.
And what's so interesting is that just 2 days ago, the House lawmakers never even got to this point of debating because the test vote failed. Now they are currently debating and listening to these resolutions. How likely is it that House lawmakers will actually vote to whether to extend the FISA bill today?
Well, the FISA bill is something that has been under contention for some time. People concerned with privacy and civil liberties are opposed to the FISA bill because it does collect up information about U.S. persons and puts it into this database. Again, the NSA hoovers up all this information. They have it all that they collected. They put it into a database. It's the query of that database by the FBI that is a big concern to civil libertarians and private people with privacy concerns. And so there are those who oppose 702 because they are concerned about the collection of the government of information about U.S. persons without a warrant. There is a FISA court. The FBI goes before the FISA court and receives information, the details of the communications. But the part that they obtain without a warrant is email information, telephone numbers, the fact that they have been in contact with foreign terrorist groups or foreign intelligence sources. The real thing that brought this to bear is during President Trump's original campaign, one of his people that had volunteered with him was targeted by intelligence and collected on, Carter Page was collected on under 702. And that really is the thing that has caused the conservative side to be opposing what they would normally support, while those who normally support civil liberties are supporting 702. So it's a strange bedfellows here in this particular case.
It's very interesting, and of course, we're just going to have to wait to see how this plays out. But just going ahead after the vote, of course, there are two scenarios. One, the FISA bill is extended, possibly with those amendments. On the other hand, lawmakers could vote to end the FISA bill. If they were to vote against this extension, what would that mean?
America will be in greater peril of potential attacks by foreign intelligence or by foreign terrorist groups. That is, the NSA would have to separate U.S. persons away from the non-U.S. persons. And so it really will hamper the ability to protect the country against foreign threats. 702 is very important to protect our country. If they restrict it, it still collects up that information, but makes it harder for the FBI to achieve that information by requiring a warrant. So that really will hurt it. But getting rid of the 702 order altogether really hurts the country.
Well, we will absolutely be keeping a very close eye on the House as they continue to debate a number of resolutions, some of which you outlined for us, Ken. And of course, we will wait and see what that vote is. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us, and hopefully we can check in with you a little bit later on following that vote, and you can further explain the impact and the significance of those results. But for the meantime, Ken, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We appreciate it.
Anytime.
All right. And again, we continue to follow very closely the debate on the House floor. And this is just to give you another look right here of that debate happening there live as House lawmakers right now are debating a number of resolutions as it relates to the Foreign Intelligence Security Act, otherwise known as FISA. And again, as you heard Ken Gray explain, this act allows the U.S. government to collect without a warrant the communications of non-Americans located outside the country to gather foreign intelligence. It also targets non-Americans in other countries, but collects communications of Americans when they are in contact with those targeted foreigners. And that really has been a sticking point because, again, when you can collect data on Americans, if they're in contact with targeted foreigners, that brings up concerns of privacy. And so that is where some of these amendments take into place. As we saw, there was an amendment that passed that prohibits warrantless surveillance of American citizens and holds accountable any federal official who violates the law. And again, there are at least 7 resolutions that are being debated right now on the House floor. Of course, we will continue to very closely monitor all of those outcomes. We are going to take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We also have a number of other live events that we do want to share with you. All of that in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we did want to share this live look as House lawmakers continue to debate on a number of resolutions related to the Foreign Intelligence Security Act. We are expecting lawmakers to vote later on today on the FISA Act itself, but again, right now, they are speaking about a number of amendments to the act. We do also want to pivot because the United Nations Security Council right now is speaking about threats to international security, and we do want to share that with you right now as well. So we are going to pot up the sound and listen in.
Hardly contribute to fulfilling the Council's mandate. However, the very presence of Russia in this chamber renders fulfilling the mandate impossible. All of you heard yesterday the briefings highlighting the disastrous situation in Ukraine's critical infrastructure following Russian daily strikes. You heard yesterday the update on sharp increase of civilian casualties, including children, across the entire Ukraine. You heard about new war crimes that Russia commits, in particular by executing Ukrainian prisoners of war. I can assure you that nothing whatsoever has been changed over the last 24 hours. Russia bets on a mass terror to break the will of the Ukrainian people over the knee. It is a quote of one of the Russian propagandists I mentioned yesterday. And if Ukraine runs out of weapons, if Ukraine lacks air defense systems, this bet might pay off. Russia will continue its terror unimpeded, declaring every power plant destroyed to be a military object and every child killed to be a neo-Nazi militant. Those who fail to distinguish between the defending side and the aggressor, while making out-of-context calls to stop all arms supplies to the conflict area, should realize the real implications of their starry-eyed position. In the worst-case scenario, it may mean millions of new refugees, hundreds of thousands repressed, and press-ganged to the Russian army for new aggressive wars. In their turn, Putin's allies, such as Iran and DPRK, seem to pay no heed to the Council's meetings on weapons supply and related concerns. They continue to diligently supply the Russian army with missiles, drones, and munition. Iranian drones and DPRK missiles continue to kill Ukrainian civilians. We can only guess at what Russia is offering in turn. The recent veto on the renewal of mandate of the 1718 Committee panel of experts has been just the tip of the iceberg, and apparently not the most dangerous for global security. Therefore, I would like to use this platform, which is broadcast around the world, to reiterate the calls of my president and my minister. We need air defense systems and fighter aircraft to protect our cities from the Russian terror. Once again, we need air defense systems to protect our citizens. We all know where they are. Few dozen air defense systems and a sufficient number of modern jets, and there will be no problem of Russian jets and bombs. We need artillery to move the front line away and to restore normal life in the territories occupied by Russia. And we need accountability in order to prevent the Kremlin from restoring its military potential for new attacks in future. The air shield on Ukraine is absolutely realistic and depends only on the political will of responsible nations. If the solidarity with Ukraine is upheld and strengthened, it will only sober the aggressor. If it is undermined, the aggressor's appetites will only grow. So make the right choice, and I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ukraine for their statements. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
All right, so we did see that the UN Security Council has now stepped away as they were discussing threats to international security. Of course, all of this relating to being able to get ahead of those threats as well. This also comes as the U.S., and I'm going to bring up this live look right here. This is a live look of the Israel-Gaza border because we do want to let you know that the U.S. is on alert for an attack by Iran in Israel within the next 24 to 48 hours. All of this relating to an Israeli airstrike on the Iranian embassy in Syria earlier this month that killed 12 people. There was also another strike in Gaza this week that killed 3 sons and 4 grandchildren of the leader of Hamas. And again, Iran has vowed retaliation. The U.S. now issuing that warning, saying that there is an imminent attack by Iran in Israel within the next 48 hours. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. A lot more live events happening after this 2-minute break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we continue to follow the major story of the day out of Washington, D.C. as House lawmakers continue to debate a number of amendments as it relates to the Foreign Intelligence Security Act, otherwise known as the FISA Act. And later on today, we are expecting lawmakers to vote whether or not to extend the FISA Act. This act allows the U.S. government to collect without a warrant the communications of non-Americans located outside the country to gather foreign intelligence. Now, the program only targets non-Americans in other countries. However, it also collects communications of Americans when they are in contact with those targeted foreigners. Happening right now, lawmakers are debating a number of amendments. The First Amendment did pass. That amendment prohibits warrantless surveillance of American citizens, and it also holds accountable any federal officials who violates this law. And again, we are expecting House lawmakers to vote on the FISA Act later on today. This comes 2 days after the House shot down the bill in a test vote, and so there was never any debate on the bill itself because it failed that test vote. As we were hearing from Ken Gray, a senior lecturer with the University of New Haven and a retired FBI special agent, this could have ramifications when it comes to surveillance, and it also comes to international and national security. So let's dip in and listen as that debate continues on the House floor.
1,000 are Chinese nationals. The American people expect us to use every tool we legally can, every intelligence piece of equipment, every database that we can to protect them against foreigners who would mean us harm. Mr. Speaker, we have these tools. We have reformed the abuses of these tools, and we have to allow our national security professionals to have the best information possible to keep Americans safe. We can't wait until there's another attack and then throw up our hands in this body and say, why didn't we stop it? I am astounded, frankly, that any Republican would oppose this amendment after we have been here time and time again saying we have to protect our border, we have to protect Americans, and if you want to come to the United States, fine, you need to do so legally, but you know what? We're going to look into your background. We're going to make sure you're not a terrorist. We're going to make sure you're not a Chinese national spy that means to do us harm. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this and use every tool we can to keep Americans safe. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to claim opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Now they want to expand it. This is the second amendment in a row where they're going to expand FISA. Can't have a warrant for the existing program. No, can't. This giant haystack of information can't have a warrant when you go search American citizens there. But now they want to expand it and tell us you still can't have a warrant. Holy cow. Pretty soon this is going to be everybody gets to get searched for any darn reason they want. That's not how it works in America, at least not how it's supposed to work. The Third Amendment is going to expand it too. We spent all morning talking about the warrant requirement, which should be so obvious, and they want to expand it. Now, look, I understand we got a border problem. Holy cow, do we understand that? And I may not agree with my Democrat colleagues on how to fix it. In fact, I know I don't. But this expanding FISA, I mean, you've got to be kidding me. This amendment authorizes surveillance of a whole new category of individuals. We should absolutely vet foreigners who seek to enter the United States, whether legally or illegally, but Congress should not expand FISA or Section 702 beyond its current scope of authorities. I mean, this whole year we've been focused on our committee on limiting FISA, reining it in so that we still can do what we need to be done, look after bad guys, look at bad guys, but not infringe on Americans' liberties, and this just expands it. That's not what the purpose of this bill is. We should address the border problem. Holy cow, our committee spent a boatload of time on it, and that's an issue where, unfortunately, we didn't get a 35-2 vote on H.R. 2, which was a good piece of legislation. But this is going to sweep up so many more Americans where the FBI 278,000 times, not illegally, but didn't follow their own rules when they queried the database. But now they got even more. Holy cow, this is the wrong way to go. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Washington.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. And yes, I agree with Chairman Jordan on an immigration amendment because this is an expansion of the government's ability to surveil. And we have this opportunity right here in Congress today to add critical safeguards, not expand the government's use of this surveillance authority. This inexcusable expansion of FISA will further increase warrantless surveillance, and it is at the expense of a whole slew of innocent immigrants. People seeking to come to this country are not monolithic communities cut off from Americans. Many of them are close family members of U.S. citizens seeking reunification through family sponsorship or just a simple visit. Many others are sponsored by U.S. employers. There is already ample vetting of immigrants. Just look at refugees, who are the most vetted group of people who come to this country. It takes years of vetting through multiple agencies, including the FBI, the National Counterterrorism Center, and other agencies. This amendment is only going to make visa processing backlogs worse. It will further delay American businesses from getting the workers we need to maintain our competitiveness and our ability to attract the best and the brightest. And it could harm local economies that rely on tourism, as delays in processing travel visas deter people from choosing to travel to America. We should not be expanding FISA. We should be creating safeguards to protect foundational civil liberties rights. Now, earlier, one of my colleagues claimed that not a single federal court has identified a Fourth Amendment issue with U.S. person queries. Mr. Chairman, that is false. That is false. In 2019, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit found Fourth Amendment concerns with U.S. person queries, and that issue is still being debated. We are talking about an average of 500 warrantless searches of Americans' private communications every single day. And don't take it from me. Here's a quote from Travis LeBlanc, a Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board member. Here's the quote. Although Section 702 is touted as a foreign intelligence tool.
General, you're recognized for additional 30 seconds.
Although Section 702 is touted as a foreign intelligence tool, it is apparent that a key feature is domestic intelligence and criminal law enforcement. For example, DOJ reported that the FBI has queried over 19,000 donors to a congressional campaign. The FBI has also run numerous improper queries of social advocates, religious community leaders, and even individuals who provide tips or who are victims of crime. 5 million warrantless searches by the FBI of Americans' private communications is 5 million too many. Vote no on this amendment.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio.
I would just close our time by saying, Mr. Chair, every time you expand FISA, you underscore the need for a warrant. The bigger and bigger this database gets, the more U.S. persons are going to be searched. You underscore the need for a warrant, which we've spent the whole morning debating. With that, I yield back to
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chair, how much time do I have remaining?
Gentleman has 1 minute remaining.
Mr. Chair, I find it astounding the leader of the Progressive Caucus, Ms. Jayapal, and Mr. Jordan agree on these issues, but I yield my time to Mr. Turner from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've had members stand and say that they're for vetting foreigners who want to come into the United States. I assume we should vet them for whether or not they have ties to terrorist groups and organizations. Perhaps we should just ask them, because I'm sure they'll tell us the truth. But they won't, which is why we have 702. 702 collects foreigners abroad, terrorist groups and organizations. What this amendment does is it allows us to search Hamas on these individuals who want to come in to the United States to find out if they're affiliated with Hamas, because they're not just going to tell us. If you're for vetting, looking at terrorist groups and organizations to see if they have ties to people who are trying to come into the United States. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Purpose, does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
For the yeas and nays.
Does the gentlelady ask for a recorded vote?
Excuse me, I do.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 6, printed in House Report 118-456. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 118-456, offered by Mr. Turner of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1137, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you. There is a skiff off of the House floor to provide additional information to members that I'm not able to present here. This amendment is to correct a technical issue that was found by the FISA court with respect to critical intelligence and a technological issue in which there was a gap. Again, 702 is about collecting data and information on foreigners abroad. You have to be both. You have to be a foreigner and you have to be abroad. You can't be a foreigner in the United States and you can't be an American abroad. Foreigners abroad. So there have been people who have been saying on this amendment that this is about collecting at your local Starbucks, this is about collecting at your local McDonald's. It is not. It is about foreigners abroad. And I just want to end with this. With respect to the Biggs Jayapal amendment, this important surveillance tool of foreigners abroad is limited to just foreigners abroad and individuals who are in the United States who are being recruited by terrorist groups and organizations, and the Communist Chinese parties communicate with them, and their communications end up in the inboxes of the Communist Chinese Party and Hezbollah and Hamas and Al-Qaeda. If we're reading the inbox of Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah, and Hamas and the Chinese Communist Party, and there's an email in there from somebody located in the United States because they're being recruited either to do espionage or because of being recruited for terrorism, you want your government to read that. Now, our constitutional protections, which we dearly uphold here and everybody is committed to, is that no American shall have their inbox, their outbox, their electronic communications, their data spied on by their government. Our constitutional protections require that there be a warrant, and no one should stand in this well and pretend that they do not. Constitutional protections for American communications within their data. But if you're a person located in the United States and you are communicating with Al-Qaeda, Hamas, and the Chinese Communist Party, in this limited group of people that we collect under 702, that can pose a threat to this country. And this amendment, if it passes, the Biggs Jayapal amendment passes, we will go dark. We will no longer see solicitations from the Communist Chinese Party to students in the United States to go and spy for them. We will no longer see Al-Qaeda recruiting people in the United States to undertake terrorist attacks. We will no longer see people who are sympathetic with Hamas, who contact Hamas and say, how can I perpetrate a terrorist attack in the United States? It is imperative that the Biggs Jayapal amendment fail, and that this underlying bill, which punishes the FBI but protects the American people, pass. I urge passage of this bill and a no vote on the Biggs Jayapal amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Like all the amendments offered by HPSI, this amendment drastically expands the scope of FISA. Drastically. This amendment will actually change the definition of electronic communication service provider to require a whole new class of businesses and other entities to assist in FISA Section 702 surveillance. So, when the amendment first came out a month and a half ago, it caused a massive commotion, as you can imagine. One of the FISA amici did something highly unusual. He went public with a warning. He confirmed that the amendment originally was exactly as broad as it looked, and that it could force hotels, libraries, coffee shops to serve as surrogate spies. Because, of course, customers in those establishments might well be engaging in international communications which would transit over the Wi-Fi equipment in those locations. That was the original. So the amendment sponsors, they threw in an exemption for hotels, libraries, and coffee shops and a handful of other establishments. But that hardly solves the problem because the vast majority of U.S. businesses are not exempted. So the amendment would still apply to grocery stores, department stores, hardware stores, barbershops, laundromats, fitness centers, the nail salon. Perhaps most worrisome of all, it would apply to business landlords who rent out office space and provide Wi-Fi for their building. That would include the offices that many of us in this room go to when we're back in our districts, as well as the offices of tens of millions of Americans across the country, offices for lawyers, journalists, nonprofits, and others. That's how expansive this amendment is. That's why we should defeat this amendment. Now, I've enjoyed it, all the attention, the Biggs, Jayapal, Jordan, Nadler, Davidson, Lofgren amendment has received. It's been flattering that on every other amendment and the underlying bill, we don't talk about any of that other stuff. We talk about Warren. And that gets to the reality of the situation. The intelligence community wants control. They want to continue to have control without any checks. The Biggs Amendment does not require a warrant for the government to surveil foreigners in foreign countries or to incidentally collect the communication of Americans under Section 702. Let me repeat that to you. The amendment does not require a warrant for the government to surveil foreigners in foreign countries, nor does it require a warrant for incidentally collected the communications of Americans under Section 702. It just doesn't. But that's what you've heard. Instead, it requires that the federal government and the spying surveillance apparatus get a warrant if they want to read an American's communications or query them in the 702 database. That's what the essence of this is. They don't want to have to get a warrant. They're okay with getting a warrant under Title I of FISA, but not under 702 for some reason. Odd. Very odd. And I'll tell you what else. Not only do they not want to get a warrant, they want to expand the database and the scope of the Americans that they can scoop up in that database to include, in this particular amendment, virtually every retail outlet in the country, virtually every commercial enterprise in the country, virtually every commercial property in this country. But by golly, we don't want to have a warrant if we're going to look into U.S. persons' information. Don't want to do that. After all, that might cause them to actually develop and investigate further. Let me tell you something. This underlying bill loses its quality if you don't pass the Biggs Amendment on the Warren Amendment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
So we continue to follow one of the top stories of the day as House lawmakers are debating on a number of resolutions connected to the Foreign Intelligence Security Act. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break, but we are also keeping our eye on a number of other stories. On the upper right-hand side of your screen is a look at the Israel-Gaza border as the U.S. has announced that Iran is likely to attack Israel in the next 24 to 48 hours. On the lower right-hand side of your screen is a live look at the White House, and you can also see the Washington Monument in the distance as President Biden has canceled over $7 billion in student loans. We are going to step away again for our final 2-minute break of the hour. We will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we continue to follow a number of major stories at this hour at 11:56 Eastern, 8:56 Pacific. You're taking a live look at the Israel-Gaza border as the U.S. Embassy has issued an alert in Israel warning of an imminent attack by Iran within the next 48 hours. This comes after an Israeli airstrike on the Iranian embassy in Syria earlier this month that killed 12 people, and another strike in Gaza this week that killed 3 sons and 4 grandchildren of the leader of Hamas. The Israeli military confirming it carried out the attack Wednesday, saying the men conducted militant activity in central Gaza. Israel has not confirmed the airstrike in Syria, but according to U.S. officials, Israel is responsible. Meanwhile, earlier today, 2 Palestinians were killed in confrontations with Israeli forces in the West Bank. That is according to the military, Hamas saying that one of those killed was a local commander. And again, we continue to follow all of the developments. As soon as we get any new updates, of course, we will pass them to you. Meantime, we are going to head closer to home. This time, we are going to head to the U.S. Capitol right here, where House lawmakers continue to debate on a number of resolutions as it relates to the Foreign Intelligence Security Act. And if you're not familiar with this, the FISA Act, as it's also known, puts into question safety versus the right to privacy. How much power should the government have to spy on individuals? The FISA Act allowing the U.S. government to collect without a warrant communication of non-Americans outside the U.S. for foreign intelligence, such as potential terrorist activity. The act also collects communications of Americans when they are in contact with those targeted foreigners. Now, Democratic and Republican critics, including former President Trump, have said the act gives the government too much power to spy on American citizens. However, supporters say, especially in this age of terrorist concerns, it is imperative to allow the government to conduct surveillance on non-Americans. And we do want to share with you that House lawmakers are voting on a number of resolutions, and it does appear that they are voting on the Biggs of Arizona amendment on agreeing to the amendment. Now, again, if you're not familiar with such phrasing, it might be a little bit unclear as to exactly what this vote is, but we do know that Representative Biggs proposed an amendment that would prohibit warrantless surveillance of American citizens and holds accountable any federal official who violates the law. I am going to drop our lower third, if you will, so we can take a closer look. It does look as though there are about 10 minutes remaining on this vote right here. And again, you can see this is very early on in that process. So again, we will continue to monitor this. I am going to pot up the sound to see if there is any sound. If not, what we're going to do is we're going to pivot to another story for the next 10 minutes and, of course, continue to follow all the latest proceedings at the House, as again, they are now currently voting to agree to this amendment. Let's pot up the sound and listen in. All right, so there is no sound as you continue to see House lawmakers vote. And again, there are about 10 minutes left. So what we want to do is we want to temporarily pivot and bring you some other major stories of the day. We want to take you out to Florida as Governor Ron DeSantis signed a number of bills into place that support law enforcement. And again, this is his audio right now.
Had to grow in the last however many many years? Yes. I was like, what's the population growth been? And he told me that in the last 10 years, the county's population has grown by 43%. I mean, that's incredible. I know there's good and bad that come with that because you get traffic and stuff, but I think it just shows you that people vote with their feet. Obviously, people have come to Florida, but they look to St. Johns County as a high quality of life. And part of that is because I think that you have really good law enforcement that are working really hard to keep everybody safe. And that's part of the reason why we're here today, to be able to sign a couple really good pieces of legislation. But before we do that, I want to recognize everybody who was with us. We do have our commissioner for the state Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Mark Glass. Of course, we have Sheriff Hardwick for St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. We have Representatives Duggan, Rizzo, Payne, and Leak. All but Rizzo are from this general area. Rizzo's joining us all the way down from Miami, Florida for this, so that's great. And then we're going to hear from Deputy Marquise Davis Welsh, who works here at the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. We've developed a track record in Florida of supporting law enforcement that is quite simply second to none. We understood how important it is to have safe communities, and the way you do that is to support the people that are putting the uniform on and risking their lives to keep us safe. This became all important that we took that very clear position when 4 or 5 years ago you started to see movements to defund law enforcement. You saw a lot of attacks waged against law enforcement, and you really saw law enforcement be a job that a lot of people in many of these jurisdictions said, hey, this is a thankless thing. They had dedicated their careers to it, and they had enough, and then they've leave. So we saw that as actually an opportunity for the state of Florida, given our posture was much different. And so a couple years ago, we enacted $5,000 recruitment bonuses for new law enforcement officers. Some of that is recruiting from other states, but also young people that decide to go into the profession in Florida are eligible for it as well. And we've had success in both of those. But if you think about so the total bonus program, I'm going to announce in a second. But, you know, we've had people from 49 different states come to Florida to join law enforcement at the municipal, county, or state level, including more than 400 from 3 states alone. Could you guess them? California, Illinois, and New York. And if you think about what's happened around the country, some of these areas, St. Louis Police Department, all-time low in terms of the number of officers. Chicago, 1,600 fewer officers than they had in January of 2019. Of course, New York City averaging 200 officers leaving the force every month. That's not by accident. They're doing that because they don't have the support of the community. A lot of these politicians weaponize against them, and a lot of the laws are so lax that it gives the criminals the advantage to be able to commit crimes really without major repercussions. And so our bonus program has been successful. In fact, I can say that very soon, because, you know, this stuff happens on a daily basis, but probably by the end of this month, we will have hit 5,000 officers who have qualified for our $5,000 bonus program. And that's a big, big deal, and it's made a big, big difference. And of course, that's after taxes. And so whatever we're paying is more than that, and then they net $5,000, which is really, really important. So we've distributed $32 million to date in that program. The legislature has continued to fund that in this year's budget. We're still going through the budget, and we'll finish that hopefully in the not too distant future. But I can tell you the $17 million that the legislature has put to continue our bonus program for law enforcement officers has been approved. And so we're going to have that for one more year. And that's really, really significant. We've also done things to ensure that local governments, now St. Johns County would not do this, but, you know, we've got a big, diverse state. Any municipality could have a handful of people on a city council that would do dumb things. So we, several years ago, enacted a policy to block local governments at the municipal and county level from defunding the police. We think it's an insane policy. We don't think people should be. We don't think people should Why would you want to defund a police canine? I mean, come on. We don't think that they should be doing, we don't think there's a justification for it. And what happens is they do this, and when they've done this, they even the really anti-police jurisdictions have had to reverse because it's so crazy. So we don't want to put in a situation where any of our citizens are put at risk because you may have a handful of yahoos do something really stupid. So we're the first state in the country to stop that in its tracks, and that's been very, very successful. We've also introduced law enforcement education initiatives in our high schools, and so each school district now is encouraged to establish public safety telecommunications training programs, as well as law enforcement officer explorer programs in the public schools. And part of that is, students can go, they can come to a sheriff's department, they can meet people who are doing this, and some students may have a different understanding of this prior to seeing that firsthand experience. And so I think what it's done is it actually causes some students to want to get involved in law enforcement because they see everybody working hard and how gratifying that can be. We've also created the Florida Law Enforcement Academy Scholarship Program. So that's tuition, fees, and up to $1,000 of eligible education expenses for trainees enrolled in a law enforcement officer basic recruit training program. We do things like Bright Futures for college education. So this is kind of the law enforcement answer to that. We've also made dependent children of law enforcement officers eligible to receive the school choice scholarships to attend the school of their choice. Now, that was important when we did it. Now we've done so much school choice that pretty much everyone is covered at this point, but still I think that was something that a lot of people really, really appreciated, and it shows that we appreciate the service. Where crime right now in the state is at a 50-year low. And that only happens when you have people that are wearing the uniform that are keeping people safe. If you don't support them, if they feel like they're under the gun, you are going to see crime rise. That's just the nature of it. So we have a overall crime down nearly 10% year over year. Murder down 14%, burglary down 15%, robbery down 17%. And look, we do good stuff at the state with policy. That's important. If you have the bad policy, I mean, if there are no cash bail and they're releasing people all the time, you could be the best police officer in the world, have the best force. You're gonna, the thumb's gonna be on the scale against you. So our role has been important, and we're proud of that. But ultimately, here is where the rubber meets the road, and we have the best law enforcement officers in America in the state of Florida. So we're proud of that. Now, another thing that we did was recognize that our canines are part of ensuring law and order, and we wanted to make sure, and unfortunately, you'll have some of these perpetrators harm police dogs. They will do that. So we signed legislation a couple years ago to make sure that emergency service vehicles like ambulances can also transport injured canines, police canines, to a veterinary clinic to ensure that they get the care that they need. And that can save the lives of some of these canines, just having that. We've also signed legislation increasing penalties on those who harass, injured, or kill a police canine. We view them going after canines as them going after us, and we're going to throw the book at them when they do that. Now, when the canines, obviously we all have our terms of service. When the canines get to the point where they are retiring from the force, a lot of times the handlers will adopt them, or other people will want to adopt the dogs. The problem is that it is not necessarily easy to do that in terms of some of the medical costs. So we launched a program a couple years ago to ensure that caregivers of retired police canines received the stipend to cover the veterinary bills. And today I'm proud to announce that in less than 2 years, we already have 86 retired police dogs that have found good homes and receive veterinary care at no charge to the owner. And that makes a big difference. Yeah, that's good, isn't it? You're going to be taken care of. You don't got to worry about anything. It's all good. So all that brings me to today's legislative action. I'm signing a couple pieces of legislation, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. And why are these bills necessary? Well, one of the reasons I think they're necessary is this issue that just happened with the media is running that there were 96 shots fired, and they're trying to put the police officers under the gun. So you see these headlines, and they're trying to cause division in society. They're trying to create a narrative. They know what they're doing. And sometimes you got to read like 8 paragraphs down, and then when you admit that this guy was shooting at the police officers first. So how are you in a situation where it's at all controversial to have a criminal suspect shooting at and hitting one of the police officers, firing shots, and they're not supposed to be able to respond in kind? They not only have a right to respond in kind, they have a duty to respond in kind when somebody is using lethal force against them. So how this is trying to be packaged into some narrative against the police officers, and they're trying to de-emphasize the fact that this guy shot, I think he shot his entire magazine, because he shot at least 10 shots, so it was 10 to 12 shots he was shooting. So then, of course, these other officers are going to respond in kind.
All right, so we are listening to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaking before signing 2 bills that protect law enforcement. We also want to let you know that on the upper right-hand side of your screen, that is a live look at the Israel-Gaza border, as the U.S. is now issuing a warning that Iran is likely to attack Israel in the next 48 hours. On the lower right-hand side of your screen, that is a live look at House lawmakers as they have finished voting to agree on an agreement of the amendment, all of this having to do with the Federal Intelligence Surveillance Act. And of course, we will continue to follow all of these developments as we receive them. However, we do want to head to some breaking news. This is a live look from the Dallas area, and we do want to share this with you. Again, this is our Fox 4 helicopter right there, Skyfox, as it is over the scene of a possible school shooting. And again, you can see a very heavy police presence there in the parking lot, a large number of ambulances as well as fire trucks. As you can see, there are groups of individuals right there in the parking lot. Not much is known at this time because, again, this is breaking news, but we do want to share with you what our Fox 4 team is sharing, is that police have responded to an incident at Wilmer Hutchins High School. This is in southeast Dallas. And as you can see from these aerial shots right here, there is a very heavy police presence in the area. But again, they are still gathering more data at this point. Specifics about what this incident is still unknown at this time, although there is a possible school shooting. That is what is being reported. That is what law enforcement agencies are investigating. And you can see, again, this is these are the police officers right there in their vehicles, as there is a very large area that police have now surrounded right here. But again, not much details, but we did want to share this breaking news as it has come into our Live Now from Fox studio, that there is a possible school shooting at Wilmer Hutchins High School. That is in southeast Dallas. Again, you're taking some live looks at the aerial views from Skyfox right there. And again, we will continue to follow this and follow all developments as we receive it. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to see this very heavy police presence right here. And again, you can see this law enforcement helicopter right there, or the police cruiser right there, and you can see a number of law enforcement agents as they are walking across this field. But again, we did want to share this with you. Not many details, as this is breaking at this hour at 12:15 Eastern, 9:15 Pacific. Again, police are responding to a possible school shooting at Wilmer Hutchins High School in Southeast Dallas. As we receive more details on this breaking news, we of course will bring that to you, but we did want to show you these live helicopter aerial video streams as it all unfolds in Southeast Dallas. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break. We will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we take you back to some breaking news that we are continuing to monitor at this hour as Dallas police have responded to an incident at Wilmer Hutchins High School. They are looking into a possible school shooting there. This high school is located in Southeast Dallas, and as you can see from these aerial shots right there, there is a very large police presence. Again, you're taking a look at a live look at that high school right there on your screen. And again, you can see that a number of police officers are now stationed around this school. We also saw quite a number of ambulances as well as fire trucks. But we also wanted to share this with you. This is coming out of the Dallas School District, sending this message on X just moments ago, quote, "All students and team members are safe at Wilmer Hutchins High School as we have initiated our safety protocol. Police are on site to ensure our school remains secure. At this time, we ask for everyone to refrain from coming to the campus as we limit access inside." And again, this social media post really being updated by the school district just moments ago, just letting everyone know that every student and every team member, they are safe at this high school, again, as police continue to respond to a possible school shooting. And again, not many details are known beyond what we have just shared with you here on Live Now from Fox, as this is all unfolding in Southeast Dallas. But again, we did want to provide that update to you as the school district has just posted that all students and team members are safe as police continue to investigate an incident. And again, that incident, a possible school shooting. No details, no further details being released at this hour. But again, we did want to share those live looks with you. We are going to put this video up in one of our monitors so you can also follow along as well. We are also following another story happening this time, though, out of Washington, D.C., so we're going to pivot right here. And we did want to pop this up because this is a live look as House lawmakers are chatting on the House floor. As you can see, they were taking a vote to agree on an amendment right there as it relates to the FISA bill. And again, we are expecting lawmakers to actually vote later on today on the Foreign Intelligence Security Act. If you're not familiar with this act, this really brings into the question security versus privacy and how much power the government should have to be able to spy on individuals. Now, the act allows the U.S. government to collect without a warrant communication of non-Americans outside the U.S. for foreign intelligence, such as potential terrorist activity. The act also collects communications of Americans when they are in contact with those targeted foreigners. But critics, both Democrat and Republican alike, including former President Donald Trump, they have said that the act gives the government too much power to spy on American citizens. However, supporters of this act say, especially when there are so many concerns worldwide about terrorist acts, it is imperative to allow the government to conduct surveillance on non-Americans. And as you can see right here, you can see the votes being tallied. This is not for the act itself. This is for one of the amendments that lawmakers had previously debated. In all, there are about 7 amendments that they're going to be discussing throughout the day. This is the amendment brought forth by Representative Biggs of Arizona. That is, you can see amendment number 1. So this vote is to simply agree to the amendment. And you can see that it appears that it's a very slim vote, as yeas are 185, nays are 190. So it does appear, at least at this point in time, as those votes are still being tallied, that agreeing to this amendment may not have passed, and that not everyone, and the majority actually, in fact, do not agree on this amendment. You may be wondering, what is this amendment? Well, the amendment would prohibit warrantless surveillance of American citizens, and it would hold accountable any federal official who violates that law. So in other words, the amendment would not allow surveillance of American citizens without a warrant. And again, that really has been the sticking point when it comes to all of this, is should the government be allowed to spy, essentially, to conduct surveillance on individuals without a warrant? So this amendment would not make that legal. And if you're an American citizen, it would require the government to obtain a warrant before they conduct surveillance. And again, you can see, even though the clock has expired, and I'm going to drop this super right here so you can see, there is no more time remaining, although it does take a little bit more time for those votes to be tallied right there. And again, a very slim margin, as this vote is on the amendment itself, not the overall act. And you can see right now that the total is 191 yay, 195 nay. And again, now it's 192. And what's so interesting in all of this is that the act itself was set for debate 2 days ago. The House was actually set to debate this bill. However, when they had a test vote, just to test the waters, so to speak, the House lawmakers and Republicans shot down the bill. So they never even got to the point of debating the bill itself. This comes after former President Donald Trump urged fellow Republicans to vote against the bill, as he says this gives the government too much power to spy on American citizens. And again, he also had an incident a number of years ago where the U.S. government tapped into some of his communications. This relates to China right there. But again, we continue to follow all of the developments out of the House floor. As you can see, that House lawmakers have now congregated. No more time remaining on that clock, though, in order to vote on this amendment. So we are going to continue to monitor this very closely. We do also have a number of other major stories happening right now, and we do also want to get to those as well. But we also wanted to share the very latest for you on this. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. On the other end of that, we're going to take you out to Gaza and the very latest developments on the conflict between Israel and Hamas. That coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we do want to take you out to the Israel-Gaza border as we are continuing to follow the very latest developments from that region. The U.S. Embassy issuing an alert in Israel, warning of an imminent attack by Iran within the next 48 hours. And this comes after an Israeli airstrike on the Iranian embassy in Syria earlier this month that killed 12 people. Another strike in Gaza this week killed 3 sons and 4 grandchildren of the leader of Hamas. Now, the Israeli military confirming it carried out the attack Wednesday, saying the men conducted militant activity in central Gaza. Meanwhile, earlier today, 2 Palestinians were killed in confrontations with Israeli forces in the West Bank. That's according to the military. Hamas saying that one of those killed was a local commander. And the conflict between Israel and Hamas now entering its 7th month as the tension continues to mount between Israel and the U.S. In fact, President Biden warning Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that future U.S. support for Israel's Gaza war will depend on how quickly Israel puts into place new steps to protect civilians and aid workers. We do want to bring in Christopher Hinn, who is the CEO of C7 International. He's also the former senior advisor of Middle Eastern Affairs with the Department of Homeland Security. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And so I do want to get right to this warning by the U.S. Embassy of an imminent threat by Iran in Israel in the next 48 hours. With that warning issued, what can you share about all of this with us?
Well, in the past 20 years or 30 years with the Iranian issue, Iran always likes to flex their muscles. But what concerns me about this is that the U.S. government dispatched the commander for CENTCOM, and that's the concern I have. So there's some level of seriousness that may take place. But I think the imminent of the attack, I will not give that a lot of thought, because we've had attacks on Syria from Israel or from other in the region, and Iran never responded this way. But having said all this, with the region now, the tension, they're all just concerned about Iran, because Iran is very strong, has a strong army, but not stronger than the U.S. And Israel and other countries in the region. We have great allies in the UAE, Saudi, Egypt, Jordan. But I just think at this time, I don't think that's going to happen. But let's watch and see. I don't honestly believe anything will come of this.
So you mentioned that you don't believe that anything will come of this. So when it comes to the seriousness of this threat, if you are the U.S., although, of course, you have issued this warning, but if you're Israel, let's say, what's their level of concern?
They have to take every step of precaution. I mean, absolutely, they have to be, proactive. They have to prepare. The U.S. will obviously get involved. And I think if that happens, we're going to see a major problem in the whole Middle East. And I don't think the U.S. is ready for it. Israel's not ready. The world is not ready. I mean, we have issues right now in Israel with the Palestinians. We have issues with Russia and Ukraine. We have issues all over the world. And our government, I don't think, is as strong. For the last 8 years, it has not been as strong. I think it just concerns me all around. So, and the Iranians know that.
Now, the U.S. has issued a time frame for this imminent threat, specifically saying 24 to 48 hours. Let's say the 48-hour window expires. What happens next?
I think there'll be some talks. I think they'll negotiate behind the scenes, as they always have. The U.S. government is always in talks with Iran, and we know that, maybe not as publicly as we want to, but there is talks. Israel will have to negotiate through the U.S. or through other source, either maybe Qatar or another source of the governments. But I believe, I doubt this will happen. I mean, I don't want to be a betting man, but I'm almost sure it will not happen.
And, share with us once again, because you did mention that a lot of times Iran postures. They speak very strong language, and they don't necessarily follow it up with action. Do you feel like that is the case right now, that they are making threats, but they don't actually intend to follow through?
I mean, think back, not long ago, we killed their top intelligence guy, and they didn't do anything about it. I mean, that's like a huge, and you do this to us in the U.S., we'll come after you. You do this to the Israeli government, they'll go after you. But they have not come after anyone. Now, I give them that the credibility. They are strong, but as I said earlier, they're not stronger than the U.S. Combined with Israel and the UK and other Asian, governments in the region. And I spent a lot of times in the region, and I can tell you, they are on edge. There's some people there in the region are, it's very, very concerning of Iran, obviously.
So when this all, taking a step back and taking a look at the larger picture of the continuing conflict between Israel and Hamas, and now there is this warning issued by the U.S., what could all of this mean for the ongoing conflict, if anything?
I think we just need to come across, our government has to come across stronger, much more firmer, and we need to act on what we promised to do. And I'm not supporting either government. I just think that we need to stand up and say, here's what we're going to do, and do it. Let's just not talk about it. And I think that's what we need to show. And I'm not talking about muscles or military. I'm just talking about policy, and we need to quit funding governments that are not our allies. And Iran is one of them. And some of the things we fund, and we should stop it.
And you have a very unique perspective in that you were a former senior advisor with the Middle Eastern Affairs with the Department of Homeland Security. So you have a very specific lens and you have a lot of experience in this region that has been extremely volatile for quite some time now. It's a very delicate balance when you talk about relations in this region of the world. For folks who may not be as aware of all those nuances, what can you share with us when it comes to relations between countries in this region of the world?
Look, I probably never shared this before, but I am from the region. I grew up in the region, and I understand the culture, the mindset, the language, the mindset. They function different than we do. And they are very serious about protecting their country, as we are. But the problem is with this, they depend on the U.S. But lately, they have not been able to really depend on the U.S., which is, I see it there, and it's saddening to me because all these years, U.S. was number one. And all of a sudden, they're going, wait a minute. Now, China is becoming number one. India is becoming number one. Russia is becoming number one. All these other countries that were not to them important, now all of a sudden becoming more important. Saudi looks at China and Russia. So a guy who understands not only the region, but understands the culture and the global region over there is concerning to me as, you know, I was born, as I say, in the region, but again, it's a matter of what are we going to do to stop it? And we have to stop it. We can stop the Israeli war and we need to do it. We need to stop the Russian war, and we can do it. And I'm not attacking our administration, let me say that. But we can do it, and we've done it before. We just need to act on it.
So would that be your recommendation, that the U.S. take a stronger position in this growing conflict between Israel and Hamas? Because as of now, the U.S. has maintained its strong allyship with Israel, but of course has not directly inserted itself into the conflict. Is that your perspective from your background, that this would be the only way possibly to end the war?
I've elected not to talk about the current situation in Israel and Palestine, but I'll tell you this. The world is tired of watching the Palestinian families, children dying for no cause. And I think Bibi Netanyahu's done his job in the beginning, but now enough is enough. And I think we should stop dilly-dallying on policy and just let's get stuff done and find a solution. If we need to stop funding for Israel now, I think the Israeli population will support it. I have a lot of friends who are Israelis. I have a lot of friends who are Arabs. I have a lot of friends who are from the Emirates. And they all say, stop the bleeding, stop the blood. People are tired of seeing people dead. And it's not right. And Bibi Netanyahu either needs to be removed or stopped. And that's what we can do, the government. And the only way is to hit their pockets or change governments. But that's my only thing I'm going to say about that region.
Well, Christopher Hinn, former senior advisor of Middle Eastern Affairs with the Department of Homeland Security, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us on this very complex and ever-evolving situation. We appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And you are watching Live Now from Fox. So we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here. Time right now is 12:39 Eastern, 9:39 Pacific. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We'll be back in 2 minutes. We do want to take you back out to Dallas, Texas, as we have an update on some breaking news, as we now know that one student was shot at Wilmer Hutchins High School. This is some coverage from our Fox 4 team right here. So we do want to pot up the sound and listen in, as one student has been shot at Wilmer Hutchins High School.
Is over in terms of the immediate harm and the potential harm to others. The damage, though, physically to at least one person, and there appears to be some parents there as well, and obviously the emotional damage to students and staff. You see Fox 4's Alex Boyer right there on scene. He is there. Stephen Dial is arriving or there as well. And just so our producers know, if I get a call, I'm going to step away for a minute because I'm expecting my people to call me back with what they know.
And it was interesting to see what may well be parents there from that ground camera we have just outside Wilmer Hutchins High School. Parents walking around a little bit in the area. One of the questions we are wondering, and perhaps they are wondering as well, what is being announced, or what are parents being told as far as reunification with their students, or is there a lockdown currently underway at the campus?
It's clear that there's a lockdown on the campus. We've not seen long lines of students walking out. There are no buses there to carry those students to some other location. Schools have different safety protocols for a campus shooting based on what they knew has taken place or is taking place. In other words, if this were a situation where they felt the campus needed to be evacuated, we would see buses arriving at a different door, perhaps a south side door, a back door, where we then see students at some point being led by officers out. I don't think we're going to see that. If the facts that we are told are correct, then the shooting took place, the shooter fled the campus, there was pursuit, and that person may well be in custody. We see what looks to be some squad cars pulling away at the moment. And so that's where we are. But as I was saying, there's a different response based on what they know in the umbrella, if you will, of school shooting responses.
Yeah, and certainly in the aftermath, whenever you have violence on a campus and a student who is wounded, taken to the hospital, you look at the response before we're able to get detailed official information. You look at the response from these aerial shots and these ground cameras, and you observe the officers to find out their level of intensity. Are they running to different positions and conferring very, very intensely and coming up with a response in the moment? Instead, we're seeing what looks like a lower intensity response. Certainly, there's a lot of resources at the campus right now, but I've yet to see an officer on the ground there really moving quickly or getting into position, or any of those other images we're accustomed to seeing after a school shooting.
I think it's safe to say we are beyond that point now, based on the images that we're seeing. I think it's safe to say we are beyond that point. Even those officers that we see standing around talking, none have what we would call a defensive stance. They're not seemingly needing to try and protect themselves from what might happen. So I think it's safe to say we're beyond that point. But again, we don't have an official word. It just appears, based on their posture, that they've taken a deep breath, a sigh of relief here as well. The district has posted on Twitter, X, formerly known as Twitter, and they've also posted on Facebook. So parents can turn there to social media to get information. Let's go now to Alex Boyer on the ground outside. I believe you got a parent with you, Alex?
Yes, I'm here right at the corner of the high school. You can see, first, if we reference here, Larry, you can see officers on scene having this area shut down, leading into the high school here. Lots of first responders, as you might imagine, and of course, lots of parents are starting to arrive here. I have these parents that I kind of walked up with you as they started to let us down the block. Thank you for speaking with me. I know it's a really fluid situation. You have a child at the school?
Yes, Legend Williams.
Okay, and tell me, you've had a chance to talk to him by phone?
Yes, that's how we found out about the active shooting. He called us and notified us that there was something going on at the school. The school didn't notify us at all. We still haven't gotten a text message or a call from the school about the incident.
I know a parent never wants to be on the receiving end of that. Dad, maybe tell me how you were feeling about this. I know you were frustrated walking down here. You talked about some of the security measures that are already in place at the school.
I did. It's crazy. I've never seen this many Dallas PD here around this area until something bad happens.
You had mentioned, though, that there are metal detectors.
They have metal detectors, wands, police, security. They even changed the policy to where you couldn't have dark backpacks. You have to have a clear one. But yet, a gun is in that school.
I know you guys are relieved, obviously, to hear your son's okay. How does he sound? I know that this has to be traumatizing for both you and him and everybody involved.
For sure. When I talked to him on the phone, he definitely sounded really nervous and concerned, eager to try to get out of the building as fast as possible. But of course, the teachers and the police were not letting them out. So hopefully, when we get him out here, we can get him calm and get his mental on track, because this is definitely going to be traumatizing for a lot of these students.
I bet. Thank you both for speaking with me.
Thank you.
My thoughts are with you all as well. And Larry, I know it's a little challenging here, but maybe if we can spin around, you can get a perspective here and see just how many parents are beginning to line up here. The district, of course, they are sending notifications on social media, on Facebook. We got a message from the district a short time ago that says all students and team members are safe at Wilmer Hutchins High School as we have initiated our safety protocol. They say police are on site to ensure that school remains secure. And at this time, though, they are asking for everyone to refrain from coming to the campus as they limit access inside. They say that parents will receive a letter with more details. But again, as you can imagine, guys, hearing that your kiddo is at a school where there has been an apparent shooting is distressing, and I'm sure getting this message as is apparent from seeing the parents we see arrive here at the edge of the school, that parents aren't necessarily going to listen to those instructions as they want to be able to put hands on their child, make sure that they are okay, and of course take them away from no doubt what has become a traumatic situation here at the school this morning. Back to you.
All right, so we are continuing to follow some breaking news out of Dallas, Texas, as our affiliates have just confirmed that one student was shot and injured at Wilmer Hutchins High School right there. And you can see an aerial shot of police right there again. And the school district, sharing news that all other students and staff are safe as they initiated their protocol. But of course, the public being asked to stay away from that area. We do know that one injured person was taken to a local hospital, but the condition of that victim is not known at this time. We do also want to let you know that we are also following some breaking news out of Houston, Texas. And again, we are still waiting for our affiliate to get to that scene right there. But again, I did want to share this with you just into our newsroom, that apparently a commercial vehicle, motor vehicle, ran into a government office right there. This is one of the offices having to do with driver's licenses. Again, that vehicle running into the building, causing a number of serious injuries. We are gathering all data. And of course, as soon as we get a live look from the scene from Houston, Texas, of course, we will pass that along to you. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break. But again, we continue to follow the breaking news out of Dallas, Texas, after one student was shot and injured at a high school there. And again, some breaking news out of Houston, Texas, after a commercial work vehicle ran into a government building, causing some serious injuries. All more on those breaking news stories after this 2-minute break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we do want to share some breaking news with you right here. This out of Brenham, Texas, to give you a better idea. This is just about an hour away from Houston, Texas. This is a social media post coming into our Live Now from Fox studios that a commercial motor vehicle ran into the Brenham Department of Public Safety office, and there are reports of multiple serious injuries. The public information officer now heading to the scene saying, quote, please stay clear of the area as investigators and medical personnel respond to the area. Updates will be provided here. So again, we are following some breaking news out of the Houston area, specifically from Brenham, Texas, which is just about an hour northwest of Houston. And again, a commercial motor vehicle running into the Department of Public Safety office there. There are reports of multiple serious injuries. We are continuing to gather data, and according to our Fox 26 affiliates right there, they are sending Skyfox to that scene. So as soon as we have an aerial shot of this building, we of course will bring that to you. Meantime, we also are following some breaking news out of Dallas, and this is a live look right here of this breaking news situation, as we know that one student was shot and injured at Wilmer Hutchins High School. And again, you can see a large, heavy police presence right there as you see some officers there in the parking lot. But we do want to now head over to our Fox 4 team as they continue their coverage on this breaking news out of Southeast Dallas.
Outside the campus and headed towards the athletic complex, and at some point, as a result of a pursuit, it appears that the shooter was taken into custody. But that is a very preliminary report. That is something, of course, we're trying to get some confirmation on. And there's, of course, a number of other questions we'd like to ask of the officials in the area. They're certainly acutely aware of
Okay, great news. There's a briefing from Dallas ISD, we believe, or their police department now. Let's see if we can pick that up and join that in progress at the campus.
Suspect in custody.
So we don't got no information about but I want my child out because
everybody is secure inside this classroom.
I'm not high, I just want to say I want mine out.
And we have several officers inside.
I want a real good lawyer because that's negligence.
Yeah, so emotions are wrong, and it's understandable. Parents, having seen other things happen in other schools, parents are on edge. They want their children now. They want to hug their children. The good news, as our source reported, suspect in custody. So that Dallas ISD police officer, Dan Gobman, was trying to talk to some parents, and it wasn't actually a press conference yet, but he was trying to put their fears at ease. And mamas right now just want to hug their children.
Yes, and what we have is a school on lockdown following this incident. We apparently do have an update, or we're going to check in again with Alex Boyer. Alex?
Hey, Dan, and I don't know if our camera was hot when this was going on. I think I heard Sean mentioning emotions are high, and indeed that is the case, as you may be able to still hear behind me. Parents just getting a brief update from district police. An officer kind of summoned all the parents around who have gathered here at the corner of the school and said, hey, parents, come over. Let me give you an update. When they came over, the officer said, did inform them that one person had been shot, that somebody else, I believe she said, was taken into custody. That part is unclear, but I do recall him saying that one person had been shot and that no one else was injured. And at this point, what they were doing was going through the classrooms, following their own procedure that they have to make sure that the school is clear and safe, and that then they would reunify the students with their parents. That was basically basically it. It was, as Sean mentioned, not a press conference, but of course parents having their first opportunity to speak with police began asking questions of that officer who really was just there to provide an update. He wasn't able to really give any more specific details, which is then when parents, with their emotions running high, of course, wanting more details, wanting to be able to get their kid out of that school, decided to started getting a little heated. I need to move over a little bit. Police are asking us to move out of the way. The buses are getting here to pick up the students. So I'm going to go ahead and send that back to you momentarily as we kind of readjust here. But what you're seeing right now are the school buses coming through, no doubt picking up the students who don't know at this point if they're going to be sent elsewhere for reunification or how that's going to play out. That was one of the questions that the parents had here of that officer who came to give them that update. And again, that officer is saying that it was unclear to him at this point how that reunification would happen. But as you're seeing right here live right now, district school buses are arriving, so they have opened the roadway, at least momentarily, to allow these school buses through. But looking back, I still see that there are officers with emergency lights keeping the access road that we're on is seemingly closed to the driving public. Guys, back to you.
All right, thanks very much. Alex Boyer reporting live for us at Wilmer Hutchins High School.
So we were talking about not seeing the buses earlier.
Yeah.
Now we see them, and we know the reunification is going to take place. If they're going to put them on the bus, they're going to take them to another location.
All right, and we're continuing to follow this story this morning at Wilmer Hutchins High School. Fox 4 News at noon is starting right now.
You're watching Fox 4 News.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. The story we're following this morning, 10:36 a.m., a report of a student at Wilmer Hutchins High School, southern Dallas County, was shot, suffered a leg injury in that incident from what we understand, another student, but that's one of the questions we're still trying to find out. The shooting itself, Sean, from what you've been able to find out,
we believe that happened inside. We believe the shooting happened in the school. One student shot, the shooter leaving the campus, leaving the building, pursued by authorities, and that person is in custody. We know that. That is good news.
The district also issuing a statement earlier this morning saying, in part, all students are safe, according to the district, and, quote, as we have initiated our safety protocols. And when we talk about protocols, well, we're seeing a live picture now from Sky 4. There are more school buses arriving. Apparently, from what we can tell, the school was placed on lockdown, and then officers entered the school building, going room to room, checking every part of the building to make sure it is secure and that there is no further threat to students. The school buses arriving, that tells us the students will be loaded onto those buses and taken to a reunification center, a location off campus, but we don't know what that location would be yet.
Right, but the district, in their protocol plan, they have for each campus a location near there where they will take students that's been identified. Could be a church, could be a library, could be another school campus, but there's a place that's already been identified where these students will be taken today.
Yes, certainly every school in the state of Texas, throughout the United States, in fact, plans for this kind of incident. They do meticulous pre-planning so that when the worst happens, as in a shooting inside a school building, everyone knows what to do and how to respond. Again, from the shooter, we can confirm, is in custody. One student injured, shot in the leg. And we do want to now check in with Stephen Dial, who is just alongside the campus. Stephen.
Yeah, and right now the parents have actually been let further down. So we talked about those buses. The buses have pulled in front of the school, but then you also saw those parents that we showed moments ago, some of which were very upset and emotional, wanting to be reunited with their children. Now officers have let them come down basically to the front of the parking lot of Wilmer Hutchins High School, and those buses, about 6 of them, have lined up on the curbside in front of the school. Just to recap for those who maybe weren't in our coverage when we cut in, as you mentioned, at least one person, a student, shot, where we don't know the extent of their injuries, but Dallas Fire Rescue confirmed that they arrived here, 2 calls around 10:36 this morning of an active shooter at the time. Now, according to an officer who just briefed parents, that officer told the parents that they have one person in custody, and we are working to try to get more information. That was the latest information that we had so far as to if the person's in custody. Officially, we know that there is one person in custody. We know officially that one person has been injured and transported to the hospital. We don't know the extent of his or her injuries, though. But the main thing right now, the latest development, as you can see unfolding right now live, is the parents have been escorted down by officers to be reunified with their children, and then the buses are in front of the school right now.
And from what you can tell then, Stephen, are you seeing any students yet being loaded onto the buses? It doesn't appear that there's a lot of that kind of activity yet.
Yeah, not yet. And you see about 6 buses. I know we're showing Sky 4 and on the ground. About 6 buses lined up. I see 2 people walking towards the buses, likely school officials. They're probably just getting them in an orderly fashion to get on the bus. And then the confusion now probably will be making sure that children don't get on the bus and their parents are right here in the front parking lot. So that may cause some confusion. We don't know exactly where they'll be transported, but the fact that officers let the parents walk further down with them to the front of the school, they may be trying to figure out, okay, whose parent is here and whose parent is not here, to make sure a child is not getting on the bus and being taken somewhere else.
Yeah. And we certainly, a little bit earlier this morning, we did see some very exasperated parents, very emotional. They were very anxious to actually physically see their kids, give them a hug, and find out how they are doing. A totally understandable response from a parent. It's a very challenging situation for everyone involved when an incident like this occurs. Again, the best news that we're hearing is that the suspect is in custody, or a suspect is, and that the district says all students are safe, and that a lockdown was imposed on Wilmer Hutchins High School while the school was, while officials went through, made sure the school was secured.
All right, and Stephen was talking about some of the parents being out in front of the school there near him. They've been able to come down a little closer. We see the buses now. We know some type of reunification is going to take place. He mentioned that the school officials may be trying to figure out who are the parents on scene and who are their students, and maybe they will connect them before they move to another location. Not sure on that yet. Let's turn now to Alex Boyer. He's been talking to some parents, and I think he's with some now. Alex?
Hey guys, I am. As Stephen mentioned, you know, those buses, as you saw when I spoke with you last, were let down the road here in front of the school. Don't know where they've gone. Oh, I see them now. They're in the roundabout here, no doubt for students to get on board whose parents are not here. But as you see now, a large gathering of parents. This is increased slightly from when we were held at the corner, as more and more parents begin to make their way through the perimeter and get up to the school to be able to pick up their child. Now, when they walked up here, there are district employees with vests on, red vests that say public information on it, and then they were giving cards out to parents before they can reunify with them. Ma'am, can I talk to you 1 second, live on Fox 4? We are live. Can you tell me, with the paper that was given to you, what are they asking of you and what's going to happen next?
I haven't got my paper yet.
Okay.
Let me go find out which
Okay, right. Yes, there is a person in the red vest you need to talk to that has that paperwork. I appreciate that. But we do know that there are parents filling out cards and again putting their child's name on there, the parent's name, and then that way when the students are let out, they're going to be able to reunify that student with their parents. So a lot of parents here, of course, feeling anxious, uneasy, again, as we've been talking about, want to be able to lay eyes and hands on their kiddos. And it looks like right now maybe the district may be providing some sort of update to parents as I see them gathering more closely here. I see that there is an officer on the other side of the yellow tape, as well as one of those public information officers with the red vest talking to parents. So it seems like shortly, we hope, these things are very fluid, that at some point these kids will be let out front of this school and that the parents who are here, it sounds like, will be able to take their child home. Now, I also did have a chance to speak with one other parent a little earlier today about her feelings about what transpired and her receiving a call from her son saying he was inside when another student was shot. Take a listen.
Hopefully, when we get him out here, we can get him calm and get his mental on track, because this is definitely going to be traumatizing for a lot of these students.
Yeah, indeed. And so a lot of conversations are going to be had, no doubt, with these parents not wanting to have this kind of conversation with their kid. But this is a situation, sadly, that they find themselves in. So we're going to continue to monitor this perspective of it, see how this develops. But again, a step forward, at least, with parents being allowed to go down the street. It seems like there is some kind of unified process where, again, these information officers in these vests are able to hand out these cards. Larry, if you can hear me, can you pan over here and show these gentlemen here in the red vests? I don't know if they're visible, but if you're a parent watching this right now and are coming down here, these are the gentlemen you need to find. The ones with the red vest, it either says reunification staff on the back, like the gentleman on the right, or public information officer on the left. Any of those staffers with that red vest, they will be able to provide you with that card that has all of the information the parents need to fill out for that reunification process. Hopefully a step in the right direction.
Alex, yeah, good work, Alex. It's organized chaos, right? The district has a plan, and we're seeing it unroll in front of our eyes. The folks easily to identify in the red vest to help get information from parents and proof that this is really Sean Rabb's parent out there to pick them up. Really good information from you, good images. We saw a father, looks like a father or dad, with his arm around his child, talking to them. As the woman said in your interview, Ms. Williams, we're going to need to get his mental on track, and that's going to include counselors from the district next week when school reopens. Good work, Alex. We'll be back in a minute. We're going to take a short break here as we continue covering the shooting at Wilmer Hutchins High School on Langdon Road in southern Dallas County. The Eagles, the name of that school's mascot today, though, a tragedy on campus. Thankfully, everyone is alive, but a traumatic time for parents, students, and staff at the Hutch. We'll be back.
All right, so you are taking a listen to our Fox 4 affiliate as we continue to follow some breaking news out of Southeast Dallas, as police have confirmed that one student was shot and injured at Wilmer Hutchins High School, and you can see a number of emergency personnel right there on the ground. And again, crews there on the scene gathering more information. At this point in time, the condition of that student, the victim, is not known, but you can see a very heavy police presence. And we were also seeing that emotions with parents running very high as the school remains on lockdown, and again, family members just wanting to be reunited with their children. But again, those children currently inside the school on lockdown. The police did issue a statement on social media saying that all students and team members are safe. And again, we continue to follow that breaking news. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break. At the other end of that break, we continue to follow more breaking news from around the country. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we do have some breaking news out of the U.S. Capitol as the House has just passed a bill to reauthorize and provide sweeping reforms of the Foreign Surveillance Act. And you can see this is a live look at the Capitol right there. The bill was approved 273 to 147. This now goes to the Senate, where its future is uncertain. The program was set to expire on April 19th unless Congress acted. Now, again, we do want to let you know, if you're not familiar with the Foreign Intelligence Security Act, this really put into question safety versus the right to privacy. How much power should the government have to spy on individuals? Now, the FISA Act allows the U.S. government to collect without a warrant communication of non-Americans outside the U.S. for foreign intelligence, such as potential terrorist activity. The act also collects communications of Americans when they are in contact with those targeted foreigners. And you may remember just 2 days ago, the House shot down the bill in a test vote, and it didn't even come to a debate on the floor. Today, however, as we have been sharing with you here on Live Now from Fox, that very heated debate on the House floor that spanned several hours about the FISA Act. A lot of opponents saying that the government has too much power when it comes to surveillance and spying on American citizens. But supporters say, especially in this day and age of growing terrorist concerns, it is critical to allow the government to conduct surveillance on non-Americans. Now, there were a number of amendments that were also brought forth for debate. One of those amendments being that it would prohibit warrantless surveillance of American citizens and hold accountable any federal officials who violates the law. So what happened in the breaking news is that the FISA bill passed today does have several modifications. House Speaker Mike Johnson brought forward the revised proposal, which would reform and extend a section of FISA for a shortened period of 2 years. So typically this Surveillance Act is good for 5 years. The modification shortens that period to 2 years. Johnson hoped that the shorter timeline would help sway GOP critics by pushing any future debate on the issue to the presidency of former President Donald Trump if he were to win back the White House in November. Now, there was also a separate provision ending warrantless surveillance of Americans that also offered on the floor today. But despite gaining support, the measure ultimately failed to get a majority of the votes required to pass the House. So again, we did want to bring you this breaking news out of Washington, D.C. After several hours of heated debate, the House has voted to renew the modified Surveillance Act. And we continue to follow a number of other breaking news stories from around the country. We want to share this with you. This is some breaking news happening in the Houston area right here as a work vehicle, and you can see this post by the Southeast Texas region, that a motor vehicle ran into the Department of Public Safety office in Brenham. Quote, there are reports of multiple serious injuries. The PIO, Public Information Officer, is headed to the scene. The police urging everyone to stay clear of the area as investigators and medical personnel are responding to the area. Updates will be provided on social media. And again, we did want to bring you that. So this is out of Brenham, Texas. This is just about an hour northwest of the Houston area. Again, multiple serious injuries have been reported after a commercial motor vehicle ran into the Texas Department of Public Safety office in Brenham. Investigators and medical personnel are responding on scene. And again, there are reports of multiple serious injuries. Meantime, we are also following some breaking news. This time, however, out of Dallas, Texas, and this is a live look right here. This is from Sky Fox with Fox 4, and again, this is out of Wilmer Hutchins High School, if you're familiar with the Southeast Dallas area, where a student was shot and injured at the high school right there. And we have been sharing coverage with you as this breaking news has been developing in the coming minutes. But again, police, as you can see, are on scene right there at Wilmer Hutchins High School. That high school currently under lockdown. Students and staff not being allowed outside that high school right there. And again, as we shared with you here, Ron Unfiltered, parents very upset, very heated by the fact that they have not been able to reunite with their children. But again, this is for safety reasons right here. The Dallas School District tweeting out on Xing out, I don't know what you call it now, but all students and team members are safe as we have initiated our safety protocol. Police are on site to ensure our school remains secure. At this time, we ask for everyone to refrain from coming to the campus as we limit access inside. And again, we are continuing to follow developing news right here. I do see we have a new feed coming into our Live Now from Fox Studios, and I'm hoping that we can get some clarification because it does look like it might be coming out of Dallas, Texas, Houston, Texas, I should say, as we are taking a live look at a feed right here. Not really sure where this is, but it does look like it's another aerial shot. I'm going to pan to it, and we're going to see exactly what this is. But again, this is live, raw, and unfiltered, and we do want to share this with you right here. We're trying to get clarification in terms of what this is, and I'm getting confirmation from our producer here at Live Now that this is in fact aerial view of Houston, Texas. And again, this is as we continue to follow breaking news after a motor vehicle ran into the Department of Public Safety office. There are reports of multiple injuries. And you're taking a look at the scene in the parking lot right here, as you can see some police tape and you can see a number of vehicles. This aerial shot right now not giving us an idea of exactly what this building looks like. And again, this is specifically Brenham, Texas, that we want to let you know about. This is our affiliate, though, from Houston. So again, we're going to update that because we do want to share with you all the latest and most accurate information right here. But again, these are our Fox 26 aerial views right here. And again, you can see this is the commercial motor vehicle, it appears, that very large truck carrying some supplies. And you can see just the amount of destruction on the front of this office building right here. It does appear that maybe part of the wall or doors have just been completely destroyed. And again, you can see a better idea of exactly what we're talking about. This is a standalone office building right here. I am getting some confirmation right here that our Houston, Texas team is right there and is giving us some special coverage. So we are going to pivot and listen in.
Of damage that's been done to the front. Not sure what it's hauling, but whatever it is, we don't have the resolution to see if those are big pieces of something, big flat pieces of something, or if that's pipe or whatever. I can't quite tell. But clearly that is a heavy vehicle. Don't know how they got it back out of the building because there's no tow truck around, unless that tow truck pulled it out and it's gone now. But my goodness, that's an incredible amount of damage. No wonder people were hurt.
Reports of multiple serious injuries, but no specifics yet on how many people were affected by this or the extent of those injuries. Casey Stiegel is joining us now on the breaking news. He's out of Dallas. We're watching this together. Casey, what can you tell us?
Well, Sandra, I can tell you that this little community, Brenham, Texas, is between Austin and Houston. And the live pictures that you are seeing, courtesy of one of our affiliates down there, is showing this tiny Texas DPS office with what appears to be a tractor trailer that's sort of sprawled out across the parking lot there. We do understand that a handful of people have been injured and that at least one has been.
All right, so we are continuing to follow some breaking news, and this is a live look from Fox 26. This is a Sky Fox right there as it continues to fly over the scene. Take a look at that vehicle right here. This is the commercial motor vehicle that police say ran into this public safety office building right here. And you can see just how enormous this work vehicle is, just the sheer amount of momentum likely that this vehicle had when it ran into this government office. And you can see just the absolute destruction and the damage. A lot of that actually debris from the building itself. And we don't know if Skyfox is going to eventually pan over to the damage at the front of the building. But before we were taking a look, and it did seem as though the doors and part of the wall absolutely destroyed right here. Again, there are reports of serious injuries. We are working to gather more information for you here on Live Now from Fox. But again, an aerial view from Skyfox as this is out of Brenham, Texas, just about an hour northwest of Houston, Texas, as this commercial motor vehicle ran into the Brenham Department of Public Safety office. And again, some reports of multiple serious injuries. We have not yet heard from law enforcement. We do anticipate that there will be an update at some point in time. And of course, once that happens, we of course will bring that to you here live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. For the moment, though, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break, but we will continue to monitor this breaking news as the other news also unfolds in the day. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. So we are taking you out to Brenham, Texas right now. This is a wild scene of an 18-wheeler crashing into this DPS office. We are learning that serious injuries have been reported, with up to 3 people at this time being injured inside of the office. There is also reports that this was a deliberate act, as well as the truck being stolen. So these are just initial reports right now from the investigation, but as you can see, this is definitely a wild scene where you are seeing right in the parking lot is this huge 18-wheeler that just smashed into the front doors and continue to pile through right into the Texas Department of Public Safety building there in Brenham, Texas. I am your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox during this breaking news event out of Texas. We want to go back out to those live images, and as you can see, we have a police tape that is roped off around this whole facility, and you have a lot of investigators and police personnel at the scene. And what a moment it must have been for the people that were inside this building. You don't know what is coming. All you can hear is the sound of this 18-wheeler barreling through, and the chaos that must ensued as well. And you can definitely see the 18-wheeler there on that curb and into the parking lot as well. And now the police tape continuing to be out there around this building, as this will take a huge cleanup effort as well as investigation that is ongoing. We have several different looks right now from different choppers that are up in the air right now. I want to go out to this one as well, and you can see the breaking news images right there on your screen. A very, very fluid situation, as you could imagine, though, of this breaking news alert that is happening all in real time. And again, we do know that there are reports of serious injuries being reported. And when you take a look at the damage and you see what the type of vehicle that it is, we're talking about an 18-wheeler barreling through. You definitely would understand the injuries that might be associated with this right now. So this is a very, very fluid scene at the moment. And again, we are getting initial reports as well from media outlets saying that the sheriff believes that this is a criminal act regarding the semi-truck crash into this DPS office. And again, we are waiting for crews there to be on the scene from Fox 26 Houston as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on this. We want to keep this shot up. As long as we have it, we are sticking with this. This is just the second big story coming out of Texas a little bit ago. My colleague Stephanie Quinyu was bringing you the coverage from Dallas of a high school shooting. One person injured in that shooting. That is the look right now of this investigation. So we are going to be keeping an eye on multiple fronts here from Texas. But again, I do want to take you back out to Brenham, Texas here for this scene that continues to be showcased here. And take a look at the damage to this front door area, as well as the investigation. No doubt the amount of pictures and video that will be needed in this investigation. We do have the driver in custody as well. That is the latest report we are getting from our team at Fox 26 Houston as well. But again, police are investigating this as a criminal act, and as you see, it had to be no doubt because you got a parking lot there that this semi jumped the curb and then went through the parking lot and then through the front door area here. You really had to be purposeful in getting to this area and smashing through the way that this was done here. Another look here that we're able to provide all our viewers joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And this is just a great example of what we do when we try to get these different feeds in. We hear about an alert and we say, okay, if they're going to have images and video and sound, we're going to take it as soon as we get it. And that is just a great example of what we do here. We're waiting for some reporters there to be on the ground. Of course, we are waiting for a news conference that will no doubt take place there. But first things first, you got to make sure that everybody that was hurt is taken out, and now the investigation can happen as well. But what a scary moment that must have been for so many people inside of that building. If you had workers, if you had people coming to do business in and out of this DPS office, and out of nowhere, you got an 18-wheeler barreling through those front doors and causing mass damage at this moment. So again, we are keeping an eye on this as always for you right here on Live Now from Fox. As you look at the truck there, so they were able to pull it somehow back as well. We want to get a clear understanding of how that happened, where the truck went through the building, but then was able to become back into the parking lot. So that is going to be one main question that no doubt media will have for the police that are on the ground here as this investigation does continue. No doubt. But again, we are learning from our folks over at Fox 26 Houston that at least 3 people have injuries, and some of that is serious. And hearts go out to all those that are involved. Again, the sheriff's office is saying that this was a deliberate act. That's the way they are investigating it. And also those reports of this 18-wheeler that was stolen. We don't know how long this suspect was inside of this 18-wheeler and what else they wanted to do during this day. But we're very, very scary situation out there in Brenham, Texas right now, and we're able to provide you all of the details that will be continuing to come in right now, and we'll be waiting to get more updates from Fox 26 Houston as they are getting their crews on the ground. And we, as soon as this shot came up, we're like, you know what, we want to go to it now. We want to bring it to our viewers in a breaking news sense. And that is what we are getting. Again, from Texas DPS, the crash that occurred here with the 18-wheeler was being pursued by law enforcement. So there was an active chase going on, and then this happened. The driver is in custody. Officials say 3 people with critical injuries at this moment. One of them was transported to the hospital by life flight. They were not Texas DPS personnel. So that was just some people that were coming in and out of this building to conduct business on this Friday, and all of a sudden, mass chaos ensued. The public is asked to stay clear of the area while investigators and medical personnel are at the scene. Brenham is located in Washington County in Texas, just northwest of Houston. So I wanted to give you that vantage point there as well. So a scary, scary situation that was taking place today in Washington County there in Texas of a active police pursuit that turned into tragedy when this 18-wheeler barreled through this DPS office. The driver is in custody, and it's being reported as a deliberate act as well. And no doubt, when you take a look at the 18-wheeler hopping over the curb, going through the parking lot, and then going through the front door area of this DPS office. So a very, very scary situation that continues to play out there. And now we are in the investigation mode as the people that were injured were transported to local hospitals there. They are receiving treatment, and we're hoping for the very best for them at this moment. I do have to slide away for a 2-minute break as we continue to take a look at some of these images. Heartbreaking to see, but you are watching Live Now from Fox again of an 18-wheeler crashing into this DPS office. 3 people taken to the hospital. The driver is in custody following that wild, wild police pursuit. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us. We are following this major breaking news out of Texas. This is in Brenham, Texas, here at this moment of an 18-wheeler crashing into the DPS office. 3 injuries associated with this. This is about an hour's drive northwest of Houston and just under 2 hours east of Austin. So just kind of give you a description of what we're looking at here in Texas. I do want to go out to Fox 26 Houston. It looks like they are starting to cover this on their air. So let's go out to some of their coverage right now, and we'll see what's the latest they can provide with their sources on the ground there. Let's listen, as always, on Live Now from Fox.
Medical facilities in Houston, Memorial Hermann, I believe. And this is all breaking, folks, so we may not get all of the details right, but we want to give you what we know and what we're gathering from multiple sources, both on the ground there and here in Houston, where those critically injured folks are being treated. Denise?
Right, and you know, KBTX is also reporting that there were 2 people in stable condition, along with those 3 that were in critical, and that there were 5 people treated on the scene for minor injuries. Again, we're still working to gather some more details for you, but so far, this is, what we know is that 18-wheeler was apparently stolen. We don't know how fast it was traveling or what happened right before that crash, but you can see it was pretty bad. That DPS office building there, they're still working right now to investigate. So a lot of damage. Texas Rangers are apparently investigating, but a lot of damage there done to the Texas DPS office building there. We're still, working to gather some details about the driver. We don't know who this person is. We haven't received really, any details about who this person is or why they stole the 18-wheeler. So this is what we're working to gather at this moment. But you can just imagine investigators are pretty busy there. They've got their hands tied.
Yeah, we're at the stage here where there is going to be some speculation. I was talking to my What's Your Point colleague, Bob Price, who was looking at some of the aerials, and he was speculating that it looks as if the truck actually turned into the DPS facility there. And it'll be interesting to hear which agency was in pursuit, what the protocols were there, what the load was that the stolen 18-wheeler was carrying, and how much weight there was. Mm-hmm. Look, given the destructive impact of a vehicle of that size, yeah, I hate to say this because it's a little hackneyed, but boy, it could have been a lot worse. Yeah. And we're hoping that there is no loss of life. And we know that the 3 critically injured are in the best possible place now. The very high quality trauma care available here in Houston.
Right, I believe we have video of life flight arrival in Houston. Here we go. Again, 3 people critically injured. At least one of them was taken by life flight. So we don't know the exact extent of their injuries, but it sounds like it was pretty bad. Again, the Texas Rangers investigating right here, as you can see, a lot of damage there. That driver, we're still working, of course, to gather some more details. So we'll be sure to keep you updated throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, Denise, I'm just thinking about the folks that were sitting in there who chose today to go get their license renewed. Maybe they had a little extra time and were just caught in the wrong place at the very wrong time.
Exactly.
And the kind of psychological trauma that they're going through, having just endured something like this and seen critically injured people. Yeah. I'm really interested to find out how long this pursuit of the stolen 18-wheeler lasted, what the protocols were there, whether it was DPS that was pursuing or whether it was local law enforcement there in the Brenham area. So lots of unanswered questions right now. We are clearly hoping there is no loss of life. We are glad that the alleged perpetrator is in custody.
Yeah, and there's no further threat to the community, we're hearing, so that's good. Additional resources are, of course, en route to to assist in this situation, but they're still asking folks to just avoid that area. Whoever may live nearby, just try not to go to that area as they continue to investigate this situation. But we can see there's still a lot of debris there and just heavy damage to that truck, to the building, all of that.
Ironically, Denise, I was in Brenham this last weekend. I had a one-on-one interview with Governor Greg Abbott, and I say ironically because I was saying, wow, how great it would be to live out here. It's so peaceful. There's, and they don't worry about some of the things we worry about in an urban setting with, let's face it, a pretty high crime rate. This will have a major impact on the community. And like I said, a lot of unanswered questions here.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder what was going through that driver's mind, if there was any alcohol or anything involved in that, why they led them on the chase. But again, we do know that that 18-wheeler was stolen. And so we've just been working to gather some more details. But we do have our reporter, Jade Fleury, headed there to the scene. She should be getting there pretty soon, and so hopefully she'll be able to give us some more details about how this all got started, because we don't know what led to it and exactly how fast he was going, but no other vehicles were involved. As you can see, it just looked like that 18-wheeler just smashed right there into that Brenham DPS office building. But those 3 people critically injured and taken by life flight arriving in Houston not too long ago.
Yeah, we're going to learn a lot more from DPS eventually. Who was this suspect? Does he have a criminal record?
Right.
Does he have a political agenda? What was the load that he thought he was hijacking here? Did he make a distinct decision to turn off and hammer into the DPS office, or was this just the vehicle going out of control? It seems like quite a coincidence, doesn't it? That someone who's being chased by law enforcement actually hammers into a law enforcement building. We're at such an early stage of this and we're having this conversation. Some of it is speculation, some of it is just questions, but that's where we're at right now. But the calm and peace of an idyllic Texas community, Brenham, Texas, just devastated today.
Yeah, I hate to see that. And, we've been following Texas DPS on Twitter, trying to get some more updates. But as soon as our reporter arrives, we'll be able to find out, what all happened. But you can see heavy law enforcement there on the scene investigating. So hopefully, as we mentioned earlier, there's no loss of life. We hope that that's the case and that these folks who were critically injured will be okay. But at least one was taken by life flight, and we showed you that video earlier, so it wasn't too long ago. But this all started around 11:15, and it happened pretty quickly. That driver just smashing right into the Brenham DPS office. But we're told no DPS employees were injured. But unfortunately, it was just innocent bystanders who were just probably in there going about their day, not expecting any of this to take place. So it is very unfortunate. But again, we're working to gather the very latest details for you.
Yeah, you got to wonder, being in the wrong place at the wrong time. And a Texas Department of Public Safety office is probably one of those havens where you feel like nothing can go wrong here.
Exactly. Quiet. Nothing happened.
And we're in Brenham, Texas, which is a small but growing community, still very rural, but very much hometown Texas. And for something like this to happen is devastating. When I was in the newsroom, and we're getting multiple initial reports. The initial reports were coming in that there may be casualties and the double figures. Fortunately, that has not come to pass. If we have the 3 that are critical and the 5 with somewhat less severe injuries,
yeah,
that
it appears
makes
that 5
8.
were treated at the scene, and then I believe 2 people were in stable condition, apparently, outside of that 3.
So that would be a total of 10?
Yeah. I don't know if that, that may have been early on, so that could have changed. But those were some of the early reports that we were receiving. But we do know at least 3 were critically injured.
And one has to wonder if the driver of the stolen semi was also injured.
Well, he was treated at the scene, too, according to KBTX, but it doesn't appear that he had any serious injuries. Again, Texas Rangers taking over this investigation, so I'm sure they'll release some more details, in the coming days. So we'll be sure to keep everyone updated as soon as we learn more.
We do not have the identities of those who were injured. Obviously, they're going to try to reach out to family and next of kin to so they can get to the medical center here in Houston and offer what support and get what information they can from those who are treating the injured. I know we here at Fox 26, and I'm sure all of Texas, praying for those who were hurt. Innocent bystanders who just showed up probably to take care of what we all have to take care of. Or potentially they were, just truck drivers themselves getting their commercial license. Could be retired folk. Like I said, very limited information right now.
Yeah, but again, they're asking for residents in that area, folks in that area, to steer clear of the scene as investigators and medical personnel respond to that area. This office located near downtown Brenham, a city of more than 18,000 people. That's just about 74 miles northwest of Houston, so a little over an hour away. But again, specific details about these injuries haven't been revealed yet, so we're still waiting to find out more about that. The cause of the crash not immediately clear either. Like I said, we don't know what was going on through this, in this person's head, what if they were on anything or what was going on, but it just seems so bizarre.
Yeah, something as I look at the structure, I go back to kind of the post 9/11 world where we know that terrorist incidents can happen, and there are our public facilities have these structures to that are barriers to vehicles crashing into buildings. You see them in hospitals, you see them at some schools and public buildings that would prevent a vehicle driven by someone with malintent crashing into a building. Now, obviously, they didn't probably have that here. I don't know if it would have made any difference, but Denise, you know what I'm talking about, right? The big steel structures that are meant to impede. You see them sometimes at grocery stores now. To try to be a barrier between a building that would house, or...
We are listening to the coverage in Fox 26 in Houston. We are going to take our final break of the hour as we continue to showcase the breaking news of an 18-wheeler crashing into this Texas DPS office in Brenham, Texas. We'll be back in 2. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to track this breaking news out of Brenham, Texas, of a big 18-wheeler crashing into this Texas DPS office. We are learning of multiple injuries taken to local hospitals there, and we want to continue on with the coverage of Fox 26 Houston. Let's listen right now to their coverage.
But, you know, obviously the Rangers are there, DPS will be there, local law enforcement will be there, and, you know, they'll confirm or deny what the judge is saying.
Yeah, he posted that on Facebook, apparently. But, excuse me, again, our Jade Fleury is there, so maybe, you know, she'll be able to give us some more details, more insight into exactly what happened. Hopefully she'll be able to speak to someone. I know they're busy investigating, the Texas Rangers taking over this right now, but you can see the heavy presence still very early on in this investigation. It looks like she may be getting ready to set up soon.
Yeah, I mean, look, DPS is seasoned at dealing with crisis situations. They've got communications experts who are moving to the scene. We know that, and talking to our own desk. And they know the importance of getting information out to the public. And so, you know, at some point this afternoon, you know, I would fully expect a press briefing by DPS to confirm or deny some of the things that we are hearing and gathering, some of which will be accurate, and, you know, some may be less accurate. But we're doing the best we can in terms of giving you what we're hearing here at Fox 26.
Yeah, so again, if you're just now tuning in, we got this breaking news around, you know, 11:15 this afternoon or this morning about multiple people being seriously injured after an 18-wheeler crashed into the Texas Department of Public Safety office there in Brenham. We got that from DPS, and right now we're still taking a live look here over Sky Fox over that scene where you can see extensive damage to the front office building there. And KBTX, you know, was telling us that that 18-wheeler was stolen and it was being pursued at the time. So that driver in custody, no threat to the community, we're told, but they're still asking folks to just avoid that area. And no DPS employees were injured, but we are told 3 innocent bystanders were critically injured, and one of which was taken by life flight. Not too long ago, they arrived in Houston. But we, again, have a reporter who is headed to that scene. Our Jade Fleury will be sure to give us an update so we can learn more about this. But, you know, again, as I mentioned earlier, Mark Keogh, the Montgomery County judge, mentioned that this was intentional. It was done by the driver who was denied a CDL yesterday and returned with intent to harm. So we're still working, you know, to confirm that information. But that's what he's saying and reporting on Facebook at the moment.
Yeah, that's what was the fear of my colleague on What's Your Point, Bob Price, who said by the angle of the truck, it appears it was an overt move into the building. It would just be an incredible coincidence that he is running from the police officers that were in pursuit and then chose this building or lost control right in front of this building. So, you know, there may be merit to what Judge Keogh is saying. And Lord knows the damage that an 18-wheeler at full speed can do. You know, that's a lot of weight. It's a lot of power. You know, we have not lost any lives thus far. Let's hope that continues. 3 critical being treated. We do not know their identities. We do not know the identity of the driver, or it hasn't been released by authorities at this time. You know, he's in a whole lot of trouble.
Oh, that's for sure. And we don't believe, well, he didn't appear to have any injuries at all, but he was checked at the scene along with several other people. But again, 3 people were critically injured. So we're hoping that they make a recovery soon. We hope to get an update on them. We don't know anything about their identification. So we're still waiting to get some more details. And of course, about the driver, their name and their age, what was going on at the time. So again, we're still waiting for updates.
Yeah, and I mentioned earlier Chase protocol. And, you know, it's been a hot issue here in Houston, where we've had agencies who have different have different standards in terms of how long a chase will last and whether the suspect they're chasing is believed to have committed a crime that's serious enough to justify the risks of a long-term chase. We've seen lots of chase-related accidents, some fatalities. Of course, this is a rural area. The traffic is not near as intense as here, but I'm sure we're going to get all those details, or at least some of those details, when we're briefed by DPS and local law enforcement.
Right. Again, Texas Rangers, investigators, and medical personnel, they're responding on the scene. And so we'll be sure to get the latest updates. Again, our crew is out there working on this, so we'll stay on top of it and bring you the very latest, both on air and online at fox26houston.com.
All right, so their coverage is leaving. We are going to stay on it for everyone here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to showcase you this major breaking news going on right now. 18-wheeler crashing into the DPS office. Serious injuries being reported. And we know of at least 3 injuries. We're waiting to see if that number, unfortunately, will grow. So many times during these fluid situations, it is that first initial number isn't always the correct one. So we are hoping that it is not going to go up, but you just never know, especially during these very, very fluid situations that continue to happen here. But again, we are showcasing this to you live, worldwide, always on Live Now from Fox, of a very, very dangerous and let's face it, surreal moments of a police chase that was happening in this rural part of Texas, and the driver then, for whatever reason, wanting to get off the roadway, go off the curb into the parking lot and then into the front door area to try to cause maximum damage as well as injuries. And you just really have to think about what was going on inside of that building, when you had people that probably didn't know what was coming, but they probably heard this truck mowing down the area of the parking lot and going at full speed to this building. So it had to be a very, very scary situation for the people involved that were inside here, and then the mass confusion that had to take place as well. So here's what we know as we are at the top of the hour. Just want to regroup here. We do have a suspect that has been arrested. That person is in custody. We know of at least 3 injuries associated with this. We're hoping that that number will not go up. There are serious in nature. One had to be life flighted as well to a Houston hospital. This was all happening during a police pursuit. Police say that this 18-wheeler was stolen, and it was a wild chase going on here in Brenham, Texas, that unfortunately ended with a very, very bad crash, where the sheriff's office is saying that it is deliberate. And when you take a look at just the positioning of where the roadway is, and then having to deal with the curb going through the parking lot, yeah, you would have to think that as well. So this has been a busy day for Texas right now. 2 big breaking news stories happening there in the Dallas area. There was a shooting at a high school, 1 person injured in that shooting. And then, of course, this situation being played out in Brenham, Texas, about an hour away from Houston and about 2 hours away from Austin. So again, we will be continuing to follow this story for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. When we get some updates from the ground, we will update you on that matter and take that live to all our viewers that continue to watch with us here worldwide. So what we'll do is take our first break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come in moments on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to watch with us on this Friday edition. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you. Do want to show you the Dow right now. It is another big red day. Sell-off day continues here, almost down 500 points. We're at session lows of about 520 points there. So we'll continue to look at it for you throughout the trading day, as always, here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to get to some other stories that we are following. Come this Monday, it is the big Boston Marathon happening, that great event. And, of course, security is always a big concern for the Boston Marathon ever since that horrible tragedy of the bombing that took place years ago as well. So let's listen to some of the officials talk about security for the big race on Monday. Let's listen on Live Now.
Their dedication to this effort is outstanding, and I echo the words of gratitude and praise that you've already heard this morning. A marathon that runs through 8 cities and towns requires complex and coordinated preparedness efforts, including months of planning meetings, focused working groups, and multiple exercises to validate our safety plans. This effort would not be possible without the cooperation of the BAA, the 8 cities and towns along the race route, the state and federal agencies you see here this morning, and the rest of the more than 48 agencies and organizations involved in race day preparations. When it comes to the Boston Marathon, we are one team with one mission: a safe and successful race day for everyone. Beginning at 6 a.m. on Monday, April 15th, the State Emergency Operations Center, located at MEMA's headquarters in Framingham, will once again be home to the Boston Marathon's Unified Coordination Center. The UCC will serve as the central coordination hub for all agencies and organizations that work to maintain public safety and security across the marathon race course. In the Unified Coordination Center, we help coordinate multi-jurisdictional decision-making, information sharing, resource requests, and help maintain situational awareness among all partner agencies from Hopkinton to Boston. There will be approximately 133 staff representing 48 local, state, and federal agencies and non-governmental organizations at the UCC on race day, with several other organizations supporting virtually. MEMA will deploy our 2 mobile emergency operations centers to Hopkinton and Brookline to support public safety, decision-making, and coordination. 12 MEMA staff will be deployed in the field to the BAA Race Operations Center, Boston Emergency Operations Center, and local emergency operations centers in communities along the route. MEMA leadership will lead and direct the UCC and will have staff in key roles to facilitate a timely and coordinated response to any incident or event that may arise. Everyone should be able to enjoy this event, so we ask for the public's help in keeping the race route safe and clear. We cannot accomplish this without you. Check your phone settings to make sure emergency alerts are enabled to ensure that you can receive any urgent public safety messages. This is important every day and not just on Marathon Monday. Follow the directions of law enforcement and race officials and understand that there will be a significant presence of law enforcement all along the race course with enhanced safety procedures, including checkpoints and bag checks. The FAA will have flight restrictions in place, so please leave your drones at home. Once again, I want to share my sincere appreciation and admiration for all of our public safety partners. I want to thank each and every one of you for your extraordinary efforts leading up to and on race day. I am truly honored to be a part of such an incredible team. It's now my pleasure to introduce Special Agent in Charge, Jody Cohen from the FBI Boston Division, to provide an overview of the FBI's preparations for this year's race and a current threat assessment.
Good morning, and thank you, Dawn. This is my first marathon as SIC here in Boston, and I have been extremely impressed with the collaboration and coordination conducted for this year's race. Every agency represented here today plays a critical role on race day, and I want to thank everyone for their hard work and partnership. At this point in time, the FBI is not aware of any specific or credible threats targeting this year's marathon. While we are confident in this assessment, we are asking you to remain vigilant because the threat landscape can change at any time. The threats we are facing from domestic, international, and state-sponsored terrorism actors are all elevated. The ongoing war in the Middle East has raised the possibility of an attack against Americans here at home. Since the start of the conflict, we have seen calls to action from foreign terrorist organizations to attack the United States. But our most immediate concern are homegrown violent extremists or lone actors who self-radicalize with little to no warning and look to attack soft targets. While this is certainly a time for heightened vigilance, it is by no means a time to panic and stop going about our daily day. The team standing here today continue to maintain a high state of readiness to protect the Commonwealth from any threat that may arise. Similar to past years, the FBI will deploy over 150 personnel to support this year's race. Our agents, analysts, task force officers assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force will be integrated throughout all aspects of the route. Our highly trained specialty teams, including Special Agent Bomb Techs, Evidence Response, Hazardous Material Response, and SWAT, will be ready to respond. FBI personnel will be embedded within command posts to share intelligence, monitor and investigate any real-time threat information we receive. But all of you are an extension of our eyes and ears, and I can't stress enough the importance of speaking up when you come across someone or something that doesn't seem quite right. When people speak up, history has shown we increase the chances of preventing tragedies from occurring. In closing, I want to thank everyone here for their role they play in the safety and security of this event. It takes a highly functioning team to execute an undertaking of this magnitude. And FBI Boston is excited to be a part of the 128th running of this historic race. Good luck to all the runners, and now I'll turn it over to Massachusetts State Police Colonel Jack Bond.
Thank you. Thank you to our public safety partners, to the Boston Athletic Association and the Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency for bringing us together. I would like to thank the Healy Driscoll administration, Public Safety Secretary Terrence Reedy, Deputy Secretary Susan Terry, and Undersecretary Gina Kwan for their support of the state police and our partners in this mission to protect the safety of the participants and spectators of this outstanding event. I'd also like to extend a congratulations to the town of Hopkinton for the 100th anniversary of hosting the marathon starting line. Congratulations, Chief, Sergeant. It's a real tribute to your community and to your organization. Each year, we build on the previous year's security operation. The plan to protect the event is rigorous and dynamic. There are multiple and redundant layers of security, some of which are visible and obvious, and many others that will not be noticed by the public. We are prepared to adapt our tactics on the fly if intelligence or events so dictate in the days leading up to the race through its completion. We are prepared to deal with any potential disruptions caused by demonstrators to block the race route. Our special emergency response team and our local partners train regularly on that specific capability of our security mission. The public will see uniformed troopers, local police officers, National Guardsmen, and tactical units such as canines and explosive and hazardous material detection teams. When they look up, they will see our air wing and drone unit providing overflight security. I hope the public also takes comfort in knowing that a rigorous joint intelligence operation, which includes our Commonwealth Fusion Center, the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, and the FBI, has been collecting, analyzing, and following up on information related to potential threats or disruptions for months. At the Homeland Security Operations Center at the State Police General Headquarters, we, along with our partner agencies, will monitor numerous stationary security cameras along the route and downlinked footage from aerial assets. We once again will deploy undercover troopers and officers who have been trained to recognize behavioral red flags that might indicate that someone is a safety threat. The development of our BOSAR unit, which stands for Behavioral Observation and Suspicious Activity Recognition, and which spearheads this effort, is one of numerous additions and improvements made to our security capabilities over the last decade. Our Fusion Center has activated an MSP Tips text-to-tip line for the marathon. Anyone who has information about or observes suspicious activity can send a text message to 226-787 That's 226-787. You, of course, can also call 911 at any time. Spectators should expect enhanced security protocols at certain areas, including checkpoints and bag checks conducted by BAA Security. There are several types of items that spectators are urged not to bring with them, including backpacks and suitcases, certain types of containers, and props, such as costumes and signs. A full list of these items is available on our social media pages and mspnews.org. FAA flight restrictions will be in place on race day, and public use of private drones over the race route is prohibited. We wish the runners and spectators a great race day and remind the public, as always, that if they see or have knowledge of anything or anyone suspicious, contact us immediately. Thank you. It is my great pleasure to introduce the Commissioner of the Boston Police Department, Commissioner Michael Cox.
Thank you, Colonel. As you can see, there's a well-coordinated plan for this throughout the city, the state, and all our federal partners for this. In addition to the marathon that day, there will be also a Red Sox home game starting at about 11:10 a.m. The game brings an additional tens of thousands of people to the city, particularly in the Kenmore Square area, neighborhoods of Boston, and will impact the area around 2 o'clock, bringing a great deal of crowds. Our officers will be in uniform and plain clothes throughout the marathon day, and will be strategically deployed both inside and outside the barriers and throughout the course. We want everyone to have a good time and remind everyone that you need proper credentials to be on the running field, and also the staff within the BAA has control of credential giving for that. Our officers throughout the day will be very vigilant, and we ask in the public, again, as has been said many times before, if you see something, say something. There's nothing more important to that. We need your support for all of us to stay safe. Just this week, the Boston Police Department added a new component to our Crime Stoppers program. You can now upload photos and videos anonymously. For details on how to do that, go to our website at bpdnews.com. As far as getting around the city on Marathon Day, there will be road closures starting at 5 a.m. There are many, many road closures. So again, we want you to go to the bpd.news site to see the listings of those. And it's not only Marathon Day, but it's also throughout the weekend. Please, please, please try not to drive into the city on Marathon Day. Try to use public transportation, as Chief Green will probably talk about after I'm done here. But there will be a large amount of people and a large amount of traffic and a lot of closures, and parking will not be readily available. So please make plans accordingly. This will be a great day, as already mentioned. It's certainly a family fun day. But we also want to emphasize and remind, particularly the large portion of college campuses and universities we have along the route, we love your enthusiasm a great deal, but we have expectations for you, and there will be no public drinking and use of marijuana along the route. And we ask that you remember that this is a family-friendly event and act accordingly. Again, I'm going to emphasize no one is allowed to enter on the marathon route, and that will be enforced throughout today. Bag checks in the city, there will be many of them as described earlier, and so we also emphasized do not bring large backpacks, glass, and any weapons of any sort to the area. And we also remind folks.
All right, everyone, we do want to switch gears right now because we do have a live event happening right now in Philadelphia. This is an update to earlier this week of the Philadelphia shooting that happened during a Ramadan event. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Most gracious, most merciful. All praises are due to Almighty God, the Lord, cherisher and sustainer of the world. Most gracious, most merciful, Master of the day of judgment. Thee alone do we worship, thine aid we speak. We seek, show us the straight way, the way of those on whom thou hast bestowed thy grace, those whose portion is not wrath and who go not astray. Amen. Amen. We, the leadership here, at the Philadelphia Masjid. We called this press conference because we really wanted to make it known our concerns and our position here from this community here at the Philadelphia leadership. And we first like to thank all of the city officials that are here, all of the religious leaders that are here, and all of the community members that are here. Irregardless of what your religious persuasions may be, we're grateful that you've come out to support not only us, but to support the community with this tragic situation that has happened here during our Eid festivity. But we all know that all of us stand before Almighty God and we trust in Him, and we have to make Him sufficient for our life. You know, so again, we had to take a position, and this position here is coming from the leadership of the Philadelphia Masjid. So with that being said, I want to bring Brother Saifullah up, who's going to make some comments in reference in relationship to that.
Assalamu alaikum. Glory be to Allah, who's perfect above all things. Our thanks and praise is deserving to only Allah. La ilaha illallah. Nothing is worthy of worship, no prayer except Allah. Allah is bigger, Allah is greater, Allah is more significant, Allah is more important than everything. Allah is more important than what took place here on April the 10th at this sacred place, the Philadelphia Masjid. And we would like to say to everybody, the position of the Philadelphia Masjid is a position of praise, a position of gratefulness to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because we had an Eid Mubarak, and it was the qadr of Allah that on April the 10th, on April the 10th, at that certain time, that the violence will arrive on the plane at the Philadelphia Masjid. But what the violence didn't know, that the Philadelphia Masjid was just coming off the plane of Ramadan, and we was changing flights. And as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, after the blessed month, you will get a reward. So there's no sadness here at the Philadelphia Masjid. There's no despondency here at the Philadelphia Masjid. What's here at the Philadelphia Masjid is praise to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for Eid Mubarak. And it was a Eid Mubarak because when you look at what took place at this sacred place with the sacred worship of Eid al-Fitr, we looked at the weapon that was confiscated from a 15-year-old. We look at two rival gangs shooting over 30 shots. And we know that there's been mass shootings all across America. No venue has been untouched or unblemished by the ugly head of violence. And the violence, the hand grenade of violence has devastated every venue in our society. Not only has it touched the religious community, it's touched the commercial community, it's touched the political community. Violence has no barrier, and violence has not been impeded by anything. But on the day of April the 10th, violence was impeded at the Philadelphia Masjid because we came out of the blessed month of Ramadan and we were still wet with that blessed month. And we got on the plane of El Al-Fitr and we landed, and Allah gave us a beautiful landing. And the landing makes us say that as Muslims, this is a time for Muslim men to have composure. This is a time for Muslim men to have strength, because we are here today not for the press. We're not here today for the political community. We're not here today for people positions. The most important thing to us today, we are here for the Muslim community. We are here for the people who hold what is sacred to them called Ed Afitra. And that is not the property of the Philadelphia Mass Jig. Ed Afitra is not sliced up and given here and given here and given here. It's one whole act of worship. It's not just the property of Philadelphia, it's the property of every Muslim wherever they are, and all across America and all across the world. An infringement upon that, it touches the heart of every Muslim wherever he at. And so we say to each and every Muslim, and we also recognize it just doesn't touch the hearts of Muslims, it touched the hearts of decent people. It touched the hearts of people who have any iota of humanity in them. And when the head of violence raises itself, as it has been in so many places, we sympathize. It's not just with the Muslims. We sympathize when it happens in the supermarkets. We sympathize when it happens at the malls. We sympathize when it happens at our university. Today, all we can do is pray. We send our kids away to get an education, and we don't know whether they're coming back. Some children have went to get an education, and they have not come back to their homes to see their parents, to see their siblings. So this violence is not nothing that we need to hold our heads down about. This violence, you understand, is not for us as Muslims to walk around in sad and gloom and listen to the stories of people of what shouldn't happen and all that. No, this violence that happened here at the Philadelphia Mass Jig is a show of Allah's blessings at this sacred place. We have seen one person have a gun and kill hundreds of people, 50 people, 40 people. One person. We had more than one person on this ground. And they had weaponry that, I mean, believe me, we want to thank our, we want to pause here and thank our police officers and everything. And a lot of times our police officers, you know, I read on the internet, and we want to distinguish the Philadelphia Mass Jig from everybody else. I read on the internet where, well, the police didn't do this, they lie. The voice of the Philadelphia Mass Jig is that we respect the men and women in blue because they're not police officers, they are mothers, they are fathers, they are brothers, they are sisters, they are aunts. They are uncles. They are people who leave house as a mother, a father, a brother, a sister, a cousin, a friend. And they put on a uniform that says police officer to serve our community. And they're deserving of our respect. And we need to start looking at them that way. And maybe then we won't keep our police officers distant from us. Maybe we'll stop thinking that they don't have feelings. So when we're talking derogatory about our police force, know that you're talking about somebody's mother. Know that you're talking about somebody's brother. Know that you're talking about somebody's sister. Know that you're talking about somebody's aunt, because that's what they are before they come out as a police officer. And so the men in blue at the Philadelphia Mass Jig, we love our police officers. And we support our police officers. And we thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that our police officers was here on that day called Eid al-Fitr. I was asked by the press, do you think that the police station didn't give y'all the adequate security that you need? And I said, no, I don't think that at all. I think the police gave us adequate security. And just because this happened, violence been happening everywhere. I mean, we have watched violence go to the most sacred places. We have watched it go to the halls of our democracy. We all have witnessed that on the news right before our face. Violence is on the march. And a lot of times we talk about violence and we come together, and there's been many eloquent speeches on violence. So I don't need to give a speech on violence. What I need to talk about is the great plane landing that happened here at the Philadelphia Mass Jig. I know we all can recall in the past, I think it was Pilot Sully, you know, and they talked about the miracle on the Hudson. But we want to talk about the miracle at Philadelphia Mass Jig and the landing of the plane called Eid al-Fitr. And the reason why it was a blessing, because there's no way in the world that we could have woke up the next day and we not had not one fatality. Not one person died. Allahu Akbar for that. Eid Mubarak for that. We have not had one person seriously injured. Allahu Akbar for that. And we talked to the people that was injured. We talked to them in the hospital with a young sister who broke her leg. And I also would like to say, we are sensitive here at the Philadelphia Masjid. People's property was left here. And we was told that somebody said, come get your property or it's gonna be thrown in the trash. That was not the voice of the Philadelphia Masjid. And I talked to the news people, and I brought them in the room where the property was. And the property was outside, and we brought it back inside. And people came to retrieve their property. And we would like to say, here at the Philadelphia Masjid, anybody who had lost anything, and we're gonna believe in what you say, you come to this administration and we will replace it. And we will replace it brand new. And this administration apologized for what took place on the day of the Eid for your Eid being disrupted. But look at the great blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I was listening to the news and the lady on the news said that April the 10th, the day of the Eid celebration will forever be remembered as a day of terror. Nah. April the 10th will always be remembered of the day of a miracle. Because it's a miracle today that we still have all our loved ones with us. It's a miracle today that all our pioneers, our elder believers are safe. None of them are wounded. Nobody lost their mother. Nobody lost their son. Nobody lost their father. Nobody lost a child. So we need the brothers in this community that's going to be in the first ranks. We want you to be in the ranks of the Prophet, peace be upon him. We want you to be in the ranks of the Quran. And the ranks of the Quran don't have no weaknesses in it. So we're not here today to moan, and we're not here today to grieve. We're here today to sing praise. So I want all the Muslims here to do the chant with me, the chant of what we say when we do the Kubar chant. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, La ilaha illallah, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Walillahil hamd. Assalamu alaikum, we're going to Imam Noordin.
Assalamu alaikum. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most compassionate. First, I would like to say, on behalf of the Philadelphia Masjid, we extend our appreciation to all those who have responded to the needs that we all have. And that is at a time like this that we form a circle, as we are in right now, so that we can tighten our ranks, and being in a circle, we can see each other. Because we are here today to respond to a shooting that took place and that was perpetrated by some of the miscreants among our youth. And remember, they are our children. But the reality is this: there's some very, very deep fault lines that separate us. And the fault lines are not shrinking, they are getting larger and larger. And so it's up to each and every one of us who are here in support of the Philadelphia Masjid to know that our position is very clear. We can't allow and afford this chasm to keep taking place. When you have fault lines and they get bigger and bigger, any movement creates an earthquake. And I think we have seen the earthquake. As a matter of fact, we experienced one last week. But at the same time, we are still standing here today. So let me just respond and just say this, because we don't want to be too long. The media is here. And the media responds to the chalk line. Whenever there's a chalk line somewhere, they come. They'll respond to the police tape line around a crime scene. And the reality is this: there are other lines that are being ignored. Because what produced what happened is the result of red lines. It's the result of the pipeline. It's the result of the welfare line. And the welfare line is generated by not having access to adequate education, to equitable education, not having access to employment. So all these lines exist. And we are here today to let you know that we are not going to be satisfied with just making some statements and then leaving. Because we can't fulfill what we have to do with some words. So in order for us to really begin to get to work, because everybody has to put their name.
You are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to watch along with us. We are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Always great to be with you as we continue to bring you the world of top stories, headlines. And remember, when breaking news happens, we have you covered, as always, on Live Now from Fox. Do want to give everyone a look here of what we have coming up. Pretty soon, President Biden will be speaking at the National Action Network 2024 convention. We'll be keeping an eye on that. We're also keeping an eye on the Dow Jones. It is slipping big time. 540 points there in the red. Another major sell-off day. Not a good week for stocks this time around this week. So we are going to continue to follow the latest here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take this opportunity to take another 2-minute break, get that out of the way, and then we'll have much more coming up in moments. Yeah. You are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. Taking it back out to Philadelphia, getting an update on the shooting that happened during a Ramadan celebration that injured 3 people earlier this week. Let's listen.
I had my children with me. I wanted to get an update firsthand about what happened. And as I came, people were picking up some of their belongings. But I saw a mother, and she came back to get her shoes. She didn't have her shoes. Some people left their pocketbooks. Some people left their cell phones. And when she came back here, she said that she was traumatized. She said that she had fear and anxiety when she pulled up to the street right here on Wahlusen Avenue. Full disclosure, I am here as elected official. But make no mistake about it, I used to play inside of this school right here, okay? I used to play literally inside of this school right here. My daughter goes to school right across the street at Masjid Kuba. So we are clear that this nonsense will not be tolerated. And we are calling on everybody. We're calling on, yes, the law enforcement officers. We have the top law enforcement officers in our city right here. One, whom is a Muslim.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We do want to take this opportunity to take our final break of the hour. When we come back, it will be a historic day on Monday as jury selection will be underway in Trump's hush money trial in New York City. We will have the latest coming back in just 2 on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us as we bring you some of the day's top stories as well as breaking news when it happens. And next up, we want to talk about the historic day that Monday is going to have, as we are going to see Donald Trump jury selection underway in New York City for the hush money trial. To get more perspective and insight on this, I want to bring in a friend here of Live Now from Fox, Dwayne Cates, legal analyst and defense attorney. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now. And what a moment this will be. I mean, it sounds so surreal just saying Donald Trump jury selection underway.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's unprecedented for a presidential candidate to be on trial during campaign season. So it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it really, really will be. And so, of course, jury selection happening first before the trial here. And they are saying that jury selection could take anywhere from 1 to 2 weeks. Can you give us some insight of just what this process is going to look like as Donald Trump will be in the room as this is all happening?
Well, yeah, they bring in, depending on the size of the courtroom, they'll bring in between 50 and 70 jurors. And they start going through the voir dire process to determine if they can be fair and impartial in this case. They're going to ask them lots of questions, and the defense team will get the jurors' names. And when I pick a jury, if I have time, sometimes in real time, I have staff that emails juror names to back to the office, and they run social media profiles. They gather absolutely as much information as they can about each juror, because it's really important to find somebody that can be fair and impartial. We all, human nature, we're always looking for jurors that are going to be good for us, but we at least have to determine which ones are going to be bad for us and try to weed them out.
Yeah, weed them out immediately. And Dwayne, are you also not only, of course, you're listening to what they are saying for their responses, but are you also looking at body language as well of the prospective jurors?
Oh, absolutely. I always have my clients, in the courtroom with a pad, and I have them, they'll call them by their juror number. So they'll say juror number 3. And they'll ask them a question, and I have them write the juror number down and just their gut thought. I could put a yes or a no or an up or a down. So just your gut feeling when they answer that first question on every juror. That way, because our gut feeling is right more often than it's wrong, and you got to rely on that. You got to get that feeling from that juror, and the only way you get that is being in the courtroom, face to face with that juror.
And Dwayne, how hard is it going to be for Trump's defense team to try and to get some people where they feel that they'll be impartial, but they won't be, these Trump haters? Let's face it, in New York City, he doesn't have a big, people there supporting him. So how do they go about this?
Well, the big problem they're going to have, and this is going to be a huge problem, is that it's going to be the fame of being on this jury. Yeah. So there, a lot of times you got people trying to get off of jurors and not be on the jury. But here we're going to have people that are trying to get on the jury. And there's going to be people that are trying to get on the jury just so they can bring Donald Trump down. And it's really hard to find them, because a lot of times what they do is they just don't say anything. They answer the question the bare minimum. They don't speak up, and it's hard to weed them out.
Yeah, I just can't imagine how that process would be when you're dealing with someone that, they'll say anything just to try to get on this case here in this trial. And I want to talk a little bit about more of the future here, as this trial is expected to go anywhere from 8 to 9 weeks. That is what they are saying. But let's just go and see. If Donald Trump is convicted here in this, he could look up to 4 years in prison. Now, of course, this is all happening in the background of a major campaign that is going on. He's the presumptive nominee on the Republicans. If he's convicted, is he sentenced right away? How does that happen?
In some cases, they can be sentenced right away, but I'm sure the defense will delay that as long as possible. I'm sure there are motions you can file upon losing a jury trial. And it's interesting, I've won 3 of those where I've gotten a verdict thrown out between the time the verdict came in and the time sentencing came up. I mean, I don't know anybody that's got 3 thrown out, but it happens. You always got to look. You always got to look for those reasons to do that. They're also going to try to delay it as much as possible, because the last thing they want to do is have him convicted. However, I don't know that that's going to hurt him. In fact, if he's convicted, okay, I think that may help his popularity. I mean, it may give people more resolve to vote for him and to support him.
Well,
it's going to. we've never seen this before, so we really don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's true. And I know what you're talking about. I mean, just based off the indictments when Donald Trump was, and you saw what the poll numbers were doing then, and I could just imagine what a conviction would do possibly here. Is there anything from today up until Monday that Trump's legal team can do to try even to delay jury selection coming up on Monday?
And try to do that, but I don't think they can at this point. The judge has already said, we're going, here's the schedule. Unless something extraordinary happens, I think it's going. But, the nice thing for Donald Trump, and he's going to get a ton of earned media from this trial. I mean, him sitting in this trial, is probably better than him, being out doing rallies, because I think this is going to do more to solidify his base than holding rallies all over the country.
Yeah, that is so true. And Dwayne, I want to talk before we go here about the three that you were able to get off for your clients between that moment of sentencing. What is a defense looking at as far as those moments where you can try to get the person off even after a conviction?
One of the big ones was prosecutorial misconduct. And you get catch the prosecutor doing things that are not right during trial. The other ones probably don't play. One of them was what's called the 13th juror, where a judge can actually go back and reweigh the evidence and grant the person a new trial, based on that reweighing of the evidence. I don't think we got a shot in heck of this judge doing that for Donald Trump, if he loses. And the other one was basically an error in the verdict forms I just happened to catch, and asked the judge to declare a mistrial, and they did.
It is going to be fascinating to see all this happen on Monday as it'll continue to go forward here. But Dwayne Cates, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox, getting us ready for Monday and beyond in this hush money trial. We appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you for having me on.
No problem. You take care. And we are going to continue right here on Live Now from Fox with more live feeds that are coming in. It looks like we are going to have an update on the, it just went to color bar there, but that is out in Dallas. Looks like another update coming possibly soon on the shooting that happened at the high school. So we'll keep an eye on that. We do have President Biden speaking right now. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
Greatly restrict no-knock warrants, advance effective and accountable community policing, a promise kept to sign the most significant gun safety law in decades, the first law making lynching a federal hate crime, keeping my promise that no one should be in federal prison for merely possessing marijuana, a promise kept to advance environmental justice and to make the most significant investments in climate ever in all of our history. That's delivering clean energy and jobs all across America. The results are real. We've reduced black unemployment rate to its record low. More black Americans have health insurance than ever before. More black businesses are starting up than we've seen in the last 25 years. In fact, despite attacks on our support for brown and black small businesses, we're investing in them as key ways to build generational wealth in communities. Today, I'm proud to announce that last year we awarded $76 billion in federal contracts to small disadvantaged businesses to level the playing field and close the racial wealth gap. I also want to thank my dear friend, HUD Secretary Marcia Fudge, for an amazing career of public service, for leading the charge in making housing more affordable, for proposing a $10,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers, to building more rental units to bring rents down than ever before. We've launched a major effort to root out bias in home appraisal process, so homes in black communities are no longer undervalued compared to the same home in a white community. Thus far, we've eliminated that gap by 40%, and we're going to continue till it's even. Put it all together, black wealth is up 60%, and the racial wealth gap is closed the most in 20 years. I would argue this is transformational change. We know there's much more work to do. There are real threats we face. There are more extreme voices out there who simply don't want to see people of color in the future of our country. They want to turn back the clock. Voter suppression, election suppression, ripping away reproductive freedom, getting affirmative action, gutting it, and attacking diversity across American life. Banning books. This is 2024, banning books. Attempting to erase history. Embracing political violence like what happened on January the 6th. These extremists are determined to erase the progress we've made. But together we are determined to make history, not erase it. Make history, not erase it. Let me close with this, Rev. You know, we face a moment of choosing at a time when our very democracy is at stake. And that's not an exaggeration. Our democracy is at stake. One vision is propelled by anger, hate, revenge, and retribution. The other vision, our vision, your vision, of perseverance, progress, hope, and optimism, and everything the National Action Network stands for and embodies. Here's the future we can build together. I see an America where we defend democracy, we don't diminish it. I see America where, with your help, I signed the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act into law, where I signed the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act into law, where we make Roe v. Wade the law of the land again, and we can do that. I see a future where we give hate no safe harbor, call out the poison of white supremacy. I see an America where the economy grows from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, and where the wealthy finally begin to pay their fair share of taxes, where working people finally have a fair shot with child care, elder care, paid leave. We're one of the only nations in the world that doesn't have paid leave. I see a future where we save the planet from a climate crisis and our country from gun violence. You know, my administration just yesterday expanded back, 2 days ago, expanded background checks. But that's not enough. We'll ban assault weapons, high-capacity magazines because we did it once, we got to do it again. We must get it done. And folks, I know we can do this. I've never been more optimistic about our future. You know, we just remember who we are. We're the United States of America. We've come out of every crisis stronger than we've gone into it. And there's nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. So let's keep acting together. I'm looking to you for help. I'm looking to you for leadership, and I hope you look to me for the same. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you very much.
How imminent do you think an attack on Israel is from Iran, Mr. President?
I want to get this secure information, but my expectation sooner than later.
What's your Mr. President?
Mr. President, to Iran in this moment?
Don't.
Are American personnel and assets at risk, Mr. President? Mr. President, are American troops at risk as well?
We are devoted to the defense of Israel. We will support Israel. We will help defend Israel, and Iran will not succeed. Thank you very much.
All right, President Biden taking some questions there right after his remarks at the National Action Network, talking about the threats from Iran to Israel, and then also backing Israel as well, saying that the U.S. support will continue for Israel. So again, we will keep an eye on the movements there in Israel. And if there are any reports of strikes against Israel from Iran, of course, we will be updating you on those matters as well. All right, it is a new hour here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are awaiting at any moment an update to a Dallas high school shooting that left one person injured. We will bring that to you as soon as it does get going. We're also keeping an eye on the breaking news out of Houston area, about an hour away from Houston, was this huge 18-wheeler crashing into the Texas DPS facility, and 3 people at least were injured in that situation, and the suspect was arrested following a police chase that was happening in Brenham, Texas. So again, we'll be keeping an eye on that for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. But a very, very fast-moving day here as we continue to bring you these different live feeds out of Texas right now. Do want to show you the Dow now is getting closer to 600 points in the red as the trading day continues. Less than an hour to go, and the bleeding does continue there. So again, we will be keeping an eye on all of this here for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox, continuing to await more updates right here. And as we get them, we will bring it to you live, raw, and always unfiltered here. In the meantime, I do want to show you some of the remarks from Governor Ron DeSantis out of Florida today, talking about supporting law enforcement. Let's listen on Live Now.
That come with that because you get traffic and stuff, but I think it just shows you that people vote with their feet. Obviously, people have come to Florida, but they look to St. Johns County as a high quality of life, and part of that is because I think that you have really good law enforcement that are working really hard to keep everybody safe, and that's part of the reason why we're here today, to be able to sign a couple really good pieces of legislation. But before we do that, I want to recognize everybody who was with us. We do have our commissioner for the state Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Mark Glass. Of course, we have Sheriff Hardwick for St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. We have Representatives Duggan, Rizzo, Payne, and Leak. All but Rizzo are from this general area. Rizzo's joining us all the way down from Miami, Florida for this, so that's great. And then we're going to hear from Deputy Marquise Davis Welsh, who works here at the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. We've developed a track record in Florida of supporting law enforcement that is quite simply second to none. We understood how important it is to have safe communities, and the way you do that is to support the people that are putting the uniform on and risking their lives to keep us safe. This became all important that we took that very clear position when 4 or 5 years ago you started to see movements to defund law enforcement. You saw a lot of attacks waged against law enforcement, and you really saw law enforcement be a job that a lot of people in many of these jurisdictions said, hey, this is a thankless thing. They had dedicated their careers to it, and they had enough, and then they've leave. So we saw that as actually an opportunity for the state of Florida, given our posture was much different. And so a couple years ago, we enacted $5,000 recruitment bonuses for new law enforcement officers. Some of that is recruiting from other states, but also young people that decide to go into the profession in Florida are eligible for it as well. And we've had success in both of those. But if you think about so the total bonus program, I'm going to announce in a second. But, you know, we've had people from 49 different states come to Florida to join law enforcement at the municipal, county, or state level, including more than 400 from 3 states alone. Could you guess them? California, Illinois, and New York. And if you think about what's happened around the country, some of these areas, St. Louis Police Department, all-time low in terms of the number of officers. Chicago, 1,600 fewer officers than they had in January of 2019. Of course, New York City averaging 200 officers leaving the force every month. That's not by accident. They're doing that because they don't have the support of the community. A lot of these politicians weaponize against them, and a lot of the laws are so lax that it gives the criminals the advantage to be able to commit crimes really without major repercussions. And so our bonus program has been successful. In fact, I can say that very soon, because, you know, this stuff happens on a daily basis, but probably by the end of this month, we will have hit 5,000 officers who have qualified for our $5,000 bonus program. And that's a big, big deal, and it's made a big, big difference. And of course, that's after taxes. And so whatever we're paying is more than that. And then they net $5,000, which is really, really important. So we've distributed $32 million to date in that program. The legislature has continued to fund that in this year's budget. We're still going through the budget, and we'll finish that hopefully in the not too distant future. But I can tell you the $17 million that the legislature has put to continue our bonus program for law enforcement officers has been approved. And so we're going to have that for one more year. And that's really, really significant. We've also done things to ensure that local governments, now, St. Johns County would not do this, but, you know, we've got a big, diverse state. Any municipality could have a handful of people on a city council that would do dumb things. So we, several years ago, enacted a policy to block local governments at the municipal and county level from defunding the police. We think it's an insane policy. We don't think people should be, why would you want to defund a police canine? I mean, come on. We don't think that they should be doing, we don't think there's a justification for it. And what happens is they do this, and when they've done this, they even the really anti-police jurisdictions have had to reverse because it's so crazy. So we don't want to put in a situation where any of our citizens are put at risk because you may have a handful of yahoos do something really stupid. So we're the first state in the country to stop that in its tracks, and that's been very, very successful. We've also introduced law enforcement education initiatives in our high schools. And so each school district now is encouraged to establish public safety telecommunications training programs, as well as law enforcement officer explorer programs in the public schools. And part of that is, students can go, they can come to a sheriff's department, they can meet people who are doing this. And, some students may have a different understanding of this prior to seeing that firsthand experience. And so I think what it's done is it actually causes some students to want to get involved in law enforcement because they see everybody working hard and how gratifying that can be. We've also created the Florida Law Enforcement Academy Scholarship Program. So that's tuition, fees, and up to $1,000 of eligible education expenses for trainees enrolled in a law enforcement officer basic recruit training program. We do things like Bright Futures for college education. So this is kind of the law enforcement answer to that. We've also made dependent children of law enforcement officers eligible to receive the school choice scholarships to attend the school of their choice. Now, that was important when we did it. Now we've done so much school choice that pretty much everyone is covered at this point. But still, I think that was something that a lot of people really, really appreciated. And it shows that we appreciate the service. Where crime right now in the state is at a 50-year low. And that only happens when you have people that are wearing the uniform that are keeping people safe. If you don't support them, if they feel like they're under the gun, you are going to see crime rise. That's just the nature of it. So we have a overall crime down nearly 10% year over year. Murder down 14%, burglary down 15%, robbery down 17%. And look, we do good stuff at the state with policy. That's important. If you have the bad policy, I mean, if there are no cash bail and they're releasing people all the time, you could be the best police officer in the world, have the best force. You're gonna, the thumb's gonna be on the scale against you. So our role has been important, and we're proud of that. But ultimately, here is where the rubber meets the road, and we have the best law enforcement officers in America in the state of Florida. So we're proud of that. Now, another thing that we did was recognize that our canines are part of ensuring law and order, and we wanted to make sure, and unfortunately, you'll have some of these perpetrators harm police dogs. They will do that. So we signed legislation a couple years ago to make sure that emergency service vehicles like ambulances can also transport injured canines, police canines, to a veterinary clinic to ensure that they get the care that they need. And that can save the lives of some of these canines, just having that. We've also signed legislation increasing penalties on those who harass, injured, or kill a police canine. We view them going after canines as them going after us, and we're going to throw the book at them when they do that. Now, when the canines, obviously we all have our terms of service. When the canines get to the point where they are retiring from the force, a lot of times the handlers will adopt them, or other people will want to adopt the dogs. You know, the problem is that it is not necessarily easy to do that in terms of some of the medical costs. So we launched a program a couple years ago to ensure that caregivers of retired police canines received the stipend to cover the veterinary bills. And today I'm proud to announce that in less than 2 years, we already have 86 retired police dogs that have found good homes and receive veterinary care at no charge to the owner. And that makes a big difference. Yeah, that's good, isn't it? You know, you're going to be taken care of. You don't got to worry about anything. It's all good. So all that brings me to today's legislative action. I'm signing a couple pieces of legislation, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. And you know, why are these bills necessary? Well, one of the reasons I think they're necessary is this issue that just happened with, you know, the media is running that there were 96 shots fired, and they're trying to put the police officers under the gun. So you see these headlines, and they're trying to cause division in society. They're trying to create a narrative. They know what they're doing. And sometimes you got to read like 8 paragraphs down, and then when you admit that this guy was shooting at the police officers first. So how are you in a situation where it's at all controversial to have a criminal suspect shooting at and hitting one of the police officers, firing shots, and they're not supposed to be able to respond in kind? They not only have a right to respond in kind, they have a duty to respond in kind when somebody is using lethal force against them. So how this is trying to be packaged into some narrative against the police officers, and they're trying to de-emphasize the fact that this guy shot, I think he shot his entire magazine, because he shot at least 10 shots, so it was 10 to 12 shots he was shooting. So then, of course, these other officers are going to respond in kind. That just shows you, though, what I think people in uniform can be up against. Because whether you did the right thing is not what some of these folks in the media care about. The media cares about is can they contort that in a way that is going to cause titillation, that's going to get more clicks, that's going to drive more viewership, that's going to cause more controversy. And they're perfectly willing to use a faithful law enforcement officer who's done it by the book. They're totally willing to throw that person under the bus if they think it can further the narrative. And the facts don't matter to these folks. And we've seen it time and time again in some of these situations. So this is the context that I think that we're dealing with here when we're talking about that. And the fact that that was portrayed the way it has been in some of these media outlets has been really, really disturbing to try to de-emphasize the fact that this guy fired on the police first. So we're going to do a couple bills that I think provides support for people who are wearing the uniform and recognizes that, you know, we've got some strange currents going on in our society right now that really seek to delegitimize law enforcement and what they're doing. So the first bill, SB 184, is going to prohibit the harassment of a police officer or first responder when they're actively doing their job. You shouldn't be in a situation where you're at a traffic stop, you're responding to a call of someone in distress, and then you have people come trying to interdict or trying to harass you from performing your duty. So if you do that, you know, we view that as a problem, and now you're going to be held accountable. The other bill is HB 601, and what it's going to do is it really puts the kibosh on these extrajudicial investigations against law enforcement. They'll set up these things called citizen review boards, usually in these very tilted politically jurisdictions. They'll stack it with activists, and they'll just start reviewing things and trying to put people under the gun, even if there's no basis to do that. So we view that as very much a political weapon. We don't think that that will contribute to public safety at all. In fact, we think that that would hurt public safety. And so this bill really stops that from happening. If you have review boards, that's fine, but it's got to be done in ways where you have the sheriff or chief of police appointing people, because the sheriffs and the chief of police, they have an interest in ensuring that their personnel are conducting themselves appropriately as well. I mean, good order and discipline is very important, but it can't be people that have an agenda. So this bill is going to do that. I think it's going to be something that is going to give more peace of mind to people who are wearing the uniform. And that was the one thing that I hear when people come from some of these jurisdictions and move to Florida, get the bonus, and then they start serving, is they just have the radical difference. Yes, we have lower taxes, the weather.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking in St. Augustine, Florida. We are going to take our first break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come as we await the Dallas High School shooting update. Could be happening at any moment. We will stay on it when it does happen. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to await the Dallas High School shooting update, as well as an update from the 18-wheeler slamming into a Texas DPS office, injuring at least 3 people seriously. So we'll be keeping an eye on all those stories for you on Live Now from Fox.
Law enforcement that are working really hard to keep everybody safe, and that's part of the reason why we're here today, to be able to sign a couple really good pieces of legislation. But before we do that, I want to recognize everybody who was with us. We do have our commissioner for the state Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Mark Glass. Of course, we have Sheriff Hardwick for St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. We have Representatives Duggan, Rizzo, Payne, and Leak. All but Rizzo are from this general area. Rizzo's joining us all the way down from Miami, Florida for this, so that's great. And then we're going to hear from Deputy Marquise Davis Welsh, who works here at the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. We've developed a track record in Florida of supporting law enforcement that is quite simply second to none. We understood how important it is to have safe communities, and the way you do that is to support the people that are putting the uniform on and risking their lives to keep us safe. This became all important that we took that very clear position when 4 or 5 years ago you started to see movements to defund law enforcement. You saw a lot of attacks waged against law enforcement. And you really saw law enforcement be a job that a lot of people in many of these jurisdictions said, hey, this is a thankless thing. They had dedicated their careers to it, and they had enough, and then they've leave. So we saw that as actually an opportunity for the state of Florida, given our posture was much different. And so a couple years ago, we enacted $5,000 recruitment bonuses for new law enforcement officers. Some of that is recruiting from other states, but also young people that decide to go into the profession in Florida are eligible for it as well. And we've had success in both of those. But if you think about so the total bonus program, I'm going to announce in a second. But, you know, we've had people from 49 different states come to Florida to join law enforcement at the municipal, county, or state level, including more than 400 from 3 states alone. Could you guess them? California, Illinois, and New York. And if you think about what's happened around the country, some of these areas, St. Louis Police Department, all-time low in terms of the number of officers. Chicago, 1,600 fewer officers than they had in January of 2019. Of course, New York City averaging 200 officers leaving the force every month. That's not by accident. They're doing that because they don't have the support of the community. A lot of these politicians weaponize against them, and a lot of the laws are so lax that it gives the criminals the advantage to be able to commit crimes really without major repercussions. And so our bonus program has been successful. In fact, I can say that very soon, because, you know, this stuff happens on a daily basis, but probably by the end of this month, we will have hit 5,000 officers who have qualified for our $5,000 bonus program. And that's a big, big deal, and it's made a big, big difference. And of course, that's after taxes. And so whatever we're paying is more than that, and then they net $5,000, which is really, really important. So we've distributed $32 million to date in that program. The legislature has continued to fund that in this year's budget. We're still going through the budget, and we'll finish that hopefully in the not too distant future. But I can tell you the $17 million that the legislature has put to continue our bonus program for law enforcement officers has been approved. And so we're going to have that for one more year. And that's really, really significant. We've also done things to ensure that local governments, now St. Johns County would not do this, but, you know, we've got a big, diverse state. Any municipality could have a handful of people on a city council that would do dumb things. So we, several years ago, enacted a policy to block local governments at the municipal and county level from defunding the police. We think it's an insane policy. We don't think people should be, why would you want to defund a police canine? I mean, come on. We don't think that they should be doing, we don't think there's a justification for it. And what happens is they do this, and when they've done this, they even the really anti-police jurisdictions have had to reverse because it's so crazy. So we don't want to put in a situation where any of our citizens are put at risk because you may have a handful of yahoos do something really stupid. So we're the first state in the country to stop that in its tracks, and that's been very, very successful. We've also introduced law enforcement education initiatives in our high schools. And so each school district now is encouraged to establish public safety telecommunications training programs, as well as law enforcement officer explorer programs in the public schools. And part of that is, students can go, they can come to a sheriff's department, they can meet people who are doing this. And, some students may have a different understanding of this prior to seeing that firsthand experience. And so I think what it's done is it actually causes some students to want to get involved in law enforcement because they see everybody working hard and how gratifying that can be. We've also created the Florida Law Enforcement Academy Scholarship Program. So that's tuition, fees, and up to to $1,000 of eligible education expenses for trainees enrolled in a law enforcement officer basic recruit training program. We do things like Bright Futures for college education. So this is kind of the law enforcement answer to that. We've also made dependent children of law enforcement officers eligible to receive the school choice scholarships to attend the school of their choice. Now, that was important when we did it. Now we've done so much school choice that pretty much everyone is covered at this point. But still, I think that was something that a lot of people really, really appreciated, and it shows that we appreciate the service. Where crime right now in the state is at a 50-year low. And that only happens when you have people that are wearing the uniform that are keeping people safe. If you don't support them, if they feel like they're under the gun, you are going to see crime rise. That's just the nature of it. So we have a overall crime down nearly 10% year over year. Murder down 14%, burglary down 15%, robbery down 17%. And look, we do good stuff at the state with policy. That's important. If you have the bad policy, I mean, if there are no cash bail and they're releasing people all the time, you could be the best police officer in the world, have the best force. You're gonna, the thumb's gonna be on the scale against you. So our role has been important, and we're proud of that. But ultimately, here is where the rubber meets the road, and we have the best law enforcement officers in America in the state of Florida. So we're proud of that. Now, another thing that we did was recognize that our canines are part of ensuring law and order, and we wanted to make sure, and unfortunately, you'll have some of these perpetrators harm police dogs. They will do that. So we signed legislation a couple years ago to make sure that emergency service vehicles like ambulances can also transport injured canines, police canines, to a veterinary clinic to ensure that they get the care that they need. And that can save the lives of some of these canines, just having that. We've also signed legislation increasing penalties on those who harass, injured, or kill a police canine. We view them going after canines as them going after us, and we're going to throw the book at them when they do that. Now, when the canines, obviously we all have our terms of service. When the canines get to the point where they are retiring from the force, a lot of times the handlers will adopt them, or other people will want to adopt the dogs. The problem is that it is not necessarily easy to do that in terms of some of the medical costs. So we launched a program a couple years ago to ensure that caregivers of retired police canines received the stipend to cover the veterinary bills. And today I'm proud to announce that in less than 2 years, we already have 86 retired police dogs that have found good homes and receive veterinary care at no charge to the owner. And that makes a big difference. Yeah, that's good, isn't it? You're going to be taken care of. You don't got to worry about anything. It's all good. So all that brings me to today's legislative action. I'm signing a couple pieces of legislation, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. And why are these bills necessary? Well, one of the reasons I think they're necessary is this issue that just happened with the media is running that there were 96 shots fired, and they're trying to put the police officers under the gun. So you see these headlines, and they're trying to cause division in society. They're trying to create a narrative. They know what they're doing. And sometimes you got to read like 8 paragraphs down, and then when you admit that this guy was shooting at the police officers first. So how are you in a situation where it's at all controversial to have a criminal suspect shooting at and hitting one of the police officers, firing shots, and they're not supposed to be able to respond in kind? They not only have a right to respond in kind, they have a duty to respond in kind when somebody is using lethal force against them. So how this is trying to be packaged into some narrative against the police officers, and they're trying to de-emphasize the fact that this guy shot, I think he shot his entire magazine, because he shot at least 10 shots, so it was 10 to 12 shots he was shooting. So then, of course, these other officers are going to respond in kind. That just shows you, though, what I think people in uniform can be up against. Because whether you did the right thing is not what some of these folks in the media care about. The media cares about is can they contort that in a way that is going to cause titillation, that's going to get more clicks, that's going to drive more viewership, that's going to cause more controversy. And they're perfectly willing to use a faithful law enforcement officer who's done it by the book. They're totally willing to throw that person under the bus if they think it can further the narrative. And the facts don't matter to these folks. And we've seen it time and time again in some of these situations. So this is the context that I think that we're dealing with here when we're talking about that. And the fact that that was portrayed the way it has been in some of these media outlets has been really, really disturbing to try to de-emphasize the fact that this guy fired on the police first. So we're going to do a couple bills that I think provides support for people who are wearing the uniform and recognizes that, you know, we've got some strange currents going on in our society right now that really seek to delegitimize law enforcement and what they're doing. So the first bill, SB 184, is going to prohibit the harassment of a police officer or first responder when they're actively doing their job. You shouldn't be in a situation where you're at a traffic stop, you're responding to a call of someone in distress, and then you have people come trying to interdict or trying to harass you from performing.
All right, everyone, we are going to be stepping out of this Florida update on the governor there talking about legislation for law enforcement. We do want to go out live now to Dallas, get an update on that breaking news situation of a school shooting that happened at a high school in Dallas earlier today. One person injured. Let's listen.
For your patience, I know we wanted to try to speak to you all a little bit earlier. If you will allow me, I'd like to make some statements in English, then I'd like to make some statements in Spanish, and then I will take a very few questions. I do have team members with me that may be able to answer a few more. I want to make sure that we're clear. We never want to provide any information that jeopardizes an investigation, so please be patient with us. This is a very, very, very hard day today. And I'm standing here with more than just a heavy heart. And I know that we have a speaker behind us, but it is more important that we focus on ensuring that all of our families are reunified with all of their loved students inside. So I'm not going to stop that process for a moment for me to visit with you all, and I hope you all understand that. We did have a student shot today in the leg in a classroom setting by another student. And individuals in that classroom, namely the adult teacher in that room, helped us avoid additional tragedy. This is absolutely unacceptable and unimaginable, but it is happening across schools in America. I know that everyone has many questions. I have those questions. I have those very same questions that you all are going to want to ask us that we are still working on. Thankfully, our student is in the care of professionals, and it is a non-life-threatening injury. That should never be a normal statement that should come from a superintendent. I shouldn't be saying, and the student has a non-life-threatening injury. I refuse to say that we will normalize these behaviors. I refuse. And I hope that everyone joins me, as everyone here who is supporting us at this time understands this can never become acceptable. We can and we must eradicate these types of situations. We must all come to grips with the fact that the solution is a collective responsibility. This is not something that a school can individually do. It is not something a neighborhood can individually do. We must work together. Educators, parents, community members, and advocates, we must all come together and center around the issue that we must provide services and resources to our communities who all need them. I'm deeply, deeply grateful for the first responders who mobilized, starting with our Dallas ISD Police Department, the Dallas Police Department, the Hutchins Police Department, Dallas Fire and Rescue, and our incredible school staff, who within minutes secured this facility. I also want to acknowledge, of course, our Dallas ISD trustees. I'll introduce one of our trustees from this community who's here with me as well, Trustee Maxie Johnson. We also have Mayor of Wilmer here, Sheila Petta, and State Representative, of course, Carl Sherman, who all came out to support and to help us as we work through this unification process. This investigation is in fact ongoing, and our Dallas ISD Chief of Police, Albert Martinez, will be able to take a few questions. I have instructed him to explore every single option to evaluate our vulnerabilities and how we can mitigate these so that this does not happen again. When families send their children to school, just as I have sent mine to school, they should not have to worry about the safety of their children. I take that very seriously. We have work to do. And so I also want to thank our parents, for they have been tremendously understanding and patient through this process. I would not rush the unification process. We had to do it correctly. We had to ensure we were providing mental health support right in the moment as parents were coming for their students. I know that we are a strong and resilient community, and we will come together. I know we will heal. I know we will grow. I know we will get better. And yet, I have heard my colleagues and I say these words too many times. It cannot be the normal response. So I would like to make my statements in Spanish, and then I'll take a few questions.
All right, as they go into the Spanish portion here, just want to reiterate what we know. So the student that suffered the gunshot wound is in a non-life-threatening injury there. So that is the best case scenario for this horrible, horrible situation that played out at this Dallas high school just a little bit earlier this morning. And then also we are learning that the teacher was a hero as well, minimizing others from getting shot as well. So we are going to be keeping an eye on this. I do want to take a 2-minute break while they are in the Spanish portion. It looks like they're going to take some brief questions. So we'll get back to it in just 2 minutes on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Great to be with you on this Friday edition where we are covering several big stories out of Texas today, and we are waiting for a major update on an 18-wheeler slamming into a Texas DPS office earlier today, where at least 3 people were injured. The suspect was arrested as well. This was a police chase, and we are learning more from the suspect that was denied a CDL license yesterday and then took his anger at this facility. So we are going to be awaiting those updates coming a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox, slated to happen within the next 10 minutes or so. The other big story out of Dallas, a high school shooting injures 1 student. And now we are getting an update from officials here. Let's listen on Live Now.
I'll take just a couple of questions and then I'll turn it over to our team who are far more informed on this. And then some of the members here with me may also want to be making a statement. So let me take just a couple of questions. Robin, will you help me?
And I know you may say this may be a question for the chief, but can you, when you say was the gun recovered? How did the gun,
Yeah, the weapon has been recovered.
The person in custody?
The person is in custody.
Dr. Lizaldi, we've heard there are metal detectors here. Can you tell us if that's true, and if so, how the gun got inside?
So that is obviously the question I have that I don't have an answer for with regard to how did the gun get inside. We do have metal detectors. They were in use today. We know that there are vulnerabilities. There are so many entrances to schools. So that's one of the areas that the chief will be working with the school to identify those vulnerabilities.
Where did the shooting happen? What area of the school?
I don't know the actual location, but it was a classroom, a small classroom setting.
Will you guys reevaluate your guys' security measures going forward?
Oh, we will absolutely. Our chief will lead an after-action study and report. Lessons learned so that we can share those practices with our other campuses as well. Again, in an effort to stay proactive, we must use this tragedy to learn something and ensure that we don't wait for something else to occur.
What did the teacher do to help calm the situation?
The teacher is a very humble individual, and he was able to direct the student away from the campus, so that he could take care of, first, the injured student, and secondly, to ensure that the alleged suspect did not enter into the rest of the school building. So that's why I know how much more was avoided, because he was directed away from the school.
Where was the suspect captured? And I think it was DISD police.
Yeah, I'll turn that one over to Chief Martinez.
Both of them were students of the school? Both of them? Both of them were students?
Both are students at this school.
Sorry, what was your question, Rebecca?
Where did y'all capture him? And it was your officers that took him into custody?
We had assistance from Dallas Police Department. They were here as well. As the superintendent mentioned, there were other agencies here. But the student or the shooter was captured back over in the stadium area. Officer saw him and contained, and then he surrendered.
Do y'all know what led up to this? What caused the shooting?
No, man, right now we don't know motive. But we'll certainly look into that to establish why. What type of gun? I do not know. It's not a rifle. It's basically a handgun. Can you tell us a little bit of a timeline of what time you called, you arrived, what happened when you arrived? Can you tell us a little bit about what? I don't have the exact timeline, but it was sometime after 10. I can tell you I was just coming from our administrative headquarters. I had just pulled up to the police headquarters when the call came out. So about 6 of us were coming down the freeway. We got here, Dallas Fire Rescue had already set up their active shooter command post. They did a tremendous job. We had Hutchins PD help us out, and I would say we were here from the time of the call, maybe 7-8 minutes. But there were already officers here, already tending to the victim. So it happened in a separate building, but a classroom, right? No, sir. It is in this building, in the classroom.
Chief, can you talk about what measures you guys have already taken to try to make these schools safer? I understand, you have to swipe in, you've got all these safety measures already.
Right, it was already mentioned there are metal detectors. We're complying with House Bill 3 where we're checking doors, we're making sure they're locked. We do our own internal audits. The TEA has come out and done audits. Our Office of Emergency Management has done audits, as well as our school safety, the resources monitoring have also done audits. So, and even internally, the campuses have their own security teams doing the same thing. So along with all of this as well is constant monitoring. We have the cameras, which we're going to utilize to determine exactly what was asked. How did this come about? So we'll reach out to resources. I don't have to call Chief Garcia to ask him for any help, but I've already reached out with Texas DPS was here as well, so I've already reached out to them. We will reutilize our state resources. The FBI has already called as well. So whatever resources we need to examine and really analyze those videos, we will, to determine how this came about.
Chief, did this student have a disciplinary?
I don't know, sir, but we probably won't even get into that. Again, it's contained to those two students for whatever reason.
Some of the parents have been telling me that the metal detectors aren't working, and that's most of the time that the students don't use the metal detectors, and they put their bags around so they don't get checked.
We'll look into that. We'll see that on video, but also the expectation on that, if for some reason it's malfunctioning, there are other alternatives that we use through our school monitors, our security teams, to use wands as well to examine them. But we'll look into that.
I don't know if I misunderstood, but you said that the two students, it was something between those two students.
As far as we can tell, because of the incident, we think it's between those two students, but we'll find out.
Can you give the ages and or classes of those students?
I believe both may be adult age, being 17 and older, but I don't know their exact age or class.
Were there other weapons besides the gun?
Not that I know of.
How was the apprehension process of where what happened?
We just captured him out near the stadium in the back on the west side of the school, but as far as how that took place, I don't know.
Was he trying to escape, like running or something?
I don't know, sir. Yeah. Okay.
Just one shot, what part of the leg?
Just on the upper thigh, as far as we know, sir. Okay.
Anything else? Otherwise, in Spanish? Did you need a couple of questions in Spanish answered? You're good? Okay.
Just wanted to go ahead and... So I would like to take a moment now and turn this over to our Board of Trustees, Maxie Johnson, who is a representative of this community. Trustee Johnson.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'd like to have a statement, make a statement. Unfunded or underfunded mandate does not work in public education. We have to single-handedly solve all the challenges that our communities are dealing with no money. Governor Greg Abbott is on a mission to paralyze and even defund public education. More than $15 billion is missing from Texas school districts, and we are having to adapt to an already difficult budget by political agendas that forget the kids and communities that we're supposed to be serving. We have a governor that is obsessed with vouchers, and this is a problem. Public funds belongs in public schools. I'm a parent that has been a victim of losing a child due to senseless gun violence. I know how this feels. I'm also a gun owner, and this is a statewide issue and national issue. We must find solutions to keep guns out of the hands of our children. We're doing everything that we can do across the state of Texas, our school districts, our superintendents, but we must stop underfunded mandates and unfunded mandates on our Texas public schools. Public funds belongs in public schools. Thank you.
And now I have the honor of introducing Representative Carl Sherman.
First, to the families, we want to say our prayers continue to be with you and your children. To Superintendent, to the staff of DISD, I couldn't be more proud of the way that you have handled this situation. To our PD, our first responders, thank you. Yet again, we stand here, another school shooting, and the problem continues. Every solution that we've offered only exacerbates the problem. Since 2018, we continue to see an increase in school shootings. Last year, we had 247 school shootings. Parents, I encourage you to get involved, to implore your legislators to send more than thoughts and prayers. You can look for the data yourself at K through 12 school shootings data, and you will find that this situation is only getting worse. Before 2018, it was something to have 50 school shootings. Now we have more, or almost 250 school shootings. And Texas leads as number 2 on that list. We can do better, and we stand here as all recipients of grace and mercy, knowing that we already know what Jesus has said in Matthew 26, verse 52. He said, if you live by the sword, you will die by the sword. If we put our trust in guns instead of real solutions, we will continue to have this problem. Thank you, DISD, for how you facilitated this crisis. God bless you.
And lastly, please welcome Mayor Petta from Wilmer.
My prayers go out to this community, to this school. We're 2 small cities. This school is our home. Our children mean much to all of us, not just one, but all the students. I've heard many great words said today. All I want to say is my heart goes out to each and every parent, each and every child. I spoke to some of them. These kids are good guys. They're wonderful. They're facing things that they shouldn't have to face. So please, everyone, put everyone here that was on this campus today. Many, many people. Put them in your prayers tonight. Thank you.
Chief, can you tell us a little bit the standard protocol and events like this? Just the standard protocol.
Sure. Well,
And this will be the last question, and then if we need to do something off, we will. But let's let this be the last question.
yeah, we'll keep it at the high level. Basically, our protocol here, of course, is when we show up as first responders, it's basically as the state center says, we are here to stop the killing, stop the dying. And that's our goal, is to make entry and to find where the shooter may be, protect the students, and then, of course, eliminate the shooter. And then, of course, then render aid. That's where DFR was here with their vests and to render treatment. From there, it's really you isolate what you have depending on how big the area is. It's a crime scene. And then we'll isolate that. But from there on, it's just you start then getting to the point of the reunification, right? Which is the process you're seeing now. And it's just a slow process. Once we know the danger has been removed, then now it's time to reunite the parents and the guardians with their children. And that's a much slower process, plus we conduct our investigation. Okay, thank you.
Your goal is to eliminate the shooter or to?
So to stop the killing at whatever cost. Yes, sir.
All right, and that was the update there from police as well as school officials on the shooting that happened earlier today. One person was injured. The suspect there in custody happened in a school classroom today. And of course, that investigation still ongoing as well, really in the early stages, but the suspect is in custody. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. Coming up on a new hour here in about 4 minutes. So we are keeping an eye on another big story out in the Houston area, just about an hour away from Houston in Brenham, Texas. We are going to be getting an update in moments on the 18-wheeler that crashed into a DPS building, injuring multiple people there. So as soon as that gets going, we will bring it to you here live, raw, and always unfiltered as we bring you the latest from across the country. Do want to show you the moments here as President Biden was wrapping up his remarks, taking some questions from the media on the war in Israel. I want to play that out again. It's very brief, but again, just happening within the last hour on Live Now.
Then we've gone into it. And there's nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. So let's keep acting together. I'm looking to you for help. I'm looking to you for leadership, and I hope you look to me for the same. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you very much.
How imminent do you think an attack on Israel is from Iran, Mr. President?
I don't want to get into secure information, but my expectation sooner than later.
Mr. President, Mr. President, to Iran in this moment.
Don't.
Are American personnel and assets at risk, Mr. President? Mr. President, are American troops at risk as well?
We are devoted to the defense of Israel. We will support Israel. We will help defend Israel, and Iran will not succeed. Thank you very much.
What would trigger a direct U.S. response?
All right, everyone. So we will keep an eye on those big remarks from President Biden as well. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks again for being with us as we always continue to bring you top stories, headlines. Remember, when breaking news happens, again, we are going to be keeping an eye on this situation out in Brenham, Texas, of the 18-wheeler that police pursuit wrapped up. Their suspect put the 18-wheeler into the DPS facility, crashing in. And again, we will be showing you that to you as soon as it gets going. In the meantime, do want to show you just some of the remarks out in Boston, where they are gearing up for Monday's big Boston Marathon, talking about the security preps ahead.
Requires complex and coordinated preparedness efforts, including months of planning meetings, focused working groups, and multiple exercises to validate our safety plans. This effort would not be possible without the cooperation of the BAA, the 8 cities and towns along the race route, the state and federal agencies you see here this morning, and the rest of the more than 48 agencies and organizations involved in race day preparations. When it comes to the Boston Marathon, we are one team with one mission: a safe and successful race day for everyone. Beginning at 6 a.m. on Monday, April 15th, the State Emergency Operations Center, located at MEMA's headquarters in Framingham, will once again be home to the Boston Marathon's Unified Coordination Center. The UCC will serve as the central coordination hub for all agencies and organizations that work to maintain public safety and security across the marathon race course. In the Unified Coordination Center, we help coordinate multi-jurisdictional decision-making, information sharing, resource requests, and help maintain situational awareness among all partner agencies from Hopkinton to Boston. There will be approximately 133 staff representing 48 local, state, and federal agencies and non-governmental organizations at the UCC on race day, with several other organizations supporting virtually. MEMA will deploy our 2 mobile emergency operations centers to Hopkinton and Brookline to support public safety, decision-making, and coordination. 12 MEMA staff will be deployed in the field to the BAA Race Operations Center, Boston Emergency Operations Center, and local emergency operations centers in communities along the route. MEMA leadership will lead and direct the UCC and will have staff in key roles to facilitate a timely and coordinated response to any incident or event that may arise. Everyone should be able to enjoy this event, so we ask for the public's help in keeping the race route safe and clear. We cannot accomplish this without you. Check your phone settings to make sure emergency alerts are enabled to ensure that you can receive any urgent public safety messages. This is important every day and not just on Marathon Monday. Follow the directions of law enforcement and race officials and understand that there will be a significant presence of law enforcement all along the race course with enhanced safety procedures, including checkpoints and bag checks. The FAA will have flight restrictions in place, so please leave your drones at home. Once again, I want to share my sincere appreciation and admiration for all of our public safety partners. I want to thank each and every one of you for your extraordinary efforts leading up to and on race day. I am truly honored to be a part of such an incredible team. It's now my pleasure to introduce Special Agent in Charge, Jody Cohen from the FBI Boston Division, to provide an overview of the FBI's preparations for this year's race and a current threat assessment.
Good morning, and thank you, Dawn. This is my first marathon as SAC here in Boston, and I have been extremely impressed with the collaboration and coordination conducted for this year's race. Every agency represented here today plays a critical role on race day, and I want to thank everyone for their hard work and partnership. At this point in time, the FBI is not aware of any specific or credible threats targeting this year's marathon. While we are confident in this assessment, we are asking you to remain vigilant because the threat landscape can change at any time. The threats we are facing from domestic, international, and state-sponsored terrorism actors are all elevated. The ongoing war in the Middle East has raised the possibility of an attack against Americans here at home. Since the start of the conflict, we have seen calls to action from foreign terrorist organizations to attack the United States. But our most immediate concern are homegrown violent extremists or lone actors who self-radicalize with little to no warning and look to attack soft targets. While this is certainly a time for heightened vigilance, it is by no means a time to panic and stop going about our daily day. The team standing here today continue to maintain a high state of readiness to protect the Commonwealth from any threat that may arise. Similar to past years, the FBI will deploy over 150 personnel to support this year's race. Our agents, analysts, task force officers assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force will be integrated throughout all aspects of the route. Our highly trained specialty teams, including Special Agent Bomb Techs, Evidence Response, Hazardous Material Response, and SWAT, will be ready to respond. FBI personnel will be embedded within command posts to share intelligence, monitor and investigate any real-time threat information we receive. But all of you are an extension of our eyes and ears, and I can't stress enough the importance of speaking up when you come across someone or something that doesn't seem quite right. When people speak up, history has shown we increase the chances of preventing tragedies from occurring. In closing, I want to thank everyone here for their role they play in the safety and security of this event. It takes a highly functioning team to execute an undertaking of this magnitude. And FBI Boston is excited to be a part of the 128th running of this historic race. Good luck to all the runners, and now I'll turn it over to Massachusetts State Police Colonel Jack Bond.
Thank you. Thank you to our public safety partners, to the Boston Athletic Association, and the Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency for bringing us together. I would like to thank the Healy-Driscoll administration, Public Safety Secretary Terrence Reedy, Deputy Secretary Susan Terry, and Undersecretary Gina Kwan for their support of the state police and our partners in this mission to protect the safety of the participants and spectators of this outstanding event. I'd also like to extend a congratulations to the town of Hopkinton for the 100th anniversary of hosting the marathon starting line. Congratulations, Chief, Sergeant. It's a real tribute to your community and to your organization. Each year, we build on the previous year's security operation. The plan to protect the event is rigorous and dynamic. There are multiple and redundant layers of security, some of which are visible and obvious, and many others that will not be noticed by the public. We are prepared to adapt our tactics on the fly if intelligence or events so dictate in the days leading up to the race through its completion. We are prepared to deal with any potential disruptions caused by demonstrators to block the race route. Our special emergency response team and our local partners train regularly on that specific capability of our security mission. The public will see uniformed troopers, local police officers, National Guardsmen, and tactical units such as canines and explosive and hazardous material detection teams. When they look up, they will see our air wing and drone unit providing overflight security. I hope the public also takes comfort in knowing that a rigorous joint intelligence operation, which includes our Commonwealth Fusion Center, the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, and the FBI, has been collecting, analyzing, and following up on information related to potential threats or disruptions for months. At the Homeland Security Operations Center at the State Police General Headquarters, we, along with our partner agencies, will monitor numerous stationary security cameras along the route and downlinked footage from aerial assets. We once again will deploy undercover troopers and officers who have been trained to recognize behavioral red flags that might indicate that someone is a safety threat. The development of our BOSAR unit, which stands for Behavioral Observation and Suspicious Activity Recognition, and which spearheads this effort, is one of numerous additions and improvements made to our security capabilities over the last decade. Our Fusion Center has activated an MSP Tips text-to-tip line for the marathon. Anyone who has information about or observes suspicious activity can send a text message to 226-787. That's 226-787. You, of course, can also call 911 at any time. Spectators should expect enhanced security protocols at certain areas, including checkpoints and bag checks conducted by BAA Security. There are several types of items that spectators are urged not to bring with them, including backpacks and suitcases, certain types of containers, and props, such as costumes and signs. A full list of these items is available on our social media pages and mspnews.org. FAA flight restrictions will be in place on race day, and public use of private drones over the race route is prohibited. We wish the runners and spectators a great race day and remind the public, as always, that if they see or have knowledge of anything or anyone suspicious, contact us immediately. Thank you. It is my great pleasure to introduce the Commissioner of the Boston Police Department, Commissioner Michael Cox.
Thank you, Colonel. As you can see, there's a well-coordinated plan for this throughout the city, the state, and all our federal partners for this. In addition to the marathon that day, there will be also a Red Sox home game starting at about 11:10 a.m. The game brings an additional tens of thousands of people to the city, particularly in the Kenmore Square area, neighborhoods of Boston, and will impact the area around 2 o'clock, bringing a great deal of crowds. Our officers will be in uniform and plain clothes throughout the marathon day, and will be strategically deployed both inside and outside the barriers and throughout the course. We want everyone to have a good time and remind everyone that you need proper credentials to be on the running field, and also the staff within the BAA has control of credential giving for that. Our officers throughout the day will be very vigilant, and we ask in the public, again, as has been said many times before, if you see something, say something. There's nothing more important to that. We need your support for all of us to stay safe. Just this week, the Boston Police Department added a new component to our Crime Stoppers program. You can now upload photos and videos anonymously. For details on how to do that, go to our website at bpdnews.com. As far as getting around the city on Marathon Day, there will be road closures starting at 5 a.m. There are many, many road closures, so again, we will ask you to go to the bpd.news site to see the listings of those. And it's not only Marathon Day, but it's also throughout the weekend. Please, please, please try not to drive into the city on Marathon Day. Try to use public transportation, as Chief Green will probably talk about after I'm done here. But there will be a large amount of people and a large amount of traffic and a lot of closures, and Parking will not be readily available, so please make plans accordingly. This will be a great day, as already mentioned. It's certainly a family fun day, but we also want to emphasize and remind, particularly the large portion of college campuses and universities we have along the route, we love your enthusiasm a great deal, but we have expectations for you, and there will be no public drinking and use of marijuana along the route, and we ask that you remember that this is a family-friendly event and act accordingly. Again, I'm going to emphasize no one is allowed to enter on the marathon route, and that will be enforced throughout today. Bag checks in the city, there will be many of them as described earlier, and so we also emphasized do not bring large backpacks, glass, and any weapons of any sort to the area. And
all right, everyone, we do want to go out to Texas right now, get an update to the situation we were bringing you all morning long of an 18-wheeler crashing in to this DPS facility in Brenham, Texas. Let's listen right now as investigators give the latest.
So I'm going to turn it over to Regional Director Gerald Brown.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here today. This is such a tragic event. Sometime this morning around 10:30 time frame, we had an 18-wheeler that ran through our driver's license / highway patrol office, which is directly across the street from here. Yes, ma'am. So we had an 18-wheeler that ran through our driver's license office that's directly across the street from here. What we know is that we had several people injured as a result of this accident, as a result of this incident. The driver was being followed. He had stolen an 18-wheeler earlier. Justin's going to get into all that, so I won't get into those details. And he was being chased by a deputy, and then he ran into our building. We have several people that were injured, and one is deceased at this time. Again, Justin will get into all those. This is a tragic day for us. Tragic day. My heart and prayers goes out to the family members of those that are injured, as well as those that are injured. We have multiple agencies that are here that are assisting, to include Washington County, Brenham PD, the FBI, as well as all the resources that we have with the Texas DPS. So we have the Texas Rangers, the Texas Highway Patrol, and the Criminal Investigations Division. So I'll step back and let Justin, Sergeant Reese, come up and give you guys the details. Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate y'all.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. This is a sad day for DPS and for all the people that were involved, all the customers that we had in our building today for today's incident. A Washington County Sheriff's deputy and other law enforcement were behind this 18-wheeler. It was reported stolen. When they saw the vehicle, it was on State Highway 36 over here on this side of 290 by the McDonald's. The driver fled from law enforcement and came here on 290 going westbound, took the feeder loop under 290, the main highway, and went east back on 290 feeder. The stolen 18-wheeler took a hard right turn and went into the DPS Brenham office. The suspect is Clinard Parker, who's 42, from Chapel Hill. Parker was taken into custody and taken to the Washington County Sheriff's Department. Parker did come to the DPS Brenham office yesterday at approximately 3 or 4 p.m., where he was denied his commercial driver license. He then, while he was there, the driver's license staff advised Parker that he was not eligible to renew his commercial driver's license. 2 people were flown to CHI St. Joseph's in Bryan. 1 person was flown to Memorial Hermann Hospital in Houston. 3 were transported to Scott and White here in Brenham and have been released. And 8 were treated and released on the scene of the incident. Unfortunately, 1 person has succumbed to their injuries and died at the hospital. This is a criminal investigation that is being led by the Texas Rangers. Parker is facing multiple felony offenses, and victim support services for DPS is on the scene at the family reunification, which is at the Brenham Police Department. Any questions?
Did the driver have any weapons on him at the
That's all under investigation. His name is going to be Clenard Parker. C-L-E-N-A-R-D Parker.
Does he have previous charges?
That's under investigation.
Can you talk to us about the deceased person? Which hospital did he or she die at? And do you know the approximate age and male, female?
We're not going to release that information right now because it's still very fresh. And so family notification still has to be made.
Was that person a state employee?
That's under investigation.
How many people total were state employees and how many were?
So all we have right now is 14 total individuals. That's all under investigation. Still very active. Can you repeat your question? No, there was no resist. He was taken out of the 18-wheeler and taken into custody by several officers.
When he was denied that CDO, were there any threats to return and were there any precautions taken maybe at the office?
That's still under investigation. We're pulling all the information that we can.
So I'm assuming that there's national video chases, lots of DPS. When and how would you release that video?
That's all going to be released through a public information request.
Why was he denied the CDO?
That's all under investigation.
You don't know why he was denied?
No, we're still trying to get all that information. It's very fresh, so we're still trying to get as much information as we can.
Do you know approximately how many people were actually inside the building or in the surroundings?
That was going to be the 14 people.
So all 14 people who were injured, or 13 injured and 1 deceased, were the totality of people who were
Yes,
inside?
all the people inside.
Were there people in there who were not injured or just present?
So the 8 that I said that got checked on scene, that was everybody that was still there that didn't want to go to the hospital. So that's going to include all the people that were there.
Now, did this 18-wheeler yet?
What's that?
Who owns it?
We're still trying to figure that out.
Now, the 18-wheeler looks like it went into the building. Did he drive out and grab it back in, or why is the 18-wheeler out?
Yeah, he went into the vehicle, or went into the building, and did come back out.
Would you describe the building? We can see the entrance. What is the construction?
That is the front door where the driver's license office is at. I'm not. It's unsure right now. We're still trying to figure all that out.
So that front door, that's a waiting area where people who are waiting for the driver's
Correct.
license and that kind of thing?
Correct. Yeah, that's what the waiting area and where the driver's license desks are at.
Gotcha. So were any officers, just trying to get an idea of exactly how far into the building
Correct.
did the truck make it inside? Did it make it past the lobby into office areas where employees?
That's all still under investigation. There are several offices behind that driver's license waiting area, so we're still trying to figure all that out.
So aspects of
The suspect did not suffer any injuries.
So there were 14 people, just to clarify, 14 people total.
14 total.
8 people checked out, 1 person deceased, everybody else went to the hospital.
Everybody went to hospitals, yes.
Okay. And then of the 14, how many were civilians and how many were civilians?
We're still trying to figure all that out.
Now, did he drive out of the building by himself?
What's that?
Who has actual custody of him right now?
Washington County Sheriff's Department. He's in jail over there.
And did he drive by himself out of the building, or is that
That's something we're...
2 more questions. You have time for 2 more questions.
That's him.
We're still trying to figure all that out.
Let's go ahead. You have the next question.
Sergeant, could this be considered an act of domestic terrorism?
We have all assets on scene and trying to figure all that out together. Like I said, this is still very active and ongoing, so I can't release that information right now.
Can you give us a sense the threat level was already at a heightened level just in recent time because of the climate, if you will? Can you give us a sense of where that will be moving forward in terms of the other government offices and law?
What I can say today is that this area is safe. We've got the suspect in custody, and we're all out here trying to get the scene all fixed up and taken care of.
That's all time we have.
Will the building have to be closed down, or are you guys aware, like structurally, if the anticipate the building to reopen anytime soon, or move the services temporarily? Where are you guys?
So the building is not going to be usable at this point, right? So it's going to be shut down for a little while. For all of our customers that has appointments and plan to come here for a driver's license, please go to our DPS website to see where you can go to get a driver's license. So what we can tell you right now is what we've already told you. This is an active investigation, and as soon as we know more, we will surely share it with you. We want to be transparent with you, and as soon as we are able to show any videos, any of those things of that nature, We will, through our public information office, you can get that information. But as of right now, it's an active investigation. So that's going to be all the questions. We're going to allow the senator to come up. You want to come and introduce the senator?
Can you give us his date of birth, though?
I think he gave that to you already.
I must have. I'm sorry.
I didn't get it. You didn't give it? You can give it to me. What's the date of birth?
All right, Mr. Parker's date of birth is going to be July 16th of 1981. July 16th of 1981.
That's the last question.
Sergeant, can you identify yourself?
This is a tragic day, and it's affected a whole lot of people. Obviously, this investigation is just in its infancy right now, so we have a lot of questions that we're working to get answers, which is the reason why all these resources are here. But we're blessed to have with us the Texas senator for this area, Louis Colcourse, and we want to give her an opportunity to talk about this tragedy.
I first want to say to everyone that we need to pray for the victims. And now that we have lost someone in this tragedy, please pray for their families. This is a day that you don't think is going to happen. That office right there is something known to the mayor and I and everyone in Brenham. We've taken our children to get their driver's license there. I've gotten my driver's license there. It's a place of public service. And so what we've seen today was an act of violence. And I want to first thank all the first responders, the deputy sheriff that realized that was a stolen truck, those that got on the scene quickly to keep more damage from being done, as I understand. I want to thank DPS and all of our servants. Today we are reminded that those that service in public, it's a dangerous job. Someone that goes to work today to issue driver's license can literally trigger someone to create an act of violence like the one that we see across the street. And so I want to thank all of our first responders that were on the scene today, helping those victims. I want to thank all of the law enforcement for their quick reaction. And again, pray for those victims that have been hurt. In ways we're blessed that more weren't injured in this act of violence. And then finally, I want to say that we will prosecute this person to the full extent of the law, because this will not be tolerated, not in my hometown and not in our home state. So again, thank you to all those that responded. Join us in prayers for the victims, and we will be tough on this crime. Thank you.
I'd now like to bring up the mayor for the city of Brenham for some remarks.
Thank you. Well, I'm not going to repeat everything that's... I'm sorry.
Your name?
Mayor Atwood Conjure, mayor for the city of Brenham here. It's unfortunate that we are here gathered for a really senseless tragedy. And we just found out, or I just found out the same time you did, about the deceased. And that's not the kind of news we wanted to hear today. Our prayers are with those who are still in critical care. I want to say thanks to our first responders. Had it not been for their quick action, as you can see across the street, the suspect was backing the vehicle up and with the intent of going into it again. Our fire chief mentioned that if he had veered a little bit to the left the second time, there would have been a collapse of that building, which would have resulted in a lot more injuries and possible death. So again, thanks to our first responders. I can't say enough for them. They put their life on the line. And again, keep your prayers for those who are in the critical care now. Thank you very much.
We will continue to keep everyone updated on our social media channels, on our Twitter and Facebook channels. The investigators continue to work tirelessly behind us, and that will be going on for several hours. That's all we have for right now. Thank you.
All right, again, that was the latest update there from officials, and learning of the sad update regarding this really senseless tragedy of an 18-wheeler that crashed into the office. One person has died. from their injuries. In total, 14 people were injured and taken to local hospitals. The suspect is under arrest. We learned a little bit more about that suspect, a 44-year-old individual that was not able to obtain a CDL license yesterday and went on stole this big rig and went on this police chase, and then unfortunately then decided to take the truck into this DPS facility in Brenham, Texas, and that's where 14 people were inside and were injured, and including one person that died. So again, we will continue to follow this story for you. Still, it's very early investigation, but again, the suspect arrested. He was not injured in this crash. We will take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. You can see we have a live look here in West Palm Beach, Mar-a-Lago, where we will have the former President Donald Trump speaking alongside Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, talking about election integrity. And this coming just days before Donald Trump will be going to New York City for jury selection in his hush money trial. So it's going to be a busy couple of days there for the former president. And of course, we will take his remarks live for you here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to show you just how the day ended for the Dow Jones. A really, really red day at 475 points there in the red as the market has closed about 30 minutes ago. We do want to take this opportunity to take another 2-minute break while we try to get as many breaks out before the former president speaks alongside Speaker of the House. All right, welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Earlier today, on the House side, the House passed a 2-year surveillance law extension without a warrant requirement. So this was the FISA 2-year surveillance law extension. Let's listen as they debated it, and we are awaiting remarks from the former president, Donald Trump.
Not about spying on our adversaries. The debate today is about a warrant requirement in an amendment that has been offered by Andy Biggs and Jayapal. This amendment, largely drafted by Senator Wyden and co-sponsored by Elizabeth Warren, would for the first time in history provide constitutional rights to our adversaries. It would provide constitutional rights to our enemies. No court, no law has ever come out of this body that would provide constitutional rights to our adversaries. We spy on Hezbollah, we spy on Hamas, we spy on the Ayatollah, we spy on the Communist Party of China. This bill provides them constitutional protections to communicate with people in the United States, to recruit them for the purposes of being terrorists, for being spies, and for doing espionage. The 9/11 perpetrators were in the United States, and they were communicating with al-Qaeda. At that time, we made a grave mistake in that we were not spying on al-Qaeda, and we didn't see who they were communicating with in the United States. We changed that, and we began to spy on al-Qaeda, and we got to see the extent to which they were recruiting people in the United States to do us harm. If this amendment passes, al-Qaeda will have full constitutional protections to recruit in the United States. The Communist Party will have full constitutional protection to recruit in the United States. And there will be no increased protection of constitutional protections for Americans.